Following a long monsoon season, a black-haired girl runs frantically through urban ruins while desperately calling for her mother.
Her breath hitches in terror as she begs for safety, her cries echoing over a backdrop of rising smoke.
A sudden tap sounding, she enters a phone booth to call her mother and excitedly share her college acceptance letter. Overjoyed, the girl shouts into the receiver that she finally got in, her face radiant with a triumphant glow. Lightning crackles nearby as the connection suddenly falters, leaving her mother's distant voice fading into static and growing darkness. A piercing scream rings out as the telephone receiver dangles uselessly, a rhythmic drip sounding while the line goes dead. Breathless and terrified, the girl sprints back through the shattered city streets, praying that her mother has survived the destruction. She stops in her tracks, panting heavily as she stares ahead with a look of pure, hollow shock and exhaustion. Collapsing to her knees, she finds her mother's body pinned beneath the heavy wooden debris of their collapsed home. Nearby, a frantic man with a bloody sleeve tells a policeman about a giant monster that bit his arm. The world changes forever as red lightning strikes, and news reporters announce the arrival of mysterious gates across the globe. Terrifying monsters pour from the gates and overwhelm the military, plunging the entire world into a state of absolute chaos. At a crowded funeral, greedy relatives argue over property and refuse to take responsibility for the newly orphaned girl. Shrouded in grief, the girl sits alone on the floor while her remaining family members bicker coldly in the foreground. Night falls over a makeshift camp, where the lonely sound of crickets chirping fills the air outside a solitary tent. Eating a meager meal, she tries to stay strong and tells herself she will survive this harsh new reality. She dreams of a warm embrace from her mother, only to realize with a heavy heart that it is just an illusion. Tears stream down her face as she wakes up in the middle of the night, sobbing for her lost mother. A glowing blue butterfly flutters near the tent as her quiet hiccups of grief echo through the dark night. Static crackles and a soft buzz sounds as the luminous butterfly draws near the girl, who remains curled in sorrow. A blue system window appears, identifying Cha Eun-ha and announcing that she is being bestowed with a unique ability. A sharp crackle sounding, blue electricity surges through Yoonha's hand as her latent power begins to manifest and overflow. Engulfed in a pillar of fire, Yoonha awakens the flame ability as a nearby soldier spots the blinding light. A static hiss sounding, a soldier reports via radio that a new awakened individual has appeared in the disaster zone. The scene shifts to the bright, clear sky of summer in 1998, years after the initial chaos began. A military truck rumbles down the road, carrying a group of awakened soldiers toward their next deployment. A blonde-haired boy gazes up at the sky, lost in thought as he travels with his squad. Yoonha speaks a firm rejection, her face partially obscured as she addresses her companion during the journey. Now older, Yoonha looks on with a stoic and indifferent expression, her long black hair blowing in the wind. The blonde boy and Yoonha sit awkwardly at opposite ends of a bench, surrounded by a tense, swirling energy. A purple-haired squad mate teases the flustered blonde boy, Lee Jun, about his innocent attempts at a pickup line. Lee Jun stammers and waves his hands, desperately trying to apologize to Yoonha for the uncomfortable situation. Reflecting on the past, Lee Jun recalls meeting Yoonha shortly after he first awakened and joined the military. A commanding officer's voice rings out, ordering the squad to fall in and prepare for their new assignments. The officer introduces Yoonha to the team as a newly enlisted awakened, telling the squad to support her. Standing before her new comrades, Yoonha introduces herself with a calm, steady gaze and a professional demeanor. The squad reacts with mixed emotions, ranging from excitement over a new female member to complaints about repeated failures. Lee Jun remembers how he struggled with his useless combat ability until Yoonha became the first person to support him. He thinks of her as a precious friend, despite the fact that she consistently forgets his actual name. Lee Jun asks Yoonha if she has formed a contract with a divine beast, noting her impressive strength. As they pass a sign for Gyeongju, Eunha admits she hasn't, while Lee Jun suggests a dragon would suit her perfectly. Looking at her curiously, Lee Jun asks if she is from the United States, sparking a personal conversation. He explains his mixed heritage and feels his heart race when Yoonha stares at him with unusual intensity. Eunha realizes Lee Jun is blonde for the first time, much to his shock after months of training together. Lee Jun mentions San Francisco and shares his old, peaceful dream of becoming a professional pet groomer. He starts to say the job would suit her too, but stops, feeling the weight of their current military lives. Realizing his slip, Lee Jun apologizes for being insensitive about their lost futures while they are drafted for war. Yoonha brushes it off, telling him not to worry, and noting that his words simply reminded her of something. With a shy expression, Lee Jun asks if she would be willing to groom his dog sometime in the future. He immediately panics about being weird, but Yoonha surprises him by calmly agreeing to his request. Yoonha smiles warmly as she leans on her hand, her long black hair framing her gentle expression. A chibi-style Baek Jun thanks Yoonha for caring for William while the squad approaches the looming gate. A sharp, rhythmic gasp sounding, young Baek Jun looks up in shock as Eunha calls out his name. Dressed in tactical gear, Yoonha scolds a distracted Baek Jun, urging him to focus as they enter the gate. Yoonha reflects on the 3 years since their promise, while lead hunters gather the squad for deployment. The black-haired woman recalls the grueling trials that forged her squad's strength over the past 3 years. Yoonha walks with determination, her tactical backpack ready as she prepares to lead her team into battle. Eunha questions Baek Jun's heavy gear, but the blonde boy insists on being overprepared for any gate scenario. A soft, amused hum sounding, Yoonha smiles at his diligence, making the flustered boy blush intensely behind her. Standing before the glowing portal, squad leader Yoona commands her team to maintain their guard despite the low rank. The hunters cheerfully discuss their post-mission plans, dreaming of vacations and academic success once they return home. A sudden, sharp gasp sounding, Baek Jun is jolted from his thoughts as the squad moves closer to the objective. Eunha turns her head as Baek Jun addresses her, his respectful tone marking her position as their squad leader. A soft, rushing wind sounding, the blonde boy stammers through his words, struggling to find the courage to speak. Blushing deeply, Baek Jun asks Eunha if she still remembers the promise they shared long ago. A sharp, rhythmic click sounding, the flustered boy reminds her of her vow to groom his pet, William. Baek Jun awkwardly invites her to his home after the mission, immediately fearing he has overstepped or caused pressure. Yoonha inquires about William's temperament, while Baek Jin quickly assures her that his pet is incredibly gentle. With a radiant and sincere smile, Yoonha accepts his invitation, expressing her genuine excitement for their post-mission plans. A system notification alerts the hunters that gate activation is in progress, signaling the beginning of their operation. Baek Jin remains flustered by her kindness as the final 30-second countdown for the gate's opening begins. A sharp, rhythmic throb sounding. A tearful eye reflects the blinding flash of light as the mission starts. Engulfed in a brilliant glow, Yoonha reaches out, urgently calling for Baek Jin to join the squad immediately. A grim narration confirms their deployment into a C-rank gate, which the elite squad initially expected to clear easily. A sudden, sharp swipe sounding. Blood spatters across papers and the floor as a violent ambush begins. Massive black monsters with glowing red eyes surround the survivors, turning their routine mission into a horrific nightmare. A series of guttural growls sounding. Yunha screams for order while the beasts close in on the panicked hunters. A heavy, wet thud sounding. A pair of blood-slicked glasses falls to the ground as another comrade falls. Paralyzed by grief, a young hunter weeps over the loss of his friend as the slaughter continues unabated. A hand tightens its grip on a weapon while Yunha shouts a desperate warning to avoid further provocation. Driven by blind rage, the survivor lunges at the red-eyed beasts with a final, defiant scream for revenge. A series of wet crunches sounding. 9 squad members are slaughtered in an instant, leaving the remaining pair isolated. Despair fills their thoughts as they realize the monsters are far too powerful for a mere C-rank gate. A sharp, rhythmic thumping sounding. Bak Yi-jin stands frozen in terror until Eunha's voice snaps him back to reality. Baek Yi-jun stammers an apology while Yunha notices a sudden, strange development across the darkened cavern. A sharp, rhythmic flutter sounding. The blonde boy's eye widens in shock as he spots a glimmer of hope. The gate suddenly reappears in the distance, offering a fleeting and unexpected chance for the survivors to escape. Yunha devises a plan to move slowly toward the gate, hoping to reach safety without provoking the monsters. A sense of foreboding lingers as the black-haired woman senses that something is fundamentally wrong with the gate. The pair creeps through the dark cave, their focused movements punctuated by the heavy silence of the stalking beasts. A sudden, sharp silence sounding. The gate stops responding to their presence just as they reach the threshold. Yunha stares at the inactive portal in confusion, unable to understand why their only escape route has stalled. Baek Yi-jun voices a chilling theory, suggesting that the gate may only permit a single person to pass. A sharp metallic chime sounding. The system confirms the gate's activation as the tragic choice becomes unavoidable. Eunha looks back in horror as Baek Yi-jun prepares to make a final, selfless sacrifice for her survival. Tears stream down the blonde boy's face as he faces the grim reality of staying behind as a plaything. Baek Yi-jun urges Yunha to leave her bag and flee, hoping to hold out just long enough for her. Yunha reveals her heartbreaking truth, declaring that, unlike him, she has no family or home to return to. She reasons with the weeping boy, reminding him of his waiting family and the weight of his own life. Baek Yi-jun stares back in utter devastation, unable to accept the profound loss of his friend and protector. Eunha tells her comrade to stop, but the blonde-haired boy refuses to leave her side during the crisis. Weeping in despair, the boy insists on staying as a blinding light begins to consume the battlefield around them. Eunha falls toward a pit of fire while a hand reaches out in a desperate, failed attempt to save her. A system window announces that the gate is activating and will close shortly, sealing the fate of those inside. As the gate closes, the boy's eye reflects Yunha's silhouette while he screams her name in absolute heartbreak. A static glitch sounding. Yunha is pulled into the closing portal, while a hand reaches into the empty air. Lying in the pouring rain, the blonde-haired boy sobs over the loss of his precious friend, Cha Yunha. Narration explains the mysterious dungeon phenomenon that began in 1997, unleashing monsters upon an unsuspecting and terrified world. The arrival of the gates led to the awakening of hunters who possess the unique powers to fight back. In response to the crisis, the South Korean government began recruiting and managing hunters to protect the nation. To clear a gate, hunters must defeat the boss monster and obtain its core to force the portal shut. Years later, an older Yunha effortlessly slays monsters as a system window confirms their total extermination within the zone. A warning ping sounding. A system error occurs just as the boss monster is supposed to make its appearance. Standing among a pile of dead tigers, Yunha watches as the system begins an unexpected reset of the gate. A level 30 tiger attacks again, leaving Yunha frustrated by the endless cycle of resets that keep her trapped. Now a seasoned warrior, Yunha reflects on her dire situation, realizing she has been imprisoned in this loop forever. She stares at a discarded English practice book, a grim reminder of the normal life she was forced to abandon. Yunha looks through the mementos of her fallen comrades, including a photo, sunscreen, and a child's rabbit charm. A soft rustle sounding, Yunha admits she still cannot get used to collecting the personal belongings of deceased teammates. Having lost track of time and food, she has grown accustomed to the sickening necessity of eating monster meat. She finds a meager supply of hardtack and bandages, feeling a small sense of relief for the basic supplies. Wiping sweat from her brow, Yunha prepares to wrap up her scavenging and face the next inevitable battle. She discovers a first aid kit with a familiar name, her eyes widening in a moment of sharp, painful recognition. The gate reset completes, and system notifications warn Yunha that the tigers are once again tracking her scent. A low growl sounding, the tigers surround her as Yunha stands ready to repeat the grueling combat once more. Flames erupting from her hands, Yunha challenges the pack to attack her all at once to save her time. The ferocious black tigers pounce, their eyes glowing red as they launch a coordinated assault on the isolated hunter. A massive boom sounding, Yunha unleashes her fire ability, incinerating the beasts in a violent explosion of mana. She calmly counts the fallen monsters, but her focus shifts as she realizes the count is not yet complete. A faint whisper sounding, a shadow looms behind her as Yunha realizes one tiger managed to avoid her blast. Dismissing the threat, Yunha casually sits on a carcass and plans to butcher the meat before it can spoil. She reflects on the monotony of her life, where every day is a cycle of resets, battles, and gathering. Blood splatters across her face as Yunha senses a shift in the atmosphere, signaling that something is finally different. Bright red warning windows flash, announcing a massive disturbance and the arrival of a high-level mutated black tiger. Yunha looks on in shock as the system identifies a level 68 mutation that has found her location. A sharp gasp sounding, Yunha realizes that such a powerful monster might finally be her key to escaping. A terrifying, multi-eyed tiger beast emerges from the darkness, radiating an aura of overwhelming and lethal power. A heavy thud sounding, Yunha grips her knife tightly, recognizing the creature as a dangerous sub-boss class monster. Staring into the beast's glowing red eye, she resolves to risk everything for a single chance at freedom. Despite her low mana, Yunha questions her ability to take down a monster that is level 68. A thunderous roar sounding, she decides she has no choice but to face the beast in a final confrontation. The mutated tiger lunges with incredible speed, its roar echoing as Yunha narrowly avoids its massive, crushing paws. Panting heavily, she recognizes that a direct hit from the creature's immense power would result in instant death. Yunha ignites her mana, determined to end the fight quickly before her strength is completely depleted by the monster. A fierce crackle sounding, she thrusts her hand forward, unleashing a concentrated pillar of fire at the beast. The flames engulf the mutated tiger, illuminating the cavern in a blinding golden light of pure destructive energy. A roar of fire sounding, Yunha pours her remaining mana into the attack, hoping to incinerate the powerful threat. Her heart sinks in terror as the smoke clears, revealing that the monster remains completely unharmed by her fire. A violent explosion sounding, the tiger retaliates with a blast of dark energy that shatters the ground around her. A wet cough sounding, a bloodied Yunha collapses against the debris, severely wounded by the beast's overwhelming counterattack. Yunha gasps in disbelief, realizing her most powerful fire attack failed to even singe the mutated tiger's fur. Blood trickles down her face as the black-haired warrior glares at the beast with a look of pure, unyielding defiance. A thunderous roar sounding, Yunha spots a vulnerable wound inside the monster's gaping maw and prepares a final, desperate gamble. A violent surge sounding, the creature lunges forward with lethal intent as the atmosphere crackles with dark, overwhelming energy. A wet squelch sounding, the tiger bites down on Yunha's arm as she intentionally thrusts it deep into its throat. Smirking through the pain, Yunha taunts the beast, telling it to enjoy its meal while it still has the chance. Her eyes burn with intensity as she promises the monster that it won't be eating anything else for a long time. Fire begins to swirl within the beast's mouth as Yunha starts a grim countdown, her determination masking the immense agony. A low hum sounding, she completes her count as the internal fire reaches a critical, white-hot mass of destructive potential. A deafening boom sounding, a massive pillar of fire erupts from within the monster, incinerating it in a violent explosion. The force of the blast sends the bloodied and broken Yunha crashing into a wall as the cavern remains engulfed. A sharp hiss sounding, the black-haired girl gasps in shock as she stares at the bloody stump of her severed arm. A digital chime sounding, system windows appear through her fading vision, announcing a progress update and a final loading sequence. Yunha lies motionless in a growing pool of blood, her life force draining away as the battle finally falls silent. A soft glow sounding, an ethereal vision of a woman with dark, wavy hair appears before the dying girl's eyes. A faint whisper sounding, Yunha recognizes the figure as her mother, reaching out as she drifts closer toward the light. She recalls a cherished childhood memory of showing her mother a handmade gift, her face once full of innocent joy. Laughing together, young Yunha explains that she made a wish-granting bracelet for her mother during a happy day at school. A wet cough sounding, the dying warrior struggles to breathe as the warmth of the memory fades back into cold reality. The image of Li Jin's smiling face flashes through her mind, reminding her of the friend who chose to sacrifice. Trembling in the darkness, Yunha hunches over her wounds, the weight of her loneliness and pain finally becoming too much. She resolves that giving up now would make her years of endurance worthless, forcing her broken body to move again. A fierce crackle sounding, Yunha vows she absolutely will not die in this place as her mana begins to flare. A sudden roar sounding, a new and terrifying power erupts from her palm, bathing the cavern in a blinding golden light. The flames take on a predatory, feline shape as Yunha's latent potential finally awakens in a display of overwhelming strength. A pained groan sounding, the black-haired girl collapses once more, her strength completely spent after the massive release of energy. A digital ping sounding, system windows congratulate her for obtaining the elegant parasol of the Dark Flare Princess as a reward. Dazed and confused, Yunha looks at the ground, unable to understand the strange message appearing before her blurred vision. She wonders what the weird object is as a soft, magical light begins to solidify into a physical form beside her. A soft rustle sounding, an ornate purple lace parasol materializes next to the bloodied girl, radiating a mysterious and calm energy. Years later, an older Li Jun stares into space with a hollow expression, still haunted by the ghosts of his past. A sharp gasp sounding, the blonde boy is startled back to reality as his mother places a hand on his shoulder. She tells him it is time to board their flight, hoping that moving to San Francisco will help him find peace. A soft chime sounding. The airport announcement confirms the flight to San Francisco is departing as the travelers prepare to leave. Lee Jun remembers Yuna once mentioning her dream of attending university in that very city, a promise now lost forever. A sudden thud sounding. The mention of a gate triggers a violent flashback, and Lee Jin's eyes widen in absolute terror. His mother asks about their boarding gate, unaware that the word alone has shattered her son's fragile grip on reality. A ragged gasp sounding. Lee Jun collapses to his knees in the middle of the terminal, gripped by a panic attack. He sobs hysterically, admitting through his tears that he is the only one who escaped while he left her behind. A heavy step sounding. A soldier in camouflage uniform approaches the distressed boy and asks if he is all right. Lee Jin's mother quickly apologizes, explaining to the soldier that her son is simply startled by the sight of military uniforms. She begs Lee Jun to put his life as a hunter on hold and seek a safer, more organized future in America. Deep within the gate, the broken Yunha lies in silence next to her mysterious new parasol, her breathing slow and shallow. A low growl sounding. A pair of glowing yellow eyes emerges from the shadows, watching the fallen warrior with intense curiosity. A digital chime sounding. The system identifies the creature as a sacred beast known as the cat wandering in darkness. The mysterious cat approaches the unconscious Yunha, its body radiating a warm, golden aura that pierces the oppressive gloom. A soft hum sounding. The sacred beast unleashes a wave of healing magic that begins to knit the girl's wounds together. A sharp gasp sounding. Yuna's eyes snap open as she feels the sudden surge of life-giving energy flowing through her body. Shivering from the cold, she realizes she is still trapped within the gate and must prepare for the next reset. A determined huff sounding. The battered Yunha forces herself to stand, ready to face the endless cycle of battle once more. Yunha realizes she has lost her arm, but notes her physical condition remains surprisingly stable despite the blood. A soft rustle sounding. Unha stares at her bloody stump before noticing the ornate purple lace parasol nearby. Yunha recalls seeing a system reward window before fainting and wonders if the parasol is the mentioned item. She examines the intricate patterns on the parasol, her face and clothes still stained with the signs of battle. Yunha skeptically views the parasol as a useless accessory, questioning if its only purpose is to block the sun. A shadow looming. Yunha realizes the gate exit hasn't opened, implying another monster still lurks within the darkness. A digital ping sounding. Yunha hopes for an escape as a system window connects her to a new channel. The black-haired girl stares at her surroundings in dazed shock, her expression reflecting her confusion and mounting exhaustion. A playful yellow screen appears with a cat emoji, introducing itself and offering Yunha a mysterious magical contract. A sharp gasp sounding. Yunha recoils in surprise as the system identifies the strange, talkative entity as a sacred beast. Unha experiences a vivid flashback, recalling Lee Jun's stories about the 12 legendary divine animals that protect the East. An ancient-style painting depicts the 12 sacred beasts, illustrating their roles and the immense power they represent in lore. The narrative explains that those who form contracts with these beasts gain special skills and achieve a powerful embodiment. A blinding flare sounding. The cosmic image represents the incredible potential of an avatar chosen to host a beast's form. Yunha weighs the benefits of easier combat, while the cat window continues its cheerful dialogue with playful musical notes. Addressing the self-proclaimed sacred beast, the black-haired warrior asks a direct question about her current dire predicament. A golden glow sounding. Yunha gestures to her severed right arm, which is suddenly bathed in an ethereal light. Unha is stunned as the cat confirms it has stopped her bleeding, proving its magical authority is quite real. A low growl sounding. Yunha is interrupted as a dark, menacing silhouette emerges from the shadows to challenge her. A level 30 red-eyed black tiger emerges, its eyes glowing with malice as the system identifies the immediate threat. Yuna recognizes the beast as a survivor from the earlier pack, realizing it managed to escape her previous fire attack. A thunderous roar sounding, the mutated tiger enters an enraged state, causing its attack power to increase significantly. A violent boom sounding, the monster lunges with a crushing blow, shattering the rocky ground right where Yunha stood. Yunha dodges the assault, frustrated that her low mana and missing limb make defeating this beast almost impossible. A sharp hiss sounding. The black-haired girl acknowledges her weakness, fearing there is no guarantee she can win today. A digital chime sounding. The cat offers Yunha its authority as a desperate solution to her life or death situation. Unha accuses the cat of being a scammer, but the entity warns her that she has nothing left to lose. A roar of fire sounding. The black-haired girl screams in frustration as the tiger prepares its final lethal charge. Desperate to survive, Yunha bellows for the cat to lend its authority as the monster closes in on her. A digital ping sounding. The system identifies the user as Cha Yunha and begins the radical process of authority bestowal. A magical surge sounding. A system window announces that a part of Yunha's damaged body is being miraculously restored. Yunha's eyes burn with an intense golden flame as she undergoes a transformation that radiates overwhelming power and heat. Fire erupting, her agility and power skyrocket as the authority of the sacred beast is officially granted to her. A soft hum sounding, Yunha stands tall and regenerated, holding her ornate parasol while golden mana flares around her. A sharp gasp sounding, the black-haired girl stares in total disbelief at her right arm, which has completely grown back. Yunha looks at her new limb, laughing with relief and shock as she realizes the cat's promise was true. Admitting she was wrong, Yunha thanks the mysterious cat, crediting the entity for saving her life during the battle. The cat reveals that this is an unknown gate, warning Yunha that traditional hunting methods will not ensure her escape. Unha questions the cat about the unknown gate, noting it is completely different from the dungeon she originally entered. She reflects on the cat's information, realizing the training she received never prepared her for such a mysterious reality. Yunha asks the sacred beast for a way out, wondering how she can escape if standard tactics are useless. Looking at the purple parasol, Yunha realizes it is one of several items she needs to secure her freedom. A digital hum sounding. The cat repeats its offer of greater power, provided Yunha agrees to its specific contract conditions. Yunha looks skeptical as she considers the implications of tying her future to the whims of a mysterious entity. The cat's true form appears as a glowing black silhouette, outlining the strict conditions Yunha must follow to keep its power. A sharp gasp sounding, the black-haired girl is shocked by the price, which involves a total sacrifice of her identity. The entity explains that Yunha's name will become its own, and she will never be able to use it again. Yuna feels like a trapped rat, wondering what this powerful sacred beast could possibly see in a broken warrior. She recalls the tragic loss of her family and comrades, feeling a surge of vengeful determination take hold of her. Unha resolves that her name is a small price to pay if she can finally avenge those who died. Driven by a desperate need to survive, the black-haired girl declares her willingness to sacrifice even her own soul. Gripping her dog tags tightly, Yunha agrees to form a magical contract with the mysterious sacred beast. A violent surge sounding. A massive pillar of golden energy erupts as the pact between warrior and beast is sealed. Digital windows confirm the successful contract, binding Yunha's soul to the sacred beast. and granting her enhanced night vision. A soft chime sounding, the system announces that Yunha has officially acquired the powerful authority known as Cat's Claw.
A sharp gasp sounding, the black-haired warrior feels a warm, radiant energy anchoring itself deep within her chest.
The sacred beast manifests in a physical feline form, playfully asking Yunha to take care of it as its big sister.
A thunderous crash sounding, a massive purple shockwave interrupts their conversation, signaling the arrival of a new, terrifying threat. A sharp gasp sounding, Yunha recoils as a level 78 mutant red-eyed black tiger emerges to hunt her down. Staring at the beast in shock, the black-haired girl realizes this predator is far more powerful than the previous one. A frantic shout sounding, Yunha despairs over the rapid boss spawn while the golden cat encourages her to stay strong.
The massive tiger roars, leaving Yunha to wonder how she can possibly defeat such a high-level opponent.
A soft hum sounding, the glowing cat assures Yunha that her new powers make her much stronger than the monster.
A violent boom sounding, the mutant tiger lunges forward and smashes its heavy claws into the rocky cavern floor.
A sharp crack sounding, the ground shatters under the monster's immense strength, sending debris flying in every direction.
Moving with supernatural agility, Yunha becomes a mere blur as she narrowly avoids the tiger's lethal pounce.
A low growl sounding, the predator snaps its jaws in frustration, confused by the girl's sudden and incredible speed.
Mid-air and breathless, Yunha realizes with shock that her body has become significantly faster than she ever imagined. A digital ping sounding. The system warns that the enraged tiger's attack power has skyrocketed as it prepares to strike. Trapped in the air, the black-haired girl decides to test her mysterious parasol as a weapon against the lunging beast. A roar of fire sounding. The ornate parasol ignites with intense heat as Yunha channels her mana into the object. A violent smash sounding, Yunha slams the flaming parasol into the tiger's face, creating a massive explosion of golden light. A heavy thud sounding, Yunha lands firmly on the ground, breathless as she questions the power behind her last attack. Staring at the glowing purple energy radiating from her weapon, she realizes the parasol is far more than a simple accessory. The golden cat praises her intuition, while Yunha admits the weapon seemed to move with a will of its own. A low hiss sounding, the wounded tiger remains standing, proving that a single strike will not be enough to win. The cat questions her restraint, but Yunha explains her fire skills are ineffective against the monster's thick, mutated fur.
A soft hum sounding, the sacred beast reminds her to utilize the unique authority she gained from their contract.
The golden cat gestures toward the system window, prompting Yunha to activate the mysterious cat's claw ability. Yunha recalls the moment of the contract, realizing the authority is a latent power she has yet to fully unleash. A magical surge sounding, golden mana swirls around the warrior as the system confirms her authority is now fully active. Looking at her hands in confusion, the black-haired girl tells the cat she doesn't feel any immediate physical change. A playful trill sounding, the sacred beast tells her the true effects of the power will only manifest during actual combat.
A sharp whistle sounding, the tiger lunges again, its claws missing Yunha by inches as she dances through the shadows.
Feeling cornered, Yunha realizes she needs a distraction to create an opening against the relentless, high-level predator. A roar of fire sounding, the black-haired girl summons a spark of mana in her hand to begin her next technique. Instead of her usual flames, several small, glowing rat-shaped clones emerge and begin scurrying across the battlefield.
A sharp gasp sounding, Yunha stares in disbelief at the tiny fire rats, wondering why her magic has changed shape.
She watches the clones move with erratic, rodent-like speed, realizing they are mimicking the behavior of the sacred beast.
A sharp snap sounding, Yuna commands the fire rats to swarm the tiger, using them as a chaotic distraction. Unha realizes the cat's claw authority creates multiple afterimages of her techniques, overwhelming the tiger's senses with glowing decoys.
A frustrated roar sounding, the predator swipes at a fake fire rat, completely mistaking the afterimage for a real threat.
Seizing the opportunity, the black-haired warrior smiles and declares it is finally time for the cat to play.
A violent boom sounding, Yunha dives from the air, her flaming parasol poised to deliver a crushing blow to the beast.
Moving with predatory grace, the girl's eyes burn with golden light as she closes the distance for a final strike. A sharp whistle sounding, she sweeps her weapon in a wide arc, leaving a trail of spectral fire rats behind her. Recognizing the tiger is a formidable opponent, Yunha focuses all her remaining energy into her next devastating movement.
A roar of fire sounding, the black-haired girl knows she only has one chance to finish the battle and escape.
With a fierce glare, Yunha swings her glowing parasol downward, channeling the full power of the sacred beast's authority.
A thunderous roar sounding, the warrior vows to end the monster in a single hit as she strikes with overwhelming force. A thunderous roar sounding, the black-haired girl delivers a crushing blow that sends golden fire surging through the beast.
Gritting her teeth, Cha Eunha drives her weapon deep into the monster's back as it bellows in agony.
A massive boom sounding, a blinding flash of golden energy erupts from the point of impact on the tiger's head.
The tiger's head is engulfed in a final, fiery explosion, signaling the end of the high-level predator's reign.
A digital chime sounding, a system window confirms the second mutant boss is officially defeated as the creature falls.
Catching her breath, the black-haired warrior gasps in relief as she realizes the impossible battle is finally over. Yunha looks back at the tiny cat icon, acknowledging that the sacred beast's power truly saved her life today.
Stepping away from the charred remains, she reflects on how the sacred beast's authority makes her previous struggles seem distant.
A sharp snap sounding, Yunha's eyes widen in horror as she notices something has happened to her left wrist. Panic sets in as the black-haired girl realizes her precious memento is damaged, questioning how it could have happened.
Tears well up as Yunha grips her broken bracelet, mourning the loss of the last physical connection to her mother. Sensing her deep sorrow, the golden cat manifests and begins to weep alongside its grieving big sister.
The sacred beast hovers over the shattered jewelry, its radiant form pulsing with a comforting and warm golden light. A soft hum sounding, Yunha watches in stunned silence as the broken bracelet begins to glow with magical energy. The golden cat wiggles playfully, declaring that fixing such a small item is easy for a powerful sacred beast. Sparkling light swirls around Yunha's hand, miraculously weaving the fragments of the memento back together in an instant. The cat explains it provided this special service because it was moved by its contractor's genuine and deep sadness.
Smiling warmly, Yuna thanks the feline entity and agrees to treasure the restored bracelet more than ever before.
Shifting her focus, the black-haired girl realizes she needs to check the rewards earned for defeating the mutant. A digital ping sounding, the system awards Yunha a frilly black silk dress, leaving her looking utterly mortified. The scene shifts as the sun sets over the horizon, casting a long, amber shadow across the skyline.
At the Seoul headquarters, team leader Kim Kwang-hyun prepares for the arrival of a highly anticipated elite hunter.
Wearing a gray hoodie, Shin Si-woo stands silently as officials explain his transition to formal hunter status. Hidden behind a face mask, the black-haired boy asks if he will finally be free from bothersome tasks. Kim Kwang-hyun assures the young man that completing the B-rank tutorial will grant him the autonomy he seeks.
A digital hum sounding, a massive green gate opens, and Si-woo prepares to enter the dangerous testing grounds.
With a piercing gaze, Hunter Shin Si-woo steps forward, his true potential remaining a mystery to the association. System records reveal that Siwoo possesses S-rank stamina and mana, making him a heavyweight in the Wolf Guild. The report notes he has formed a contract with a divine beast, though he remains cold and enigmatic. Kim Gwang-hyun reviews the boy's files, impressed that his skills qualify him for an S-rank license immediately. The team leader plots a way to recruit the powerful youth into the association, seeking to manage his potential. A startled gasp sounding, Kim is pulled from his ambitious thoughts by an impatient subordinate as the operation starts. Looking toward the portal, the guard questions if the boy is truly the biological son of the prestigious leader. Inside a frozen cavern, rumors swirl about the boy's frailty, while Siwoo navigates the icy and monster-infested dungeon. Kim Gwang-hyun dismisses the gossip, preferring to let the results of the trial reveal the boy's true nature. A soft crunch sounding, a hand reaches out toward the jagged ice crystals lining the cavern's frozen walls. Siwoo stands surrounded by a swarm of giant mutated insects, his calm demeanor unfazed by the growing hive. A sharp whistle sounding, a massive winged beast lunges at the boy, who barely moves a finger to react. A violent squelch sounding, Siwoo effortlessly crushes the monster's head, sending green ichor spraying across the ice. Disgusted by the mess, the black-haired boy notes that the boss monster has a particularly foul and funky odor. A digital ping sounding, Siwoo acquires the gate core, triggering a system message that the exit is now active. Standing over the giant carcass, the boy realizes the tutorial is over and prepares to claim his victory proof. Checking his phone, Siwoo notes that only 30 minutes have passed since he entered the smelly frozen place. A low growl sounding, the black-haired boy pauses, sensing that something is wrong despite the system's confirmation. Looking at the unyielding rock wall, Siwoo wonders why the gate exit hasn't actually opened for him yet. He sighs in frustration, suspecting that this special dungeon might be hiding a second, even more annoying boss. A sharp gasp sounding, the boy clenches his scarred fist as a painful memory of his father's training resurfaces. In a dark flashback, a young Siwoo cries and rejects the brutal inheritance forced upon him by his family. The guild leader glares down at his trembling son, demanding to know if a weakling can bear their responsibility. A sharp snap sounding, the black-haired boy's glasses begin to fall as he is consumed by the weight of the past. Looking downward, the black-haired boy remains silent as he prepares for the next stage of his trial. Siwoo walks deeper into the icy cavern, determined to finish his task and return home as quickly as possible. Navigating the frozen dungeon, the boy reflects on how similar this real combat environment feels to his previous training sessions. He recalls an instructor's lecture, wondering if the strange atmosphere is linked to the legend of the unknown gates. His memory vividly describes the unpredictable nature of unknown gates, which ignore standard rules and possess variable difficulty levels. Siwoo considers the terrifying possibility that he has accidentally wandered into one of these high-risk, unmapped dimensional rifts. He dismisses the thought, reminding himself that he distinctly entered a standard B-rank gate with a normal green rift. A soft hum sounding, the black-haired boy examines a glowing purple shard found among the remains of the dungeon boss. His blue spirit wolf notes his distracted expression, but Siwoo claims he was merely thinking about his past training. Despite the victory, the boy senses something is wrong as the cavern remains eerily calm instead of dissolving after the boss's death. A sharp snap sounding, the stone wall suddenly cracks open, revealing a violent and glowing purple energy rift. A thunderous boom sounding, Siwoo stares in shock as the jagged rift begins to pulse with an overwhelming and unfamiliar power. Panicked, the boy realizes this rift is unlike anything in his records and prepares to retreat from the expanding anomaly. A violent roar sounding. The gravity in the room shifts as the purple void begins to pull Siwoo toward its center. Gritting his teeth, the black-haired boy cries out as the rift's irresistible force drags him into the blinding light. The scene shifts abruptly to a sunny canyon where a series of massive magical impacts echo through the rocky terrain. A thunderous boom sounding, a giant explosion of golden fire and dust fills the valley after a devastating attack lands. A low growl sounding, the wounded and mutated tiger attempts to limp away from the site of its defeat. A sharp snap sounding, a pair of elegant purple rose shoes land firmly on the rock as a figure intercepts the beast. Looking down with a cold gaze, the black-haired girl asks the predator where it thinks it is trying to escape to. A roar of fire sounding, Cha Yunha unleashes a massive wave of flame that completely incinerates the remaining monster. The charred remains of the high-level tiger slump to the ground, signaling the definitive end of the intense combat. A soft click sounding, Yunha walks away from the carcass, her elegant footwear leaving a trail across the scorched earth. Standing in her frilly black silk dress, the warrior surveys the empty canyon and wonders if the monsters have finally retreated. A playful trill sounding, the golden cat gushes over Yunha's appearance, finding her breathless and wonderful in her new outfit. The feline entity excitedly plans to archive photos of her every day, obsessed with the details of her dress and brooch. Mortified by the attention, Yunha admits she had briefly forgotten how embarrassing the frilly outfit was until the cat spoke. She notes that despite its appearance, the silk dress provided excellent defense and was surprisingly lightweight during the recent battle. A digital ping sounding. The system confirms she has also obtained the thorny shoes and black rose brooch of the princess set. Yunha realizes she only needs to defeat one more named monster to gather all the clues required to exit the gate. The golden cat wonders if the local monsters have finally learned their lesson after being defeated so many times by its contractor. Deciding there is nothing left to find today, the black-haired girl prepares to return to her makeshift hideout in the wilderness. A crackle sounding, a small campfire burns under the moonlight as the scene transitions to a quiet night in the canyon. A digital chime sounding, the system awards Yunha a bottle of finely ground Himalayan salt as a surprising mission reward. A series of pings sound as she further acquires black pepper, flavorful mustard, and tomato ketchup from the system. Yunha finds it ironic that a divine beast's power is being used to provide condiments for her survival meal. While grilling monster meat, the girl reflects on her circumstances and how she has adapted to surviving in this hostile world. Looking into the darkness, Yunha's expression softens as she wonders if she will ever truly find a way back home. The golden cat asks if she truly wants to leave, prompting her to remind the beast of why she keeps fighting. The feline points out that staying was her choice, triggering a brief and somber memory of Yunha's past life. A soft purr sounding, the cat affectionately rubs against her, noting that today marks exactly 1 year since they first met. Yunha is stunned by the passage of time, repeating the words to herself as the weight of her isolation sinks in. She realizes that including her time before the contract, it has been a total of 2 years since she was trapped. Her thoughts drift to the families of her fallen comrades, fueling her determination to return their dog tags to their loved ones. Yunha recalls visiting her mother's grave and worries about whether the site is being properly maintained in her long absence. A close-up reveals a smiling blonde boy, representing the precious family Yunha is fighting so hard to return to. Her memories turn dark as she recalls the boy's tears, desperately wondering if Aijun is still doing okay without her. Closing her eyes in grief, the warrior struggles to maintain her composure while haunted by the faces of those she left behind. A sharp snap sounding, Yunha suddenly stands up with a determined look, startling the golden cat with her sudden movement. The golden cat asks what is wrong, confused if Yunha is unhappy with the sauce or if something else is bothering her. Standing by the campfire, the black-haired girl thanks her companion for the meal, her hunger finally satisfied. Gazing at her hand, Yunha admits that her singular focus remains on finding a way to escape this place. A sharp snap sounding, the warrior clenches her fist, determined to obtain the final black flame item for her exit.
She resolves to risk everything to open the gate's exit, regardless of the dangers that may lie ahead.
The golden cat stares with an intense, glowing gaze, its massive form radiating a powerful and mysterious energy. Surprised by Yunha's sudden movement, the feline entity urges her to rest, but she insists she isn't tired yet.
A frantic yowl sounding, the golden cat scrambles after her, desperately warning that it is far too dangerous outside. The cat suggests they would be happier staying together, leaving Yunha confused by the true meaning of its warning.
A crackle sounding, a violent purple energy rift tears through the canyon, signaling a massive disturbance in the gate.
Yunha stares in shock as a red system notification warns that severe damage has been detected within the environment.
The situation worsens as the system suspects external interference, forcing the gate to undergo a violent and sudden reset.
Horrified, the black-haired girl watches the inner walls of the gate crumble as the system descends into total chaos.
A low growl sounding, the golden cat bares its fangs, its eyes glowing with a feral and protective intensity.
Yunha demands to know what is happening, unnerved by the sudden and aggressive change in her companion's behavior. Looking toward the horizon, she wonders if the chaos signals the arrival of the final, most powerful mutant monster. Amidst the swirling energy, a blue-eyed youth appears, coldly identifying the black-haired girl as the dungeon's true boss.
A sharp gasp sounding, Yuna's eyes widen in disbelief as she senses a powerful presence she didn't expect.
Harnessing her power, the girl prepares to defend herself against the mysterious intruder and the crashing waves of energy. Ice! Narrowing her eyes, Yuna narrowly dodges a barrage of frozen shards, stunned that a monster is using ice skills. She realizes with a start that the intruder spoke, a trait never before seen in the monsters of this dungeon. Siwoo walks calmly through the frozen mist, concluding that the figure before him cannot possibly be a mere monster. The black-haired girl is equally stunned, realizing for the first time that the powerful entity before her is a person. Looking downward, Siwoo is surprised to find a woman in this desolate place, while Yunha struggles to find her voice.
A soft whisper sounding, the boy asks if she is truly human, his gaze searching for any sign of deception.
The two warriors lock eyes in a tense standoff, each weighing the threat the other poses in this unstable gate. Siwoo remains hostile, refusing to speak with what he perceives as a monster despite the girl's plea to talk. A thunderous boom sounding, the boy unleashes a massive wave of blue energy, determined to eliminate the supposed threat immediately. Despite her elegant appearance, the system notes that this place is far too lethal for any ordinary human to survive. Shrouded in purple light, the warrior's expression hardens as she prepares to face the boy's overwhelming and relentless assault. Disgusted by the smell of blood and the tangled emotions of the fight, Siwoo prepares to end the encounter. Gathering his mana, the black-haired boy vows to finish the battle with a single, devastating blow to his opponent. A massive explosion of blue light fills the area as Siwoo's power collides with the girl's desperate defense. Gritting his teeth, the boy is pushed back by the impact, realizing the gate's rank was completely miscalculated. A B-rank gate? Siwoo realizes the association's assessment was dangerously wrong as the girl reveals her own immense power. Frustrated by the incorrect data, he prepares to adjust his strategy to handle the girl's surprisingly high combat level.
A violent crash sounding. The two forces collide once more, sending shockwaves of blue energy through the crumbling cavern.
A digital chime sounding. The system activates a powerful new authority known as the Dog's Fang for the boy.
With the spectral image of a blue wolf behind him, Siwoo refuses to back down from the intense confrontation.
Realizing the boy is truly trying to kill her, Yunha decides she has no choice but to fight back seriously.
A sharp whistle sounding, the girl leaps into the air, her movements becoming a blur as she escapes his reach.
Unleashing a torrent of flames, Yunha identifies him as an awakened and resolves to subduing him without taking his life.
A thunderous roar sounding, a massive pillar of fire erupts, completely engulfing the area where the black-haired boy stands. Floating gracefully, the girl believes that such overwhelming firepower will be impossible for her opponent to block so easily.
Siwoo remains calm behind a jagged wall of ice, unimpressed by the inferno as he assesses the girl's capabilities.
A soft click sounding, the boy snaps his fingers, acknowledging that the black-haired girl is a formidable opponent.
A sharp snap sounding, Yunha cleaves through the frozen obstacles, her eyes fixed on the boy hidden within the mist. She taunts him for hiding behind an ice shield, claiming he will never defeat her with such defensive tactics.
A sharp click sounding, Siwoo launches a localized burst of energy, catching the girl off guard with his rapid reaction. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Yunha realizes this attack is far more dangerous than the boy's previous moves.
A massive explosion of blue fire and spirit energy consumes the scene as the two titans finally clash with everything.
A sudden, powerful gushing sounding. Yunha is shocked as a massive torrent of water surges toward her.
A wet, sputtering sound. Yunha is submerged in the flood, blaming herself for letting her guard down. Gasping underwater, the girl realizes Siwoo can control water too, a threat she hadn't considered before. Yuna sinks deeper into the dark abyss, haunted by the belief that she should have won this fight. As her vision fades, Yunha sees Siwoo's silhouette through the water while her thoughts cry out for her mother.
A somber memory surfaces as voices from her past life urge her to wake up for school.
The scene shifts to a memorial portrait of her mother, with incense smoke drifting in a quiet room.
A soft hum sounding, the golden cat appears in Yunha's subconscious, its radiant form glowing with celestial energy.
A desperate splash sounding, Yunha struggles to breathe underwater while the cat's voice commands her not to die. The golden cat stands watch as Yunha sinks further, its luminous fur casting a brilliant light in the darkness. A thunderous shout sounding, a memory of a boy's voice urges her to survive as a bright flash erupts. A powerful boom sounding, a pillar of golden energy consumes Yunha, light surging as she regains her consciousness. Waking up, Yunha finds herself with the golden cat and wonders if it saved her from Siwoo's assault. A series of pings sound as the system awards her the Tiara of Black Flame, the final required treasure. A soft chirp sounding. Yuna is annoyed to find the cat was hiding the tiara under its belly all along.
A digital chime sounding, she acquires the title Princess of Black Flame and decides to activate it immediately.
A violent spark sounding. Yuna is engulfed in white light, her resolve to survive manifesting as overwhelming power. A series of pings sound as the system confirms her title activation and the evolution of her flame ability. A sharp snap sounding, Siwoo stands amidst the ice, his attention drawn to a sudden, blinding flash of light. Staring into the mist, the boy is baffled, realizing the black-haired girl has completely vanished from his sight.
A soft rustle sounding, Yunha reappears as the Princess of Black Flame, wreathed in beautiful, swirling purple energy.
A digital ping sounding.
The system confirms the successful activation of her new title as she stands ready. Siwoo frantically scans the area, his confusion growing as he searches for any sign of his formidable opponent.
Yuna's gaze hardens, her golden eyes reflecting her new power as she prepares to end the confrontation. The warrior realizes that her flames are no longer just a skill, but a direct extension of her spirit. Unha looks toward her enemy with an intense expression, determined to bend the black flames to her will. A thunderous crash sounding, a massive bolt of purple fire descends upon Siwoo like a strike of judgment. A sharp gasp sounding, the boy looks up in horror as the purple flames threaten to consume him entirely. A jagged crack sounding, Siwoo desperately conjures a wall of ice shards to shield himself from the inferno. A massive explosion of purple fire rocks the canyon, overwhelming Siwoo's defenses as he struggles to stay upright. Gritting his teeth, the boy is terrified to see the purple flames continue to burn despite his ice. The scene shifts as a black-haired boy hears a mention of the legendary Princess of Black Flame. Two hunters explain the terrifying myth to the boy, warning him to run if he ever meets her. The boy is unimpressed, dismissing the story of soul-burning flames as a silly fairy tale for children. A soft laugh sounding, he mocks the hunters for using outdated ghost stories to try and scare him. A rhythmic click sounding, the boy puts on his headphones, choosing to ignore the legends as childish nonsense. Back in the gate, Siwoo faces the empowered Yuna, who floats gracefully within a whirlpool of violet fire. A sharp gasp sounding, Siwoo's eyes widen as he finally recognizes her as the princess from the legends. A nervous swallow sounding, the boy realizes he can no longer predict her moves through the thick mist. Overwhelmed by her presence and the smell of blood, Siwoo struggles against a wave of intense physical nausea. A sharp whoosh sounding, the boy manifests more ice, refusing to back down despite the crushing pressure of her power. Floating above the chaos, Yunha prepares her next move, while Siwoo vows to push through his limits. A deafening boom sounding, the opposing energies of fire and ice collide in a spectacular and violent display. The battle rages on with terrifying intensity as blue and purple light illuminate the crumbling walls of the canyon. A low growl sounding, Siwoo's spectral wolf warns him of a strange feline scent coming from the girl. The wolf spirit points toward Yunha, confirming that a powerful cat-like presence surrounds her very essence. Confused, the boy wonders if her humanoid appearance is just a disguise for a powerful beast-type monster. A sharp smack sounding, the wolf spirit urges him to stop analyzing and focus on killing her immediately. A thunderous thud sounding, Siwoo slams his palms down, resolving to eliminate the threat before worrying about her identity. A massive splash sounding, the boy unleashes a tidal wave, using the melted ice to douse her black flames. Siwoo's massive tidal wave crashes over the area, completely submerging the black-haired girl in a swirling vortex. Stunned, the boy watches the water subside, realizing that the formidable warrior has been swallowed by his attack. Siwoo's expression turns to horror as he suspects the girl intentionally allowed herself to be consumed by the flood. A sudden, violent boom sounding, a pillar of energy erupts from the water, sending the boy flying backward. Recovering from the shock, Siwoo stares into the mist, his body trembling from the crushing weight of her aura. The girl silently approaches from behind, her presence casting a long, intimidating shadow over the dazed and exhausted boy. A rhythmic thumping sounding, Siwoo's heart races in terror as the girl reaches out to touch his face. Whispering into his ear, the shadowy figure confesses she missed human company, her golden eye gleaming with hidden intent. Overwhelmed by her sheer power,
The boy feels as though he is dying while the girl gazes down somberly. Suddenly, the intensity vanishes as the black-haired girl collapses forward, leaning her weight heavily against the confused boy. Panicking, Siwoo struggles to understand why his seemingly invincible opponent has suddenly lost consciousness in his arms. The boy realizes that her transformation must have reached its limit, leaving her completely vulnerable in this dangerous place. A sharp clatter sounding, Siwoo falls back, exhausted and bewildered by the sudden end to their life or death struggle. He admits to himself that he likely would have perished if the mysterious warrior hadn't collapsed when she did. A heavy rumbling sounding. The boy hears the gate's exit opening, though he remains wary of the boss monster. Looking down, Siwoo notices a shimmering gold tag around her neck, its light reflecting his own shocked expression. The jewelry is revealed to be a set of military dog tags, bearing a cryptic identification number and rank. The scene shifts to a stressed association official who grows increasingly anxious over the lack of news from the gate. Glancing at the clock, the man complains about his long hours and the pressure from the association president. He reflects on Siwoo's incredible S-rank potential, wondering if the powerful hunter will accept the association's lucrative offer. A sudden, frantic gasp sounding, the official leaps to his feet, ecstatic to see the boy has finally returned. A loud scream sounding, the man is horrified by Siwoo's battered appearance, his professional composure instantly shattering. Ignoring the fuss, the boy holds out the glowing gate core, confirming his successful completion of the hazardous mission. The official is amazed he cleared the gate alone, but quickly offers medical assistance for the boy's apparent injuries.
A sharp slap sounding, Siwoo grabs the man's hands, sternly directing his attention towards someone else who needs help.
The Yunha lies quietly on a nearby sofa, her black dress and ornate parasol looking strangely out of place. The sun shines brightly over the city, a sharp contrast to the dark and freezing atmosphere inside the gate. Back in the office, the official frantically handles phone calls, trying to manage the fallout of the gate incident. Slumping into his chair, the man examines Yunha, noting that she appears to have no significant physical trauma. He explains to the concerned boy that the girl is likely suffering from extreme exhaustion rather than direct injuries. Siwoo offers a quiet thanks, his expression softening slightly as he confirms that his former opponent will recover. The official muses on her appearance, noting how rare it is to see someone with natural, jet black hair nowadays. He wonders if her elaborate gothic clothing and parasol were part of some local costume event or festival. A soft top sounding, the man notices blood on her sleeve, but Siwoo warns him to keep his distance. The boy reveals that even with his S-rank power, he would be unable to stop her if she woke up. Carrying the girl, Siwoo departs, leaving the association official stunned by the revelation of her truly terrifying strength. A sharp turn sounding, the boy ignores the man's pleas to stay, intent on leaving the association building immediately. Siwoo firmly declines any recruitment offers, reminding the official that he is already committed to the Wolf Guild. With a cold and determined gaze, the boy asserts his independence, refusing to be a pawn for the association. A loud shout sounding, the official tries to maintain contact, his voice echoing as the boy disappears down the hall. Exhausted by the corporate stress, the man wonders how a simple B-rank gate could result in such chaos. A sudden realization strikes him as he pieces together the visual evidence of the mysterious girl's identity. He recalls her black dress and parasol, comparing them to the descriptions found in dark modern folklore. The official identifies her as the legendary Princess of Black Flame, a figure of immense and soul-burning power. A steady thumping sounding, a warm memory of a mother cooking in a sunny kitchen surfaces in Yunha's mind. Dreaming of a normal life, she hears familiar voices discussing morning meals and the simple act of waking up. A pained groan sounding, the girl's dream turns into a nightmare as dark, crackling energy begins to overwhelm her. Desperate voices call out to Yunha, urging her to wake up as a sharp pain throbs through her head. Finally, the girl lies in a peaceful, modern bedroom, the morning light filtering through the windows as she rests.
A rhythmic chirp sounding, Yunha sleeps peacefully in a sunlit bedroom as birds sing outside the window.
Waking up in the unfamiliar, luxurious bed, the black-haired girl questions where she has been taken. A sharp click sounding, Yunha recoils in shock as the bedroom door suddenly opens from the outside. A woman wearing an apron enters the room, surprised to find that her guest is finally awake. Smiling warmly, the woman reassures Yunha and offers to go fetch the master of the house immediately. Fearful and wary, Yunha scrambles toward the edge of the bed, her movements frantic and defensive. The woman pauses, concerned by the girl's intense reaction, and asks if something is bothering her.
Panicked, Yunha reacts violently to the woman's approach, her wide eyes reflecting a deep-seated distrust.
Una stares at a hand reaching toward her, her expression twisted in a mix of terror and confusion.
The woman gently reaches out, asking Yunha once more if she is truly feeling all right. Yunha remains defensive, her sharp gaze fixed on the woman as she struggles to understand her situation. A rhythmic thumping sounding, Yunha's heart races as she desperately wonders how she ended up in this place.
A man's voice announces Yunha's awakening, prompting the woman to address him respectfully as master.
Shin Siwoo enters the room, dressed casually as he approaches the girl he rescued from the gate.
Siwoo dismisses the woman, thanking her for her help and allowing her to leave them alone.
Looking directly at Yunha, the boy asks how her body is feeling after her prolonged period of unconsciousness. Memories of their violent confrontation resurface, fueling Yunha's belief that Siwoo still intends to kill her. A sudden whoosh sounding, Yuna instinctively manifests her purple flames, hovering defensively in the center of the room. Gritting her teeth, the girl glares at Siwoo, her golden eyes glowing with a mix of fear and hostility.
Siwoo raises his hands peacefully, apologizing for startling her as he tries to de-escalate the tense situation.
He ignores her aggression, calmly asking if she would like some rice porridge to help her recover. Yunha remains silent, her flames subsiding slightly as she observes the boy's surprisingly gentle and non-threatening demeanor. Siwoo reassures her, telling her there is no longer any need to remain so cautious around him.
He logically points out that if he intended to harm her, he would have done so while she slept.
Unha reflects on her condition, realizing that aside from a lingering headache, her body feels remarkably healthy. She demands to know what caused his sudden change of heart after their brutal struggle inside the gate.
Siwoo admits he initially misunderstood her nature, citing her overwhelming aura and the smell of blood.
Yunha is offended by the comparison, asking if he truly mistook her for a rare, talking humanoid monster. Siwoo reiterates his point, asserting that he would have eliminated her already if she were a true threat. He reveals the shocking news that she has been unconscious for 2 full days since leaving the gate. Yuna is stunned by the time skip, her mind reeling as she wonders how he managed her rescue. She questions why he calls her the Princess of Black Flame and what his true motivations were.
Siwoo directs her attention toward a small white box sitting on the bed, urging her to look inside.
Unha hesitantly glances at the box, her expression turning to one of absolute shock and confusion. A soft rustle sounding, she pulls out a piece of dark fabric, recognizing it as her own school uniform.
Siwoo explains that he found the uniform inside a human-made shelter hidden deep within the dangerous gate.
He mentions finding a workbook as well, using these items to confirm her status as a human hunter. Siwoo notes that, unlike a monster, she chose not to attack him immediately upon waking up. A rhythmic thumping sounding, Siwoo prepares to present the final and most undeniable piece of evidence. Yoonha stares at the shimmering golden dog tags Siwoo holds, the metal catching the morning light. Siwoo drops a bombshell, welcoming her to a world that is now 30 years in the future. Completely shell-shocked, Yoona sits on the bed, her mind struggling to process the impossible reality of time travel. She echoes his words in disbelief, her eyes wide as she contemplates the loss of 3 decades. Siwoo stands before her, holding the tags as he watches her grapple with the weight of his revelation. He explains that her golden identification tags are no longer issued to hunters in this current era. Looking closely at the tags, Siwoo admits he was unable to identify her name on the worn metal. He notes that much information from the first generation of hunters was lost during years of global chaos. Siwoo mentions the difficulty of accessing old association records before deciding to introduce himself properly. The boy reveals his name is Shin Siwoo and asks the senior hunter for her own name. Yoonha gazes down at her old dog tags, her guarded expression finally beginning to soften. Gasping for breath, Yoonha is horrified to find she can no longer even speak her own name. Siwoo watches silently as the girl struggles, her voice completely failing her in a moment of sheer panic. A mysterious voice demands her identity, even as she frantically thinks of her name to no avail. The glowing cat explains that her name now belongs to it, imposing a strict and permanent magical restriction. Siwoo stands before the devastated girl, who remains speechless as the weight of her lost identity truly sinks in. Holding up his smartphone, Siwoo displays the current date, Monday, May 12, 2031, as undeniable proof of the future. Yoonha stares at the glowing screen in absolute shock, her mind reeling at the impossible jump through time. Confused by the unfamiliar technology, she questions what the device is, while Siwoo looks on with mild surprise. Siwoo awkwardly explains that the mysterious object is simply a smartphone, a common item in this advanced new era. Baffled by the lack of physical buttons, Yoonha wonders how anyone could possibly make a call by just speaking. Looking at a modern newspaper, Yoonha sees headlines about hunter registration systems and the year 2031. Clutching the paper in the middle of a modern city, she desperately questions if it truly is the future. A close-up of the date confirms that more than 30 years have passed since she first entered the gate. Yoonha reflects on her long isolation, realizing that despite her internal struggle, decades have vanished in the outside world. She calculates her true age with horror, realizing she should technically be in her 50s by now. A memory of her younger self appears, showing a girl who hasn't aged a single day since the incident. Staring into a window, Yoonha confirms her reflection is identical to the student who entered the gate 30 years ago. A sudden top sounding, an old man calls her a student, asking her to move so he can buy a paper. The man grumbles about a discontinued publication, unwittingly confirming to Yoonha that the world has indeed moved on. Yoonha accepts her unchanging appearance, noting that time and space operate by impossible rules inside the unknown gates. Walking through the busy street, she hears strangers discussing modern frustrations like expensive earphones and workplace stress. Standing small amidst the bustling modern crowd, Yoonha feels entirely out of place in this alien, futuristic society. A loud honk sounding, cars rush past the towering skyscrapers of a world that left her behind long ago. Siwoo waits patiently by his white car, watching the girl as she tries to process her new reality. Looking at the boy, Yoonha declares there is one specific place she must see before she can believe him. The sun sets behind massive, gleaming office buildings as Yoonha arrives at the location of her former home. Horrified, she realizes the area has been completely transformed, with every trace of her past life utterly erased. A flashback reveals the location was once a humble village of shacks, a refuge for those displaced by the gates. Yunha looks up at a massive, ancient tree, stunned by how much the small sapling has grown over time. In a warm memory, she touches the young tree, hoping it would one day grow to see a better world. Now standing before the giant tree of hope, she gazes at her only surviving connection to the past.
Siwoo checks his phone and asks if they should return, noticing her deep sorrow at the sight.
Night falls over the city, and Siwoo remarks that it has gotten late while Yunha remains lost in thought. She stands alone by the park sign for the Tree of Hope, mourning everything she has lost. Siwoo approaches, noting that the lingering smell of blood still marks her as someone who recently left a battlefield. Realizing she truly has nowhere else to go, the boy kindly offers her a place to stay at his house. Yunha sits on the floor of the dark room, her long hair masking her expression as she mourns. A sharp tick sounding, the rhythmic noise of a clock fills the silence, emphasizing her isolation in this new time. Overwhelmed by grief, she clutches her head, struggling to cope with the loss of everyone she ever knew. A bright flash sounding, the glowing cat reappears, and Yunha demands to know where it has been hiding. The golden cat playfully asks if she is feeling better, seemingly oblivious to her deep emotional pain. Unha questions the cat about the meaning of taking her name, seeking clarity on her current condition. A sharp shout sounding, she realizes the cat was hiding something and demands it hand the item over. A bright light sounding, Yunha holds up a glowing purple jeweled headpiece that the cat had been keeping secret. The cat makes frantic excuses, claiming it meant to return the item but was interrupted by recent events. A soft slurp sounding, the cat dismissively grooms itself while Yunha expresses her fury over its long deception. She reminds the creature of her desperate struggle to find this final item within the dangerous gate. The cat is startled as she shouts about their long years together and the bond they supposedly shared. Crying out in anger, Yuna asserts that the cat is the only family she has left in this world. With a fierce and determined gaze, she stares at the creature, her grief finally hardening into cold resolve. Yunha reflects on her intense fear of the outside world and her painful past as a lonely outcast. She laments her isolation, expressing a desperate internal desire to simply stay with her companion for much longer. A soft whimper sounding, the golden cat tearfully approaches Yunha's outstretched hand, begging her not to be angry. A sharp purring sounding, the cat offers a massive coin donation as an apology, which Yuna skeptically accepts. Unha lies down and embraces the glowing creature, finding comfort in the realization that she is no longer alone. A rhythmic jack sounding, the scene shifts to the sunny exterior of Siwoo's modern multi-story urban residence. Siwoo presents Unha with a folder containing a copy of the official roster for the first generation of hunters. Dressed in her dark gothic attire, Yunha focuses her attention on the document to learn the fate of her peers. A soft Paolang sounding, the roster reveals names of several former hunters who have since been recorded as deceased. Yunha flips through the pages, her heart sinking as she sees name after name marked with the same grim status. Her eyes widen in shock as she discovers a single survivor on the list named Baek Yi-jun. Outside, Siwoo and Yunha exchange questions about their unexpected and overlapping encounters with the mysterious unknown gate. Siwoo explains that the gate he entered appeared to be a standard B-rank rift upon his initial confirmation. Unha questions his certainty, while Siwoo clarifies that he received no warnings about any hidden, unknown gate entrances. Learning her gate was C-rank, Siwoo hypothesizes that unknown gates can disguise their true nature and rank to entrance. Unha frantically demands to know how he escaped, and Siwoo simply replies that he used the main exit. Unha realizes the exit likely manifested only because she had successfully obtained all 5 required items within the gate. Shifting the conversation, Yoonha asks Siwoo why he specifically referred to her as the Princess of Black Flames. Yoonha remains silent, her intense purple eyes fixed on the boy as she waits for him to explain the title. Siwoo points toward her elaborate crown and gothic dress, noting that her current appearance makes the title seem obvious. Confused by the unfamiliar term, Yoonha asks for a definition of cosplay, while Siwoo looks on with mild surprise. Siwoo admits he initially mistook her costume for a real identity before realizing it was just an elaborate concept. Siwoo defines cosplay as imitating characters, prompting Yoonha to question the legendary origins of the Black Flame Princess. Narrative text describes a legendary figure from ghost stories passed down among generations of hunters over the years. A whoosh sounding. The legend describes a beautiful monster that hunters are strictly warned to flee from upon sight. Siwoo recounts the terrifying hunter legend, claiming the monster's black flames possess the power to burn a person's soul. Yoonha admits she has never heard the story, but acknowledges that the legend strangely overlaps with her current self. Staring at her ornate lace parasol, she quietly contemplates if her life has truly become a modern ghost story. A soft thud sounding, Yoonha turns back to the roster and asks Siwoo if he has read the entire list. Siwoo somberly confirms that, aside from one person, every other hunter from her era has passed away. Yoonha looks down at the folder, noting that there is still one survivor from her past left in the world. Siwoo offers his assistance, promising he can track down the survivor's current contact information and address for her. A sudden pwak sounding. Siwoo warns that finding the survivor would inevitably alert the entire world to her return. A faint smile appearing. Yoonha looks at the roster folder, her guarded expression softening with a hint of melancholy. She decides that just knowing her former comrade is still alive is enough to satisfy her for the time being. A sharp crack sounding. Yoonha remembers Baek Yi-jun as a young man, realizing he must now be much older. She recalls Yi-jen as a soft-hearted individual who was deeply affected by the traumatic incident they shared long ago. Yoonha reflects on the heavy burden of trauma the survivor must have carried throughout the decades she was missing. Looking directly at Siwoo, the girl reassures him that she is fine and does not wish to see Yi-jin. Siwoo asks if there is anything else she desires, expressing his genuine willingness to help her in any way. Yoonha declines his offer, but Siwoo persists, urging her to ask for even the smallest or most trivial thing. Siwoo offers food, items, or meetings, prompting Yoonha to question why he is going to such extreme lengths. Yoonha argues that his assistance is excessive, admitting she does not believe in receiving something for nothing. She demands to know his true intentions, questioning what he expects to gain from helping her so much. Siwoo admits he wants to support her simply because she is a surviving member of the first generation. Yoonha stares at him in complete disbelief, her mind struggling to accept such a selfless offer of help. Siwoo explains the tragic reality that most early hunters are now deceased or left in permanent vegetative states. He gazes at her with profound respect, acknowledging the incredibly harsh and terrible era that she managed to survive. Siwoo asserts that her survival alone is a remarkable feat that makes her worthy of being revered as a hero. Yoonha is bewildered by his intense praise, internally reflecting that her only real motivation was a desire for revenge. Siwoo reflects on the weakness of modern hunters, acknowledging that even as an S rank, he stood no chance against Yoonha. He admits that he only survived the gate because Yoonha lost consciousness, recognizing her power as far beyond current standards. Staring at the purple-haired girl, Siwoo notes that her return will become a massive sensation across the entire world. He explains that very little is known about unknown gates, making her survival an unprecedented event for humanity. Siwoo emphasizes that academic circles will be desperate to study her, as a 30-year survivor has finally appeared. He declares that the whole world will reach out to her, granting her the freedom to do whatever she desires.
Unha stares ahead with wide, trembling eyes, appearing visibly overwhelmed by the weight of Siwoo's world-shaking revelations.
Noticing her distress, Siwoo softens his tone and suggests that she needs more time to sort out her thoughts.
He mentions having a favor to ask but decides to hold back for now while Yoonha processes her situation. Siwoo presents a business card for Silver Moon Management, identifying himself as the CEO of the company.
As Yoonha takes the card, Siwoo explains that he has a serious request he intends to ask her later. Later, Yoonha sits alone on the edge of a bed, her ornate lace parasol leaning nearby as she contemplates. Deep in thought, she questions her future in a world where her old neighborhood and identity no longer exist.
She clutches her face in the quiet room, struggling with the realization that she is a ghost from the past.
A flashback reveals a document for the Strategic Planning Department, alongside a memory of her mother's selfless wishes.
A younger Yoonha in a school uniform argues with her mother, offering to skip college to find work quickly. Her mother smiles warmly from the kitchen, reassuring her daughter that their financial struggles are not as bad as they seem. Looking at her daughter with love, the woman insists that Yoonha should live a life for herself, not for her mother. Younger Yoonha touches the career planning document, wondering what it truly means to live a life of her own. Her mother gently takes her hands, promising that they will figure out Yoonha's path and future together. The two share a tender moment, holding hands across their dinner table, surrounded by a warm and nostalgic glow. Returning to the present, Yoonha mourns her failure to keep that precious promise after being lost for so long. She huddles on the bed in her dark Gothic attire, completely consumed by the crushing weight of her grief.
A sudden resolve appearing, Yoonha stands up with a determined expression, decided that she cannot stay hidden forever. She finds some old paper currency, relieved to see she still has some money left for her needs.
Yoonha notes that the cash is enough for transportation, assuming her old neighborhood hasn't changed its layout.
With her parasol in hand, the purple-haired girl walks through a bright doorway, ready to face the modern world.
Elsewhere, Siwoo is on his phone, sounding confused as someone claims to be his guardian at an unknown location.
His eyes widen in shock as the person on the other end of the line mentions a police station.
The scene shifts to the exterior of a bright, modern police station building under a clear blue sky.
A loud yell sounding, Siwoo arrives to find a man screaming about someone trying to use a taxi with only 2,000 won.
A bald taxi driver gestures wildly in rage while Siwoo tries to calm the man down amidst the chaos.
The driver rants to an officer about Yoonha's strange Gothic clothes, questioning if she is even a proper human.
An officer offers Siwoo some green tea while asking if he is truly the guardian of the unusual girl. Siwoo looks at Yoonha, who sits nearby with a defiant and completely unapologetic expression on her face.
A sharp humph sounding, Yoonha argues that she wasn't trying to ride for free while the driver screams about fare evasion.
The taxi driver continues his tirade, mocking Yoonha for having no ID or card and carrying such a small amount.
A fierce snarl sounding, the golden cat flares with rage, threatening to yank out the driver's remaining hair.
Yoonha tells the glowing cat to be quiet while the driver and the creature continue their loud shouting match.
A sharp shout sounding, the driver remains inconsolable as Siwoo stands between him and the defiant Yoonha.
Siwoo stares at Ina in disbelief while the golden cat continues its verbal assault on the furious taxi driver.
The driver demands a legal resolution, but his anger is interrupted when Siwoo holds out a document for him.
Siwoo apologizes for Yoonha being out of touch with the world and offers his card for any additional compensation.
A firm grab sounding. Siwoo hands the driver a high-value bank check, effectively silencing the man's complaints.
The driver's eyes bulge as he realizes the check is for 1 million won, far exceeding the original fare.
A cheerful wave sounding. The driver leaves happily, while the golden cat fumes about never using a taxi again.
A sharp slam sounding. Siwoo explains that the base taxi fare has risen significantly since Yoonha's original time.
Eunha blames the driver for the escalation, while the glowing cat continues to shout insults in the background.
Siwoo asks why she didn't just call him, and Yoonha admits the driver accused her of lying and exploded.
A soft whoosh sounding. Siwoo realizes he should have provided a phone and offers to drive her personally.
Yoonha asks for money to explore alone, but Siwoo insists on personally driving her to her destination. In the car, Yoonha somberly reflects on her mother's passing during the gate's initial opening 30 years ago. Startled by a sudden horn honking, Yoonha notices a green light and wonders about her current location.
Siwoo gazes ahead with firm resolve, refusing to let her get dragged to the police station again.
They arrive at a cemetery where Yoonha finds her mother's gravestone marked with the years 1952 to 1997. Yoonha looks at the burial site, saddened by how much the once well-kept area has changed over decades.
Placing a hand on the cold stone, Yoonha laments that everything in her world has shifted in her absence.
She notices fresh candle wax residue on the gravestone, sparking a sudden and confused question about her past.
Eunha wonders who could have visited while Siwoo prepares a special tribute for her mother. A bright pwak sounding, Siwoo manifests a beautiful crystalline blue flower through his mana to place on the grave.
Yoonha recalls moving her mother here from a mass grave using the money she earned as a hunter. Looking out over the horizon, she identifies the distant neighborhood and the school she once attended.
Eunha observes the modern skyline, noting that a familiar park has been replaced by a row of shops. She reminisces about watching sunsets while hanging laundry with her mother, a memory she still holds vividly.
A nostalgic glow appearing, she remembers a simpler life spent with her mother before everything changed.
Yoonha points toward a large apartment complex, confirming it was the site of the Tree of Hope. Turning back to Siwoo with a sudden thought, Eunha bluntly asks if he is a wealthy man. She reminds him of his earlier promise to help, asking for the specific proposal he intended to make. Yoonha watches him intently, indicating she is finally ready to hear whatever he has to say. Siwoo officially asks her to work as a hunter for his guild for a term of 1 year.
Yoonha is stunned by the duration while the golden cat spirit screams in absolute disbelief at the offer. Siwoo clarifies the terms, explaining that she should view the arrangement as a 1-year freelance contract. Confusion crosses Yoonha's face as she questions what a 12-0 profit split actually entails.
Siwoo explains she would keep all earnings plus a 20% bonus paid out by the guild itself. The golden cat screams about scams while Yoonha questions what Siwoo actually gains from such a lopsided deal. Siwoo offers a warm smile, cryptically asserting that he stands to gain a great deal from her presence.
A loud screech sounding, the golden cat spirit rages against Siwoo, accusing him of being obsessed with money.
Yoonha squishes the holographic cat while asking Siwoo how he could possibly know her deepest desires.
Siwoo gestures toward the city, promising her the wealth required to purchase the entire apartment complex.
A soft tap sounding, Yoonha stops the cat's antics, realizing her game coins are useless in the real world. She acknowledges that reclaiming her mother's house and her past will require an immense amount of modern currency.
With a fierce and determined gaze, Yoonha vows to slay any number of monsters to achieve her goal. Beneath the starlit sky, Siwoo and Yoonha shake hands to officially seal their new partnership.
A sharp thud sounding. A frustrated man yells at the Hunter Association for believing rumors about a legendary princess.
The association president teases his subordinate about being afraid of old ghost stories from their childhood.
Team leader Kim insists his information is accurate, citing Siwoo's own admission of defeat.
The president scoffs, claiming he fears the Bat Person more than any supposed Black Flame princess.
Slamming his hand down, the president orders Kim to stop talking about legends and focus on recruiting Siwoo. Kim questions the likelihood of Siwoo leaving the Wolf Guild, which is owned and operated by his own family. The president ponders why Siwoo would start an independent management company if he intended to stay with his family.
Kim admits that Siwoo's constant polite smile makes it incredibly difficult to decipher his true intentions. The president leans in aggressively, emphasizing that the association needs an S-rank hunter to maintain the balance of power.
A sudden slam sounding. Kim is kicked out of the office with a final command to contact Siwoo immediately.
A female staff member asks if he was scolded again while Kim fumes over the president's rigid attitude.
Storming away, Kim tells his subordinates not to come looking for him for the foreseeable future.
Kim marches down the hall with an angry expression, vowing that he won't be coming back soon.
A quick tap sounding, the golden cat spirit curiously types on a laptop keyboard to browse the internet.
A sharp click sounding, the screen reveals articles about the famous Wolf Guild and its leader, Shin Gui-hoon.
The search results detail the Wolf Guild's dominance as the top-ranked hunter organization in the country.
Eunha watches the screen as online commenters debate the guild's future and its overwhelming profit margins.
Browsing a laptop, Eunha wonders about the modern concepts of fans and haters while researching the famous Wolf Guild.
Frustrated by the confusing digital world, Eunha struggles to understand how everything changed so much during her long absence. A sudden, sharp click sounding. Siwoo enters the room and politely asks the purple-haired girl if she has a moment.
Siwoo notices Eunha using the laptop and asks about the items she is holding as she thanks him for the ID.
A crisp rustle sounding. Siwoo presents Eunha with a new phone, passport, bank book, and credit card for her use.
Siwoo explains that Lee Yura is an alias hunters frequently use to protect their real identities from the public eye.
Looking out the window, Siwoo points out that he still doesn't even know Eunha's real name despite their current partnership.
Siwoo turns back to the purple-haired girl, asking if she still isn't planning to reveal her true identity to him.
Eunha admits she isn't hiding it on purpose, but simply doesn't know how to explain her complicated past to him. A soft tisk sounding. Siwoo offers a gentle smile and says he would love to hear her story whenever she's ready.
Shifting the mood, Siwoo brings over a tablet and asks to use the laptop to show her something very important.
A bright pwak sounding. The screen displays an educational video about the history of hunters, hosted by colorful internet personalities. Siwoo insists she needs modern knowledge, though Eunha looks skeptical and asks if the childish video is actually for adults. Siwoo explains that the video is educational for everyone and suggests they watch it together to catch her up on history. A quick click sounding. They begin an episode about the past, as Eunha wonders what a long YouTube video even is. The video explains a grim time when awakened individuals were forcibly drafted into military service against their will after gates appeared.
Narration describes how hunters were treated as living weapons and thrown into deadly battles, resulting in countless casualties among them.
A somber view reveals a large memorial monument dedicated to the many hunters and civilians who perished during those dark years. The video shifts to show modern, flashy hunters who are treated like beloved celebrities that the entire world cheers for. A hearty laugh sounding, the video host explains that beyond his own fame, special rank hunters are the true icons. Siwoo watches intently as the host begins to discuss the elite S-rank hunters who dominate the current power structure.
A fierce snarl sounding. The golden cat spirit calls the S-ranks trash, while Siwoo reveals he is one of them. Siwoo asserts that Yoonha is a far stronger first-generation hunter whose appearance would be massive news to the entire world. Eunha asks if he wants that kind of attention, while the golden cat spirit fumes about how annoying Siwoo is. Eunha points out a major issue with going public, and Siwoo immediately offers to revise her contract to suit her. Eunha reflects on the dangers of revealing her past or her connection to the unknown gate and the golden cat spirit. She decides she would rather keep her origins a secret to avoid being put in a difficult or exploitative position again. Siwoo looks down sadly, understanding how she must feel after being used as a living weapon for so many years. A soft nod sounding, Siwoo promises she can live quietly under the name Lee Yura once their one-year contract is finished. Siwoo looks at her with absolute confidence, certain that her incredible skills alone will inevitably make her the center of attention. Siwoo suggests they step out immediately, claiming he has the quickest and easiest method to prove her legendary hunter skills. With a calm and determined expression, Siwoo explains that they are going to get her official hunter rank measured. A loud shout sounding. A bright sun shines over a massive skyscraper as someone calls out a cheerful greeting. A blushing Kim Kwang-hyun from the Hunter Association introduces himself and eagerly holds out his professional business card for them. A gleeful Park Jae-wee from Silver Moon Management introduces himself, adding that their CEO will be arriving very shortly. A firm handshake sounding, the two men celebrate the sudden appointment for what they call a super ultra megaton level rookie. They laugh wildly, speculating that they are witnessing the birth of a new S-rank hunter due to the CEO's direct involvement. The two men chuckle together, absolutely certain that the woman they are waiting for is someone truly special and powerful. Kim Kwang-hyun marvels at his luck, grateful that such a massive opportunity dropped into his lap right after a work trip. Park Jae-wee vows to land the position as her exclusive manager, recognizing the potential of this mysterious new monster rookie. Both men realize that a manager being sent to a rank measurement is a sign of massive backing for the girl. Park Jae-wee notes that the president is currently parking and suggests they head up to wait for him and the rookie. The two men stand nervously in the elevator, their faces flushed with anticipation for the meeting that could change their careers. A sharp ding sounding, the elevator doors slide open, and the two men shout that they have been waiting eagerly. A bright glow appearing, Yoonha steps out in her gothic dress as the men shout her new name, Miss Lee Yura. Eunha is startled by the loud outburst, while the golden cat spirit is pleased that someone finally recognizes her sister's greatness. Reaching out with excitement, Park Jae-wee tells the purple-haired girl that it is a profound pleasure to finally meet her. Jae-wee introduces himself as the CEO's assistant and declares that he will be her official exclusive manager from now on. Yoonha looks confused by the offer, wondering why a hunter would need a manager like a famous singer or celebrity. A sharp flash sounding, Park Jae-wee leans in with intense energy, promising to support Hunter Lee with absolutely anything she needs. Park Jae-wee offers to carry the umbrella, but Yoonha flatly refuses his assistance with a cold look. Eunha asks about the measurement timing as Kim Kwang-hyun leads her toward the testing facility. Park Jae-wee follows excitedly while someone internally mocks Yoonha's dry and doll-like personality. A man in a beanie and a woman with a camera watch the group pass by with curiosity. Reporters observe the Silver Moon manager and wonder why a rookie has such high-level backing already. Siwoo notices the large crowd of people and wonders why so many reporters are present at the scene. Kim Kwang-hyun explains that the reporters were originally following a famous hunter from the Immortal Guild. Despite his outward apology, Kim admits to himself that he secretly called the reporters there for publicity. Kim tells Siwoo he wants to showcase a new rising star to the Hunter Association's president. Siwoo considers that having extra publicity might actually benefit them, regardless of Kim's hidden motives. Siwoo notes Yoonha's desire to hide her past as they walk together toward the testing chamber. Approaching a glowing glass cylinder, Yoonha asks if it is the measuring device, while Kim confirms. Siwoo reassures Yoonha that ability is more important than identity while she holds a futuristic helmet. Kim asks Yoonha to select an alias for her license, leaving her confused by the modern term.
Yoonha recalls simple animal names she used before, but the cat spirit suggests a much grander title.
The golden cat spirit insists that she use her legendary title, Burning Flame Princess, for her registration. Repeating the suggested name, Yoonha catches Kim off guard with the intensity of her chosen alias.
With a serious expression, Yoonha officially declares that her hunter alias will be Burning Flame Princess.
Kim agrees to the name immediately, while privately wondering if she is the figure from the legends.
Onlooking reporters decide that her actual skills are the only thing that will ultimately matter in the end.
The machine activates as everyone anticipates the birth of a powerful new S-rank hunter.
The screen reveals a shocking result, evaluating Yoonha as a lowly F-rank with minimal physical and monostats.
A collective silence falls over the group as Yoonha stares at the paper in complete and total confusion. A bright sun shines over the modern city skyline, marking the end of the disastrous measurement session. A bright ping sounding, the golden cat spirit is frozen in a state of absolute wide-eyed disbelief.
Park Jae-hui is equally stunned, staring forward with a shocked expression while driving the car away.
A heavy silence fills the car as Yoonha and Siwoo sit in the back, processing the failure.
Both men are haunted by the F-rank result, unable to understand how her power could be measured so low. The golden cat spirit finds the result bizarre, while Yoonha admits the machine's evaluation is very strange. Yoonha recalls her past as a powerful squad leader whose flames were feared by countless monsters. The cat spirit fumes, wondering how a contractor of a divine beast could possibly be ranked so low. Yoonha realizes the measuring device completely failed to detect her contract with the powerful golden spirit. The cat spirit weeps in frustration as Yoonha wonders if the machine simply malfunctioned during the test.
Park Jae-hui breaks the tense silence by informing the group that they have finally arrived at their destination.
Siwoo asks Yoonha to wait in the car while he leaves for another prearranged appointment. Presenting a small box, Siwoo gives Yoonha a hunter terminal device to track her experience and progress. Yoonha compares the device to an old pager as Siwoo explains its function for modern rookie hunters. Siwoo explains how the terminal tracks experience and notifies the hunter when it is time for re-evaluation. Yoonha questions why she would bother with re-evaluation since the machine already labeled her an F-rank. Siwoo looks at her with a gentle expression, asserting his confidence that her true power exceeds any measurement. Siwoo notes that this is the first system error he's seen. Certain an F-rank could never fight him. The golden cat spirit rages against the S-rank hunters and the broken junk machine that gave the result. Siwoo tells Yoonha to rest while assigning Manager Park to assist her with any future terminal questions. Siwoo tells her to ignore the contract terms, claiming her low rank gives her massive growth potential. With a steady gaze, Siwoo promises that she will eventually crush the system's low expectations with her strength. Yoonha looks out the window with a thoughtful expression, skeptical about ever getting a chance to prove herself. The golden cat spirit screams about the disrespect, insisting that Yoonha is far more than an F-rank hunter. While the cat rages on the sofa, Yoonha uses a laptop to learn more about modern society. A sharp click sounding, Yoonha finds online articles mocking her as a fake rookie with a concept alias. Yoonha reads through a wave of malicious comments, realizing what it truly means to be a lowly F-rank. Yoonha navigates a laptop to research herself, her attention taken by a sudden, quick knock-knock sounding. Park Jae-hui greets her cheerfully through the doorway, offering a fresh cup of coffee to start their morning. Entering the room with treats, Jae-hui notes her internet usage while Yoonha calmly confirms her activity. A yellow sticky note reveals the login details Jahui provided to help the newcomer navigate modern technology. Jahui offers a polite smile, though he seems slightly surprised by how much guidance she actually needs.
Internally, Jaewi marvels at her lack of technological knowledge, assuming she must be a complete novice from the countryside.
He reflects on the regional inequality of their era, resolving to teach her everything she needs to know.
Jaehui presents a box of cannelle desserts, eagerly asking if she has ever tasted the sophisticated treat before. Yunha is impressed by the variety as she prepares to take a break and watch some videos.
Jahui's face pales when he sees a YouTube video titled Unmasking the Burning Flame Princess on her screen. A loud bang sounding, Jahui slams the laptop shut in a panic, clumsily claiming his hand just slipped. He warns her to avoid the toxic comments, noting that even harmless animals face online hatred these days.
Jahui laments how the public blindly trusts rank evaluations, admitting that he often falls for it himself.
While Yunha enjoys the dessert, Jahui explains that high-ranking hunters are worshipped like celebrities for their immense power. Jahui asserts his belief that hunter ranks are not the final measure of a person's true worth. He argues that some lower-ranked hunters possess specialized skills that far outshine their higher-ranked counterparts.
Jahui suggests her provocative outfit might be the real reason she is trending, rather than her F-rank status. Yunha firmly rejects any changes, explaining that her gothic attire is essential equipment rather than a mere concept.
Jahui quickly backpedals to avoid offense, while Yunha acknowledges that her choice of clothing certainly stands out. A digital interface displays the Burning Flame set, confirming that a powerful bonus activates when all pieces are worn.
Jahui offers a sincere apology, clarifying that his comments about her outfit were not meant as criticism.
He reassures her that having the support of major guilds like Wolf and Silver Moon is a massive advantage. With a confident fist pump, Jahui promises that she will soon prove the rumors and ranks entirely wrong. Arriving at the site, they find workers shouting warnings as they perform a final check on a fluctuating gate.
Yunha gazes at the swirling energy in surprise, while Jaewi playfully teases her for doubting his legitimacy.
Jahui shows her the registration form, proudly revealing that she is participating as a hunter, not a laborer.
He explains that entering as a hunter guarantees her a share of the profits from the C-rank gate.
Unha questions why a powerful organization like the Wolf Guild would even bother with such a low-level license.
Jahui explains that the Wolf Guild usually ignores minor gates because they possess their own private training facilities.
Jahui brags about his efforts to secure her debut, as the golden cat spirit mocks his excessive talking. Just as she prepares to depart, Jahui stops her to hand over a bag full of essential supplies.
He explains that he packed first aid and rations out of genuine concern for her safety during the raid.
Yunha and the golden cat spirit stare at the bag, momentarily touched by the manager's unexpected thoughtfulness.
Yunha quietly accepts the gift, her cold demeanor softening slightly as she thanks him for the survival gear.
Jahui points out a famous streamer hunter in a blue hoodie, advising her to stay close for extra publicity.
A loud shout sounding, Jahui cheers her on as she finally walks toward the entrance of the gate. Menacing hunters stare Yunha down as she approaches, their whispers filling the air with palpable judgment and curiosity.
The golden cat spirit snarls at the gawking crowd while Yunha wonders if her presence is truly that fascinating.
The announcer orders the groups to line up, and Yunha prepares to focus solely on her first modern job. A firm grip sounding, a large bald man suddenly seizes Yunha's shoulder and stops her in her tracks. The man rudely commands her to move, stating that F-ranks have no business being at the front. He sneers at her, insisting that she belongs at the back of the line with the other weaklings.
The golden cat spirit fumes with rage at the bald man's arrogance, ready to defend its contractor's honor.
Surrounding hunters laugh and mock her gimmick, assuming the Wolf Guild is simply playing a tasteless joke.
The cat spirit demands to smash his face in, but Yunha remains calm amidst the insults. Yunha simply notes that she was unaware of the hierarchy before stepping aside to let the man pass. The workers shout a final warning for everyone to step back as the dungeon gate begins to open. A tense countdown begins, the swirling green energy of the portal growing more intense with every passing second. Yunha feels the familiar rush of adrenaline and terror as the massive dungeon gate finally swings wide open. With a determined stride, Yunha enters the portal as Jaehui watches from behind the safety tape with anticipation. Park Jaehui looks on with a troubled expression, deeply questioning the wisdom of sending Yunha into a dungeon without training. A vibrant, swirling blue portal pulses with intense energy, signaling the official start of the high-stakes dungeon raid. A digital interface flickers to life, displaying King Godsu's livestream profile as a flurry of excited viewer comments begins appearing. A digital ping sounding. King Godsu officially launches his live broadcast, greeting his audience before diving into the dungeon raid. Standing amidst the swampy trees, King Godsu introduces himself to his viewers while preparing for the Roar Guild's scheduled exploration. King Godsu highlights the other participating hunters while explaining that his signal lights are currently set for maximum visibility. Happily acknowledging a donation, the blonde streamer notes that this C-rank dungeon is the perfect playground for a D-rank hunter. Nearby hunters whisper among themselves, discussing how King Godsu's massive streaming popularity likely led to his recruitment by the Roar Guild.
Yunha watches the streamer with a skeptical gaze, while the golden cat spirit questions who he is talking to so casually.
Observing his relaxed demeanor, Yunha reflects on the modern hunter system and how public perception of the profession has improved. Yunha recalls being trapped in a similar gate decades ago, noting with a dark look that the gate phenomenon remains unresolved. King Godsu alerts the group to be ready as a group of level 9 sly salamander monsters suddenly emerges from the brush. The large salamander lets out a high-pitched cry, its long tongue flicking out as it prepares to attack the group. A blue system window flashes a warning that the cunning monsters have successfully summoned their companions to join the fight. A bright ping sounding, King Godsu receives a stream mission to win a one-on-one battle as the monster horde approaches. An energetic clash sounding, the hunters engage the monsters, while a man rudely calls out to Yunha for her lack of action. The aggressive bald hunter gets right in Yunha's face, mocking her for simply standing there like an idiot during combat. A monster leaps toward Yunha, but is intercepted as the bald man orders her to move to the back. A sharp slice sounding, a salamander's tail is severed, and the wounded monster cries out in pain as it flees. Yunha watches the retreating monster, noting that it intentionally cut off its own tail to ensure a quick escape. King Godsu commands the hunters not to kill everything, explaining that intact salamander tails are actually very valuable loot. A friendly male hunter and an orange-haired woman tell Yunha not to worry since it is her first raid experience. They advise her to stay in the rear and focus on landing a single hit to start earning experience points. Yunha checks her hunter terminal, which confirms her F-rank status and reveals she has earned 0 experience points so far. Realizing she needs to contribute to rank up, Yunha resolves to work harder for her share of the rewards. While continuing his live broadcast, King Godsu excitedly informs his viewers that 5 more monsters are currently closing in. A series of impacts sounding, the hunters continue their harvesting as Yunha prepares to finally join the fray with her parasol.
A low hum sounding, Yunha focuses her power, her hands glowing with a faint purple light as she assesses the battlefield.
Yunha notices a severed tail moving strangely and realizes it is being drawn away as the bald hunter watches her. A sharp snap sounding, a bolt strikes a monster near Yunha as the bald man continues to mock her presence. The bald hunter sneers at Yunha,
condescendingly asking if an F rank like her is truly scared of a level 9 monster.
Yunha walks away from the verbal abuse while the golden cat spirit fumes with rage at the man's constant disrespect.
Staring at the empty ground, Yunha is shocked to find that the monster tail she was watching has completely vanished.
Yunha asks the curly-haired hunter about the missing tail, but he denies taking it or seeing anything unusual in the area.
A soft bubbling sounding, Yunha stares at the murky swamp water, certain that something strange is happening with the monster loot. A crackling sounding, the group sets up a campfire as night falls, and the cat spirit loudly complains about the conditions. Frustrated by her empty stat screen, Yunha hopes for another chance to prove herself before the raid session officially ends.
King Godsu approaches Yunha with a friendly smile, telling her not to feel discouraged by her lack of early success.
A loud screech sounding, the golden cat spirit demands that the streamer stop hitting on Yuna while he confirms her alias. King Godsu offers patronizing advice as a senior hunter, gesturing toward the camera while talking down to the purple-haired newcomer.
A low growl sounding, Yunha bluntly rejects his help while the cat spirit continues to rage at the streamer's immense audacity.
King Godsu dismisses her refusal, claiming that everyone starts out weak and telling her to keep his fighting tips in mind.
He patronizingly suggests that she target the larger, slower monsters if she isn't confident in her speed or accuracy.
While King Godsu continues his lecture, the chat stream mocks Yunha's performance as the cat spirit defends her speed.
The golden cat spirit wails in absolute frustration, while King Godsu continues to suggest his shortcut for gaining easy experience. King Godsu asks if her parasol is just a cosmetic accessory while she stares back at him with an unimpressed expression.
He warns her that a concept item might hinder her in battle, but Yunha insists it is not a mere accessory.
A sudden, deafening boom sounding, a massive burst of red energy erupts nearby, startling Yuna and King Godsu by the fire.
The other hunters panic, shouting about an earthquake, but Yunha remains calm as she identifies the arrival of a monster.
A loud shout sounding, King Godsu rallies the hunters to follow him and protect the porters as more monsters appear early.
Blonde streamer King Godsu patronizingly tells Yunha to stay back, claiming he'll handle any monsters that slip through.
He continues his unsolicited advice, winking as he suggests she only target large, slow monsters for easy experience.
A blue system window warns of a level 13 sly salamander flicking its poison-coated tongue nearby.
An energetic screech sounding, a salamander leaps at a gray-haired hunter who alerts the group to the threat. The gray-haired hunter swiftly intercepts the beast, reassuring Yunha that he has the situation under control.
Yunha looks on with a skeptical expression, feeling a sense of unease despite the dungeon's supposed C-rank status. The bald hunter mocks Yunha's perceived fear while the golden cat spirit seethes with rage at his insults.
A loud shout sounding, the cat spirit demands the riffraff leave Yunha alone as she notes its fury.
The bald man snaps at Yunha for smiling, rudely ordering her to go protect the gatherers instead.
He continues to belittle the F-rank gatherers, who look on with growing anxiety as the atmosphere tenses. Yuna ignores the bald man's nagging and prepares for action as a sudden shout alerts the hunters. A gatherer freezes in terror as a massive, dark silhouette with glowing red eyes looms directly behind him. A terrifying cry sounding, a colossal monster erupts from the darkness, sending the panicked gatherers running for cover.
The hunters gape in shock as they realize they are facing the formidable boss of the dungeon.
A blue notification confirms the arrival of the level 20 Queen of the Swamp, signaling a high-stakes encounter.
A deafening screech sounding, the massive queen lets out a roar that shakes the very ground beneath them. Two hunters stare up in paralyzed silence, unable to even finish their sentence as the threat looms.
The massive Swamp Queen towers over the camp,
her presence terrifying the hunters who realize the team is split. The orange-haired hunter panics about the high level, realizing they are outnumbered and vulnerable without the full squad.
The bald hunter tries to maintain order, commanding the group not to provoke the beast until reinforcements arrive.
He points out the monster's strange behavior, noting that it hasn't made an aggressive move toward them yet.
A low hum sounding, the queen of the swamp remains stationary, weeping while the confused hunters watch warily.
The bald man harshly warns Yunha to stay back and avoid doing anything that might provoke the monster.
Yunha agrees to follow orders for now, while her golden cat spirit continues to mock the bald man's arrogance.
Though she plays her role as a support hunter, Yunha feels deep down that something is very wrong.
A soft sob sounding, the monster continues to cry, leading Yunha to reflect on its hidden, purposeful nature.
The bald man shouts at the gatherers to retreat immediately as the boss monster's aura begins to shift. Panic erupts as the gatherers realize their heavy bags are being dragged toward the massive queen of the swamp.
Desperate cries for help fill the air as the invisible force pulls the struggling men toward the creature.
Yunha realizes the monster isn't targeting the people, but the lizard tails they are carrying as loot. Inside the bag, the severed tails twitch and pulse, supernaturally drawn back to their powerful mother. Yunha commands the gatherer to drop the bag before he is pulled into the swamp's deadly depths.
A loud wham sounding, the gatherer stubbornly refuses to lose the valuable loot from their hard day's work.
The other gatherers agree with him, prioritizing the day's profits over the immediate and terrifying danger they face.
The bag continues to thrash violently, pulling the gatherer closer to the queen as reinforcements remain far away.
Yunha stares at the grieving beast, questioning if this behavior is merely a mindless reaction or something deeper. She recalls that some monsters form bonds, feeling a grim realization as she watches them treat their kin as loot. A blue system window announces that the Swamp Queen is now completely overcome with intense, vengeful grief.
A mournful roar sounding, the queen enters a state of rage, dramatically increasing her already formidable attack power.
The Mother's Call skill activates, violently dragging the gatherer as Yunha screams for him to drop the bag.
The bald hunter argues that the bag makes any rescue attempt futile as the pull grows even stronger.
Terror strikes as the gatherer realizes his belt is jammed, trapping him with the bag being pulled away. Unha desperately orders him to use his dagger to cut the belt and free himself from the deadly tether. A sharp slice sounding, the gatherer frees himself just as the hunters watch the bag disappear into the swamp. The blue-haired hunter warns that the monster has spotted them, its glowing red eyes fixed on the group. A blood-curdling scream sounding, the gatherer is pulled away as the colossal queen looms over her recovered tails. A system alert reveals the Swamp Queen is merging with the recovered tails, her power level beginning to rise. The monster's level continues to skyrocket as she absorbs each tail, her energy pulsating with terrifying intensity. The hunters stare in absolute horror as they realize the threat is far beyond what they initially anticipated. Unha looks on with a grim resolve, noting that the monster's level is still climbing toward a deadly peak. A deafening roar sounding, the massive Swamp Queen erupts from the murky depths to challenge the hunters. A blue notification confirms the level 25 monster is searching for its missing tails, terrifying the gatherer. A piercing scream sounding, the colossal beast lunges toward the group with its jaws wide open. Unha pulls the panicked gatherer to safety just as a massive impact narrowly misses him. Within the bag, the severed monster tails thrash violently, supernaturally drawn back to their master. Multiple system windows announce the Swamp Queen's rapid level increase as she reclaims her children's remains. The hunters freeze in terror as the monster looms over them, reaching a terrifying level of power.
The group realizes the level 30 boss is far beyond the expected difficulty of a C-rank dungeon.
The bald hunter aggressively blames Yunha for the monster's evolution, clutching her wrist in a fit of rage.
Yunha calmly defends her actions, prioritizing a human life over the risks of the monster's growth.
The bald hunter continues his verbal assault while Yunha observes the boss's chilling gaze fixed upon them.
Harsh words continue as the team blames the F-rank newcomer for their seemingly hopeless predicament. Glowing red eyes pierce the darkness as the Swamp Queen watches the hunters argue amongst themselves. A sudden, urgent shout sounding, the hunters are ordered to retreat into the safety of the forest.
The hunters scramble for cover while the purple-haired Yunha stands firm, watching the massive beast.
A brilliant flare of light sounding. A signal appears in the distance to guide the fleeing group. King Godsu and his companion urge the others to run toward the rally point as chaos erupts. Looking back in confusion, the blonde streamer asks where the princess is going during the retreat. Yunha ignores the frantic calls for her return, walking toward the colossal boss with her parasol ready. As King Godsu warns about the darkness, a system notification announces that Yuna's night vision passive has activated. He scoffs at her seemingly useless parasol, but Yunha's steady grip reveals her true, hidden confidence. The blonde streamer's face contorts in terror as he realizes Yunha actually intends to face the boss alone. A low hum sounding, Yunha leaps high into the air, her parasol glowing with concentrated purple power. A thunderous boom sounding, a massive purple energy strike impacts the Swamp Queen with devastating force. A blinding light sounding, a vertical pillar of energy obliterates the monster, ending the battle in one hit. Back at his desk, King Godsu reviews his recording while chatters debate the incredible one-shot victory. His viewers flood the stream with theories, questioning if a scanner error hid her true rank. King Godsu tries to downplay the feat, suggesting she merely finished off a monster that was already weakened. Headlines and social media posts explode with rumors about the Burning Flame Princess and her dazzling debut. Manager Park gazes upward with eyes full of tears, deeply moved by the success of the raid. He gushes with praise for Yunha while the golden cat spirit mocks his earlier lack of faith. Manager Park mentions that even the CEO was impressed, smiling warmly as he shares the news. With a celebratory gesture, he informs a curious Yunha that a special gift has been prepared. Manager Park cheerfully tells her to pack her belongings and leave, his eyes twinkling with excitement. A soft breeze sounding, Yunha stands on the sidewalk with her luggage, bewildered by her sudden eviction. The golden cat spirit wails about the perceived betrayal, while Yunha notes she has very few belongings. Manager Park waves goodbye, promising to return soon with documents related to her new housing situation. The cat spirit screams in fury as a black car pulls up, suspecting a scam against Yunha. Han Si-woo rolls down his window, asking why Yunha is standing alone without her manager present. The golden cat spirit rages about the manager's betrayal, certain he has run off with her deed. Han Si-woo explains that he told Manager Park to leave early so they could visit the gift together. While the cat spirit continues to fume, Yunha asks about the house deed Han Si-woo mentioned earlier. Han Si-woo realizes there was a misunderstanding and clarifies that the house deed is actually for her. He looks slightly surprised that Yunha was kept in the dark about the true nature of the surprise. Scratching his head, Han Si-woo admits he has a special gift to personally deliver to his senior. He turns to her with a sincere expression, confirming that her new home is officially prepared. Arriving at the destination, Han Si-woo points out the prestigious skyscraper where she will now reside. Yunha gazes up at the towering, luxurious building in stunned silence as the city lights shimmer around it. The cat spirit is awestruck by the building's scale, while Yunha realizes how high-end her accommodations are. Entering the grand lobby, Han Si-woo begins explaining the building's logistics to a still-dazed purple-haired hunter.
A clear ting sounding, Han Si-woo guides Eunha into the elevator, explaining how to operate the modern floor selection system.
Han Si-woo offers Eunha the chance to personally open the door to her new luxury home, Unit 1702.
A quick slap sounding, Han Si-woo offers a handshake to honor their contract, then awkwardly asks for the key. Eunha grips Han Si-woo's hand firmly, confused by his sudden physical contact until he clarifies he needs her key.
Han Si-woo grows flustered, explaining that entry systems have evolved significantly during the 30 years Eunha was away.
A steady top sounding. The pair walks through the vast, marble-floored lobby of the incredibly luxurious apartment complex.
Inside the massive, glass-walled apartment, the golden cat spirit is awestruck while Han Si-woo explains his minimalist design choice. Han Si-woo demonstrates the automated lighting system, while the cat spirit marvels at how sparkly the new home is. While Han Si-woo explains the remote-controlled curtains, the golden cat spirit is eager to try out the high-tech functions. A handwritten lighting guide provides detailed instructions on the remote's buttons and charging needs, ending with a warning. Han Si-woo identifies the note as the guide, prompting the cat spirit to mock his surprisingly thoughtful S-rank behavior. Han Si-woo offers a gentle, sincere smile, explaining he prepared the instructions just in case Eunha felt confused. Gazing at Han Si-woo with a soft expression, the purple-haired Eunha quietly acknowledges that he is being very considerate. Han Si-woo leads Eunha across the polished floors, telling her there is one specific feature he wants to show her. A soft whoosh sounding, the curtains part to reveal a breathtaking, panoramic view of the Seoul city skyline at night. Eunha stares out at the glittering lights as Han Si-woo nervously asks for her opinion on the apartment's view.
The city of Seoul glows with a golden intensity, its skyscrapers reflecting the vibrant energy of the night sky.
Eunha looks back at Han Si-woo, who watches her with a subtle, hopeful smile as she takes in the scenery. Han Si-woo reveals that he chose this specific location because of what she said at her mother's grave. He explains that he narrowed down candidates to ensure she was only one short transit ride away from her mother.
Eunha observes him with a curious glance, bluntly asking if he has a vast amount of personal wealth. A light laugh sounding, Han Si-woo admits his riches and claims he has plenty to spend on her as well.
Standing before the city lights, Eunha questions why he would invest so much in someone who is just a co-signee.
Eunha turns serious, demanding to know the real reason behind his abnormally generous contract and personal attention.
Interrupting his attempt to blame it on her status as a first-gen hunter, Eunha insists on hearing the truth. With a piercing gaze, Eunha asserts her right to know why an S-rank hunter is going to such extremes. Han Si-woo looks down, a dark shadow falling over his face as he prepares to reveal his hidden vulnerabilities. Eunha asks if he intends to terminate their contract if the truth behind his actions turns out to be trivial. Framed by the massive window, Eunha stands firm, explaining that her questions come from a simple desire to understand him. A dark thought bubble echoes a haunting command not to disappoint, while Han Si-woo looks visibly weighed down by pressure. Surrounded by an aura of red condemnation, Han Si-woo is haunted by the voices calling him their only hope. Han Si-woo offers a weak, weary smile, admitting to Eunha that the burden of his life is simply scary. He confesses his hatred for monsters and blood, revealing a deep-seated desire to quit his life as a powerful hunter. Han Si-woo admits he is essentially running away from his responsibilities as the future leader of the prestigious Wolf Guild. He declares that he no longer cares for honor or duty, wanting only to escape with his life and belongings. Looking Eunha in the eye, Han Si-woo tells her she is free to laugh at his cowardly desire for freedom. Eunha cuts him off with a blunt acceptance, shocking Han Si-woo, who expected judgment for his selfish admission. Han Si-woo stands in stunned silence, completely caught off guard by her immediate and unemotional understanding of his plight.
Yuna maintains her steady composure, simply asking the S-rank hunter if he has anything else he needs to say. After a long pause, Han Siwoo can only manage a quiet denial, his expression still reflecting his deep surprise.
Yunha shifts the conversation back to business, asking if the tour of the apartment's furniture is finally completed.
A quick turn sounding, Han Siwoo bids her goodnight and prepares to leave, telling her to rest well in her home.
As he walks away, Han Siwoo looks back in confusion, wondering why Yuna didn't react more strongly to his confession.
Eunha's glowing purple eyes narrow with a sharp, mysterious intensity as she watches the S-rank hunter depart.
A smartphone screen displays viral news articles and debates regarding the mysterious burning flame princess and her recent victory.
A heavy drop sounding. A muscular, silver-haired man in a dark robe stands in the shadows, focused on his phone. A steady swipe sounding. The man's thumb moves across an image of the purple-haired Yunha as he investigates her identity.
A blonde woman in a suit briefs the man on his packed schedule, including high-level meetings with international hunter associations.
She continues detailing his upcoming appointments in NYC and Mexico, unaware of the man's preoccupation with the viral hunter.
The secretary finishes her briefing and prepares to leave, but the silver-haired man abruptly commands her to book a flight.
Han Siwoo orders an immediate flight to Korea, leaving his blonde-haired secretary stunned by the sudden schedule change.
The secretary voices concerns about his appointments and public perception in Korea, but the S-rank remains resolute.
Han Siwoo offers a tired, faint smile while beads of sweat roll down his face under the pressure. He questions if he is even in a position to care about others' opinions as he prepares to depart. Back at the apartment, Manager Park salutes with a joyful expression, clearly thrilled by the new living arrangements. Manager Park gushes over the comfy furniture, while Yunha admits she loves how the place has come together.
Eunha appreciates the luxury while the golden cat spirit complains about the lack of a dedicated cat door.
Laughing, Manager Park notes he's never lived somewhere this nice either, and emphasizes how much the CEO cares. Thought bubbles reveal Manager Park's private exhaustion over the immense effort required to meet the CEO's strict demands. Manager Park recalls his shock when Han Si-woo insisted on a studio apartment near the expensive Seoul Forest. In a flashback, Han Si-woo explains his criteria, prioritizing direct transit and high-level security for Yunha's safety. He continues his list of demands, insisting on a high floor with extensive camera coverage throughout the building. The luxurious skyscraper stands tall against a bright sky, ensuring complete privacy from any prying eyes outside.
Riding in the car, Manager Park reflects on the unprecedented special treatment the CEO is personally providing for Yunha.
He remembers Han Si-woo personally house hunting despite his busy schedule, questioning the deep motivation behind such dedication.
Eunha breaks his train of thought, asking if their current destination is indeed a B-rank gate raid.
Manager Park confirms it's a B-rank gate at a popular shopping mall, describing the last-minute nature of the request.
He explains that the gate opened in a crowded area where families wait in line for the aquarium. Eunha expresses concern for the children present, but Manager Park reassures her that everyone was evacuated without casualties. Manager Park asks if she's curious about entering a B-rank gate as an F-rank. Yunha cites her boss kill. He reveals that many people doubt her feat, suspecting she didn't actually finish off the level 30 boss alone. Manager Park explains the public theory that she merely took the last hit after others did the hard work. He notes the dungeon is officially under prestigious guild names, while the cat spirit fumes at the perceived disrespect. Narrating over a simple background, Manager Park clarifies that he doesn't personally doubt her incredible skills as a hunter. He stammers through his explanation, trying to convey his concerns without making Yunha feel like she did something wrong. He bluntly states people think she pulled strings to get in, causing the cat spirit to explode in rage.
Manager Park warns her that other hunters may be hostile due to perceived favoritism regarding her rank.
A thunderous strike sounding. A massive brown tentacle whips through the air with immense speed as the battle begins. Yuna effortlessly dodges the strike, her calm demeanor contrasting with the chaotic debris flying around the mall raid. A group of arrogant hunters mocks her speed and sarcastically calls her the Black Flame Princess in her dress.
The brown-haired hunter insults her by suggesting her only job is wiping mud, while the cat spirit yells back.
Unha coolly asks what happens if she stops cleaning, prompting a condescending response from the three arrogant hunters.
Looking at her dirty cloth, Yunha retorts that they are the ones who actually look like they need cleaning.
The hunters are infuriated by the F-rank's arrogance, their faces contorted with anger at her sharp verbal jab.
The brown-haired man grit his teeth, claiming the hunters here don't need advice from a weak, string-pulling F-rank.
A heavy splash sounding, he grabs her collar and tells her to huddle in a corner and stay quiet.
Turning his back, the leader calls for a battle formation as the group prepares to engage the looming threat. A system notification warns of a monster's presence amidst a flurry of water and blue energy effects. Massive blue shark-like monsters and giant jellyfish emerge, filling the flooded battlefield with their terrifying predatory presence.
A loud grrr sounding, the system identifies the great white shark monster as it swims forward with predatory intent.
The arrogant hunter snaps at Yunha to stay out of the way as he prepares to lead the charge. The cat spirit urges Yunha to fight back, but she decides to remain a passive observer for this raid. Yunha watches the other hunters struggle, noting they are far more skilled than her previous allies. Unha realizes she can earn her share without effort when the blonde streamer King God Su suddenly appears behind her.
A loud gasp sounding, King God Su waves a friendly greeting while the golden cat spirit reacts with pure terror.
Yunha recites King God Su's entire professional biography with creepy accuracy, much to the blonde streamer's confused delight. She questions his presence since he belongs to another guild, while the cat spirit warns she's being stalked.
King God Su laughs off the suspicion, claiming a humble D rank like him wouldn't be able to stream this raid alone.
The blonde streamer leans in uncomfortably close, his face inches from Yunha's as he continues his friendly facade. The cat spirit screams in fury as Yunha dismissively tells King Godsu to contact her manager for any business.
King Godsu tops his head, claiming his million-subscriber gut senses Yuna's true confidence behind her princess persona.
Leaning in close, King Godsu points a finger at Yunha and bluntly asks if she is an incarnation. A cosmic display reveals spectral animals, illustrating how many borrow power while only one inherits a beast's full essence. The silhouette of a rat glows with celestial energy, signifying the immense power granted to a chosen incarnation.
King Godsu mentions a Chinese S-rank hunter who became the incarnation of the ox, possessing the strength to lift buses.
Yuna listens stoically as King Godsu explains that even an F-rank can gain godlike power through a divine beast. While the golden cat spirit fumes over perceived insults, King Godsu excitedly wonders which powerful beast Yunha contracted with. A panicked shout sounding, the hunters are startled by the sudden discovery of civilians trapped within the active gate. Deep within the dungeon, more civilians are discovered, contradicting earlier radar readings that showed the area was clear. King Godsu notices the equipment malfunctioning again as Yunha stands amidst the chaotic blue energy of the flooded mall. Yunha insists they continue searching for survivors, but the other hunters seem hesitant to venture further into danger. King Godsu watches Yunha with growing unease, wondering if he is the only one sensing something strange about her. A hunter informs the leader, Mobius, that they have secured exactly 10 civilians and suggests they halt the search. Mobius, a C-rank hunter,
commands the group to stop the raid and maintain a defensive formation until backup arrives.
King Godsu praises the leader's competence, but Yunha abruptly interrupts, claiming she can hear a small child crying nearby.
A faint echo sounding, Yunha focuses her senses on the heartbreaking sound of a child's sobs coming from the darkness.
Startled by Yunha's glowing eyes, King Godsu asks if she is possessed as she ignores his warnings and walks away.
Mobius and King Godsu try to restrain her, warning that they must stay together for the civilians' safety.
Unha points toward a distant corner, and
Mobius apologizes but dismisses her claim, asserting that as the highest-ranking hunter, he would have sensed any presence.
Ignoring the command to sit down, Yunha quickly disappears into the shadows, leaving the frustrated search party behind. Sighing deeply, Mobius realizes they must follow her to prevent a scandal involving the prestigious Wolf Guild.
A soft sniff sounding, the scene reveals a young, brown-haired girl in a red dress weeping in a dark corner.
Yuna approaches the cowering child as Mobius and the rest of the group catch up, appearing stunned by the find.
Mobius and his companion stare in disbelief, shocked that there truly was a child left behind in the dungeon.
Kneeling before the crying girl, Yunha offers a rare, gentle smile and asks if the little one is okay.
A loud shriek sounding, the terrified girl recoils, screaming that Yunha is a smiling ghost as she clings to her doll.
Mobius steps in kindly, asking the girl about her mother and noting her matching red dress and black shoes.
The girl identifies herself as Anne Yeri, while Mobius reassures her, holding her gently as Yunha watches from the side.
Yunha remains silent as the golden cat spirit floats nearby, watching Mobius comfort the girl and discuss her family. Mobius offers a warm smile, promising Yeri that he will find her mother and urging her to get medical treatment.
Wiping her tears, Yeri beams with a bright, hopeful expression and thanks the kind hunter for his help. Mobius orders the group to take Yeri to the main camp immediately while they maintain a defensive formation for backup. A cheerful wave sounding, Yeri bids the hunters goodbye as she is carried away to safety by the rescue team. The golden cat spirit grumbles that Mobius is taking all the credit for Yunha's discovery, but Yunha remains indifferent. A hunter asks Mobius about the status of the search party intended to find the girl's missing mother. Mobius reports that a sudden monster horde forced them to terminate the search, claiming no trace of the mother remained. Mobius's gaze turns cold and calculating as he asks for confirmation of his fabricated report regarding the missing woman. Shifting to a memory, a younger Yunha with short black hair and a bruised face stands before a desk.
Unha's eyes remain vacant as she stares ahead, her expression mirroring the trauma of a recent, violent battle.
A bearded instructor praises her perfect timing and power control, yet his dark silhouette reflects a stern, judgmental tone.
Yunha recites her training objective, but her voice lacks emotion as she describes the simulation of exterminating monsters.
The instructor corrects her, pointing out her unnecessary cruelty in mangling the corpses of the monsters she defeated.
He commands her to recite the hunter's code of conduct, focusing on the responsibility that comes with great power.
A heavy slap sounding, the instructor slams his hand down, questioning why the code emphasizes protection over mere annihilation. Standing tall, the instructor lectures the young Yunha on the importance of honor and integrity over mindless killing. The man reveals his own tragic past, sharing that everyone there, including himself, has lost family to the monsters. A frantic plea sounding, people from Yunha's past scream at her for her unnecessary violence against a dead beast. Surrounded by an aura of condemnation, Yunha stands over a mangled monster, while voices remind her that killing brings nothing back. The instructor stares into Yunha's eyes, asking if she finally understands the hollow nature of her vengeful hatred.
An ominous message lingers,
suggesting the weight of the lives waiting to be saved far outweighs their numbers.
Looking back, Yoonha recalls a moment of comfort from a kind, bearded instructor during her difficult training days.
Mobius, the blonde leader with glasses, argues that searching further based only on a child's word is reckless.
The gray-haired and green-haired hunters listen as Mobius explains that the payout remains the same regardless of numbers.
Mobius warns the team that pushing deeper without radar confirmation risks lives for no guaranteed reward.
Sitting on a ledge, Mobius questions who would take responsibility if a team member were injured during an unsanctioned search.
The gray-haired hunter and his green-haired companion share a tense look, grappling with the leader's cold logic.
A faint lightning strike sounding, Mobius states his decision, claiming his perspective is not wrong for the group's safety. A sudden laugh sounding, Mobius tells the team to rest, dismissing his guilt by claiming adults must be practical.
The green-haired hunter snaps at Yoonha, asking where she is going after she begins walking away alone. The gray-haired hunter defends Yoonha's intent to look for the mother, but she looms behind him like a ghost.
A loud shout sounding, the gray-haired hunter jumps in fright as Yoonha suddenly appears directly behind him.
Yoonha stands firm in her dark dress while Mobius commands her to either rest or head back immediately.
Ignoring the warnings that she is heading the wrong way, Yoonha disappears into the dark, flooded corridor.
A quick click sounding, Mobius watches her depart, frustrated by the F-Rank's refusal to follow his direct commands.
The green-haired hunter attempts to stop her, but Yoonha remains focused on continuing the search for the missing mother.
Determined to find the truth, Yoonha declares her intention to check deeper areas since the core has already been cleared. Mobius mocks her isolation, questioning what a lone F-Rank could possibly hope to achieve in such a dangerous zone.
Mobius outlines the 2 reasons hunters perish, accusing Yoonha of being both reckless and overestimating her own power.
A snap sounding, Mobius holds up one finger, identifying the first cause of death as an unexpected accident.
Holding up 2 fingers, he explains the second cause is entering a dungeon far above a hunter's actual skill level.
Mobius bluntly tells Yoonha she fits both categories, yet she stares back with a cold, unwavering gaze. The atmosphere turns heavy as Mobius realizes Yoonha is genuinely serious about defying him to find the mother.
A sharp growl sounding, the green-haired hunter fumes over her disobedience while Mobius decides to let her go.
A crack sounding, Mobius tells Yoonha to bring back evidence of the mother, even if it is just cloth. Mobius questions her hesitation, pointing out that she doesn't actually know where the mother is located. The green-haired hunter warns that her rogue actions will bring shame and damage to the prestigious Wolf Guild.
Mobius commands her to find a body or a scrap of fabric to justify her foolish defiance. The green-haired hunter glares at the silent princess, his face twisted in a mixture of anger and disbelief.
A thunderous roar sounding, the green-haired hunter loses his temper, shouting at Yoonha for her perceived arrogance. Mobius sits quietly while the gray-haired hunter watches Yoonha, noting her complete disregard for her senior's safety advice.
Grabbing her shoulder, the green-haired man demands to know her training class, trying to assert his seniority.
A dark aura emanates as Yoonha looks back over her shoulder with a sharp, terrifyingly confident smile. A quick rustle sounding, Yoonha leans into the green-haired hunter's personal space, causing him to recoil in shock. A soft tap sounding, Yoonha whispers that she was the first in her class, leaving the hunter completely speechless. Heavy, ragged breaths sounding, the scene shifts to the dark, flooded ruins where a lone survivor is struggling. A frantic call sounding, a brown-haired woman in a red dress runs through the shadows, calling for Yeri. A sharp gasp sounding, the woman trips over the debris, her desperation growing as she searches the dark mall. A quick beep sounding, she checks her phone,
realizing with horror that the screen is broken and battery is low.
A soft sniff sounding. She gazes at a happy photo of Yuri, her heart breaking for her missing child. A heavy splash sounding. Her phone drops into the water as she nearly loses hope of finding her daughter alive.
Looking back, the mother remembers apologizing to Yeri for the accident on what was supposed to be her birthday.
A joyful giggle sounding. Yeri beams in the memory, claiming she was just happy to spend time with her mother.
A loud shout sounding. The memory fades as the mother hears a warning about an incoming tidal wave.
A thunderous crash sounding. The memory reveals a massive wave sweeping through the mall, tearing civilians apart.
A desperate splash sounding. The mother's hand slips away from Yeri as the violent current pulls them in different directions.
A bright flash sounding. Their fingers brush one last time amidst the turbulent blue water and flying debris.
A piercing scream sounding. Yeri calls out for her mother as the floodwaters completely separate the two of them. In the present, the mother stares blankly, her face covered in grime as she recalls the traumatic separation. Shaking off her despair, she tells herself to stay strong, refusing to give up on her child amidst the darkness.
A sudden rustle sounding. The brown-haired mother in the red dress freezes as a blue monster touches her shoulder.
A massive, unblinking eye looms behind the woman, dripping liquid as she stares ahead in paralyzed, wide-eyed terror. Trembling violently, the woman looks at her glowing phone while the monstrous blue creature hovers directly beside her head. A piercing scream sounding. The mother's voice echoes through the dark, blood-spattered ruins as she reaches her breaking point. A heavy thud sounding, the woman's phone slips from her hand and falls toward the water as light flares. A thunderous crash sounding, a powerful shockwave erupts nearby, sending debris and water flying through the dark corridor. A sharp gasp sounding. The mother stares in horror at the giant, glowing blue eye of the monster before her. Shrieking in absolute terror, the woman cowers on the ground as the massive blue monster prepares to strike. A frantic eek sounding, the mother recoils as a large, pale hand suddenly reaches out toward her from the shadows. Eunha's face is partially obscured by shadows and blood, as she gazes down with a cold, focused expression. Surrounded by an intense purple aura, Eunha asks the woman if she is okay while holding the recovered cell phone. A loud shriek sounding, the woman continues to scream in terror as Eunha stands amidst the swirling magical energy. The golden cat spirit gleefully identifies the woman as Yeri's mother, noting her matching red dress and appearance. Startled and confused, the mother gazes up at the dark-clothed hunter, unable to comprehend the sudden rescue. The woman screams that a monster is smiling at her, while the cat mocks her talent for quiet shrieking. Wailing about her daughter, the mother begs for safety, while Eunha commands her to keep her eyes shut tight. A soft ha sounding. The woman looks up as Eunha reassures her, preparing to eliminate the surrounding threat. Encircled by a horde of giant-eyed monsters, Eunha calmly promises the mother that the ordeal will be over soon. A massive explosion sounding. Eunha unleashes a violent burst of purple energy, obliterating the monsters in a single strike. As the magical light fades, Eunha gently informs the survivor that she can finally open her eyes now. Standing amidst the shattered remains of the blue monsters, Eunha holds the woman's phone while the cat watches nearby. The mother stares back in stunned silence as Eunha prepares to return the device and lead her to safety. Looking down with a soft, calm expression, Eunha presents the cracked cell phone to its rightful owner. The golden cat spirit grumbles about the blood on the phone as Eunha apologizes for the mess from the fight. Eunha offers to wipe the phone clean, but the mother nervously declines, still processing the shock of her rescue. Spotting her daughter in the distance, the mother shouts Yeri's name and runs forward with her arms wide open.
A joyful cry sounding, Yeri sprints toward her mother, finally reuniting after their traumatic separation in the flooded mall.
Wiping away tears, the mother holds her daughter tight while the cat fusses about Yunha not getting proper thanks.
A loud shout sounding, the blonde leader Mobius yells at Yunha, demanding to know where she has been.
A quick tap sounding, Mobius approaches the silent Yunha, expressing his exaggerated relief and worry over her solo actions.
Yunha remains stoic as Mobius asks if she is hurt, while the golden cat spirit fumes at his hypocrisy.
Mobius continues to lecture Yuna about her recklessness, but his words fall on deaf ears as she remains focused. The mother interrupts, thanking Yunha for saving them, while the cat grumbles about the other hunter's uselessness.
With a bright, hopeful smile, the mother asks for Yunha's name so she can properly remember her savior.
Yuna looks back, her expression unreadable as she contemplates the mother's request while Mobius watches her closely. Shifting to a memory, a young Unhat declares that her chosen hunter title will be the Burning Flame Princess. A training certificate for Lee Yura appears as the instructor promises her wealth and success after her contract. The instructor offers a warm, encouraging smile, promising that she and her mother will build a happy future together. Unha recalls a bloodied hand, reflecting on the kind of life she truly wants and the sacrifices made.
The instructor's voice echoes in her mind, reminding her that she will save many more lives in the future.
The mother and daughter stand together in a radiant light, symbolizing the hope Yunha restored to their lives. Looking down with a somber gaze, Yunha prepares to answer the woman's question about who she is.
Yunha identifies herself simply as just one of the hunters, refusing to take personal credit for the heroic rescue.
A small, genuine smile touches Yunha's lips as she finds quiet satisfaction in seeing the family safely reunited. From the shadows, the green-haired hunter watches the scene with a cold, suspicious gaze, wary of Yunha's actions.
Mobius asks the green-haired hunter if he is worried about Yunha reporting their decision to abandon the search.
Mobius confidently claims Yunha won't talk, as her solo actions were a breach of contract that would only hurt her. The gray-haired hunter urges the group to stay calm until reinforcements arrive, but his companion remains deep in thought. Mobius asks for details on what Yunha said earlier, prompting the green-haired hunter to wave it off as nonsense. The green-haired hunter prepares to recount Yunha's claim about being the top of her training class to the skeptical Mobius. The gray-haired hunter adjusts his glasses, his expression turning cold as he reflects on the recent events. A slap sounding, the gray-haired hunter laughs off the green-haired man's concerns, dismissing Yunha's claims as mere training center basics. Yunha gazes into the distance, pondering whether her rescuer is truly insane or if the impossible has occurred. The gray-haired hunter remains skeptical of her talent, while Yunha offers a faint, knowing smile in the shadows. A piercing shriek sounding, a brown-haired man screams in absolute horror at the sight of Yunha's blood-spattered face. Yunha dismisses her injuries as minor while the brown-haired man panics, his frantic reaction amusing the golden cat spirit. Blood dripping, Yunha calmly suggests heading home while her manager frets over the trail of crimson she leaves behind. Raising her bloodied palm, Yunha stoically insists she is fine, much to the growing distress of her worried companion. The brown-haired man gazes back in shock, unable to believe her casual dismissal of such a visible injury. A heavy silence falls as Yunha looks down at her hand, a flicker of a deep, distant memory surfacing. In a hazy memory, a young Yunha shows a cut hand to her mother, explaining her clumsiness in the kitchen. Her mother's concerned voice echoes through time, insisting on treating the wound with medicine and a protective bandage. A soft sigh sounding, the manager relents in the present,
though he still firmly insists on treating her wounds.
A quick nod sounding, Yuna is told to wait in the car while her manager retrieves a first aid kit. The manager searches the trunk while the cat notes his fussing is far better than the previous hunter's rudeness.
Inside a dark room, Bakrang monitors his tablet, receiving instructions to report any issues regarding his senior, Yunha.
A soft ping sounding. A phone shows a message from CEO Shin regarding the situation near the first aid kit.
The brown-haired manager looks at the phone with a grim expression, processing the weight of the instructions received.
A rustle sounding, he leans back into the trunk, momentarily distracted by the shifting notifications on his device.
A sharp click sounding, the manager announces he has found the kit, ignoring Yuna's request to just head home. Above the busy city streets, a digital display warns that society narrowly avoided another catastrophic disaster at the mall. News screens broadcast details of the gate at Moon Knight Field, revealing the unexpected peril that gripped the shopping complex. A news anchor reports on the weekend crowd's terror, emphasizing the gravity of the sudden gate emergence in Goyang. Reports highlight the mortal danger at the ticket booth, where hundreds were trapped before a mysterious hunter intervened. The broadcast credits the timely arrival of hunters for preventing a massacre, though the gate's instability remains a concern. On TV, the rescued mother tearfully thanks the Princess of Black Flames, crediting her for saving her daughter, Yeri. Scandalous headlines erupt on the screen, questioning the shady deals behind an F-rank hunter clearing a B-rank gate. Social media is flooded with hate as users mock Yunha as a gimmick hunter while the guild's stock plummets. Bakrang watches the digital firestorm from the shadows, his blue eyes fixed on the growing controversy surrounding his senior. A quick click sounding, Bakrang notes with satisfaction that the plan to deflect attention toward Yunha is working perfectly. He reflects on how the public's obsession with the Princess of Black Flames has effectively erased his name from headlines. A digital banner asks why the princess is hated, confirming to Bakrang that his scheme has reached its peak. Beneath the surface, Bakrang feels a nagging pit of anxiety as Unha stands alone amidst thorns and purple energy. Text messages from Manager Park alert Bakrang to Una's bloodied state, adding a layer of concern to the situation.
Bakrang hesitates, his thumb hovering over the contact for Ayura, his mind racing with conflicting emotions and hidden motives.
A soft ring sounding, Bakrang calls Yunha, feigning casual concern for her health after hearing about her recent injuries. Yunha dismisses the scratch while a crunching sound echoes, prompting Bakrang to question her current activity over the phone.
A loud crunch sounding, Bakrang listens as Yunha bluntly tells him to get to the point of his call.
Bakrang watches the hate comments while Yunha admits she is simply eating chips and watching old YouTube videos. A colorful display appears as Yunha reveals she is watching a 90s pop hits special, baffling the serious Bakrang. Bakrang laughs softly at her choice, asking if the vintage music is actually worth the time she is spending. Confirming she is alone, Yunha's admission prompts a sudden shift in Bakrang's focus as he prepares to leave. A jingle sounding, Bakrang grabs his keys, deciding to visit her so they can watch the special together.
A sharp gasp sounding, an assistant is startled as Bakrang emerges in a cap and jacket, ready to depart.
The assistant urges him to board the waiting car for his scheduled appointment, unaware of his change in plans.
A quick step sounding, Bakrang walks past him, ignoring the frantic questions about where the young master is going.
A loud shout sounding, the assistant reminds him of his hospital appointment, but Bakrang continues toward the exit. The man pleads with him, mentioning his sick father's desire to see him, desperate to stop his sudden departure. A creak sounding, Bakrang clenches his fist as the assistant questions what could possibly be more important than family. Surging with a dark blue aura, Bakrang glares back, commanding the man to move because his mission is far more critical. Unha expresses surprise at Siwoo's music taste, while Tita argues that her black dress is much more modern.
Siwoo arrives home looking damp and weary, prompting Yoonha to ask if it has started raining outside. Yoona notes Siwoo's lack of injuries, while Tita complains that people don't appreciate her sister's incredible skill set. Yoonha offers a towel and a beverage, but the dark-haired man politely declines as they head inside. Yoonha asks for technical help with the TV, explaining she accidentally stopped a recording meant for her manager. Siwoo sits at the table, asking if he should play the last video Yoonha was recently viewing. Siwoo is horrified to discover the viewing history is full of malicious videos attacking Yoona's public reputation. Eunha returns with snacks, and Siwoo asks if she truly watched all the hateful content on the screen. Yoonha calmly inquires about the definition of a concept hunter, a term she encountered during her confusing research. The black-haired woman admits that even after searching, she couldn't understand the insults being directed at her. Siwoo hangs his head in deep shame, apologizing to Yoonha for the toxic situation he has caused. Siwoo feels responsible for the damage to her image, knowing how critical a hunter's reputation is in society. A flash of light sounding, Siwoo's inner monologue reveals his guilt for using Eunha as a protective shield. Siwoo laments throwing a hero from another era into a world that doesn't respect her legendary history.
A series of sharp, rhythmic clicks sounding. Siwoo grips his hands, calling himself a coward for his actions.
Eunha reaches out and gently tilts Siwoo's head up, commanding him to stop hiding his eyes from her. Siwoo looks at her with a pained expression, his eyes reflecting his deep internal struggle and immense guilt. Yoonha pulls him close, declaring that she knows nothing of reputation and only cares about their shared contract. The black-haired woman stares intensely at Siwoo, reminding him that he will never break his promise to her. Yoonha asserts that Siwoo is the only person she can trust in this strange and unfamiliar new world. From behind a rain-slicked window, Yoonha tells Siwoo he has no reason to apologize to her or anyone. Yoonha demands a clear direction for their next move, urging Siwoo to act like the manager she needs. A soft, rhythmic tap sounding. Siwoo finds resolve in her words and promises to guide her properly from now on. A heavy, rushing wind sounding. Siwoo gazes out at the rainy city, still feeling a lingering sense of guilt. From the rain-streaked window, Siwoo begins explaining that gimmick hunters are awakened individuals who avoid actual monster combat. Siwoo notes that these hunters either fear danger or simply lack the desire to fight in gate raids.
Siwoo explains that these hunters adopt specific personas or gimmicks to build their brand instead of fighting.
Yoonha likens the concept to cosplay, while her internal thoughts note she is learning modern terminology quickly. Siwoo clarifies that gimmick hunters are essentially TV celebrities who prioritize broadcasting over actual dungeon-clearing missions.
A soft, rhythmic hum sounding. Yoona asks why people hate these workers if they are trying their best.
Siwoo explains the public's prejudice, where people assume low-stat hunters use gimmicks to hide their lack of skill. Eunha listens intently as Siwoo details the criticism directed at those who don't participate in dangerous gate raids.
A soft, rhythmic click sounding. Yoonha realizes she is being mocked as a gimmick freak because of her dresses.
A sharp, rhythmic gasp sounding. Yoonha recalls a conversation with Manager Park about the reasons behind her popularity. A soft, thoughtful hum sounding. Yoonha considers her appearance and how it affects the way the world sees her. Yoonha asks about TV offers, and Siwoo mentions a variety show that frequently features famous hunters. Siwoo mentions a horror special offer, but plans to decline it to protect her from the gimmick label. With a determined look, Yoonha shocks Siwoo by accepting the offer, deciding to face the public head-on. Siwoo warns about the risks of mainstream recognition, but Yoonha argues her dresses make the misunderstanding unavoidable. A sharp, rhythmic pop sounding. Yoonha vows to shatter the public's prejudice against gimmick hunters once and for all. A soft, surprised gasp sounding. Siwoo is stunned by the fiery resolve burning in the black-haired woman's eyes. Yoonha stares forward with absolute focus, her mind already working on a plan to change her public image. Siwoo remains speechless, his blue eyes wide as he processes Yoonha's sudden shift in attitude and strategy. Siwoo takes Yoonha shopping, suggesting she buy casual clothes to help differentiate her daily life from her hunting. A loud, frantic scream sounding, Tita panics as Yoonha admits her formal dresses are becoming physically uncomfortable. Yoonha tries on a baggy outfit, causing Tita to beg Siwoo to tell her how terrible she looks. A soft, rhythmic ruffling sounding. Siwoo suggests they try another store after seeing Yoonha's questionable taste in fashion. A brilliant, shimmering gleam sounding. Tita excitedly discovers a rack of elegant clothes that would actually suit her sister. A series of soft, metallic clicks sounding. Yoonha worries about her lack of funds, but Siwoo offers to pay.
A soft, amused hum sounding. Siwoo reassures Yoonha that providing for her is simply part of their contract.
Baerang offers to include additional terms in the contract, while Yoonha gratefully accepts his generous proposal. The golden cat spirit gushes over the luxurious fabric, while Yoonha quietly admits she preferred a simpler design.
Baerang pauses for a moment of quiet introspection, wondering when he last enjoyed a shopping trip with another.
Yoonha chooses a plain white t-shirt and jeans, much to the dramatic despair of the golden cat spirit.
Baerang suggests picking out more outfits, but Yoonha insists she has plenty of comfortable loungewear waiting at home. With the first purchase decided, Baerang tells Yoonha they should head out of the store.
A sudden, firm grab sounding. Baerang stops Yoonha, insisting they find a new pair of shoes before leaving.
Yoonha pulls out her penguin-themed wallet, offering to buy the shoes since Baerang already paid for her shirt.
A soft click sounding. Yoonha hesitates as the golden cat spirit mocks her for only carrying 2 small coins.
Baerang smiles warmly, assuring her that he has plenty of money and can easily afford to buy her shoes. Yoonha looks back at him with a skeptical gaze, still processing his insistence on paying for everything.
A quick swish sounding. Baerang tells her to save her coins for a piggy bank and accept his gift.
Talking about money triggers a memory for Yoonha, while the golden cat spirit celebrates their sudden financial fortune. A glowing system window reveals that the Wandering Cat of Darkness sponsored 100,000 coins, bringing Yoonha's balance to 300,000. Yoonha turns to Baerang, curiously asking what one can actually do with a balance of 300,000 coins. Yoonha stands frozen in shock, her eyes wide as she awaits an explanation for the value of her currency. Baerang warns her about the dangers of internet addiction, suggesting she only watch online videos with him or her manager. Baerang explains that coins are a unique currency possessed only by those who have contracted with a divine beast.
Yoonha is stunned as Baerang estimates her 300,000 coins are worth roughly 30 billion won in the real world.
The golden cat spirit boasts about its immense financial power, while Baerang dismisses its claims as mere empty bragging. Baerang explains that most divine beasts spread their power among thousands, making Yoonha's concentrated wealth nearly impossible to believe. Baerang describes the annual Hunter auction, a massive marketplace where everything is traded exclusively using the special coin currency. Baerang continues to dismiss the cat's claims as bravado while the golden spirit fumes with rage in the background. Baerang notes that contracting with a divine beast would be easy for someone of her skill, but Yoonha refuses. The golden cat spirit's voice booms through the air, declaring that Yoonha has already formed a contract with it. Laden with shopping bags, Baerang reflects on the long walk and muses that he should have parked the car closer.
Yoonha frets over the mounting debt from their haul, while the golden cat spirit celebrates their successful shopping spree.
Baerang reassures her that no repayment is necessary, as Yoonha checks her phone to see it is already dinner time. Standing in the parking lot, Baerang turns to Yoonha and asks if she is free for the rest of the evening. Baerang offers a genuine, happy smile as he confirms his own availability to spend more time together. Baerang's attention is caught by a nearby crowd, wondering if they have spotted the famous burning flame princess.
Eunha overhears bystanders mocking her as a gimmick hunter, while Baekrang tells the group to keep their voices down.
Beirang realizes that Eunha's face is recognizable from the news, even without her signature princess dress and accessories.
Baekrang gently places a hat on Eunha's head, noting that the purchase was a wise choice for a disguise.
Eunha adjusts the new cap as a sudden, loud shout from the distance breaks the quiet of the evening.
A young child's balloon floats away into the sky, prompting a cry of despair that catches Eunha's attention.
A sudden, powerful whoosh sounding, Eunha sprints toward the floating balloon while the golden cat spirit laughs at the chaos.
A series of heavy thuds sounding, Eunha uses her incredible agility to leap high into the air and catch the balloon. Eunha returns the pink balloon to the stunned and grateful family, offering them a quiet, helpful word. Beirang watches Eunha from a distance, the golden light of the setting sun illuminating her simple, heroic act.
Memory of past words about contract terms surface, yet Baekrang cannot shake a lingering sense of deep unease.
Masked by her new casual clothes and cap, Eunha walks away from the scene like an ordinary civilian. A close-up reveals Eunha's stoic expression as she moves through the warm glow of the fading sunset. Baekrang's gaze remains heavy and somber, his blue eyes reflecting a mind filled with complex, unspoken thoughts. The pair walks toward their vehicle, their long shadows stretching across the pavement in the quiet parking lot. A painful sob sounding, a hazy memory shows a young Baekrang huddled on the floor, overwhelmed by a foul scent. Crying and desperate, the young boy protests against the heavy burden being placed upon his small shoulders. An adult hand reaches out, declaring that the future of Korea's hunter world depends entirely on the young master. Narrative text reveals that Baekrang became a divine avatar at 7, living in the shadow of his S-grade father. Shaking with fear, the young boy explains that the monsters possess a strange, sickening smell that makes him vomit. A hazy memory begins with a large hand reaching for a smaller, trembling one amidst talk of blood. A voice from the past mocks the young master for his desire to run away from his fate. Baekrang's father towers over the terrified child, lecturing him on the heavy burden of power and hunter duty. A swirling blue vortex symbolizes the overwhelming responsibility the young boy is being forced to accept. His father stares down with cold expectations, questioning if the boy truly still wishes to save people. Shaking with fear, the young boy looks up at his father, his eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. Clenching his shirt with trembling hands, the boy quietly confirms his commitment despite his overwhelming dread. With tears in his eyes, he forces himself to declare his noble goal of saving lives. A firm handshake seals his fate as the boy vows to somehow overcome his paralyzing fears. Surrounded by blue energy, his father pushes him toward a mock gate, demanding he prove his worth. The training exercise begins, fueled by the father's demand that his son become a proud hunter. A sudden, sharp screech sounding, a massive green mantis monster emerges to face the defenseless child. Overcome by horror, the young boy falls backward as the looming predator prepares its deadly strike. Desperate cries for the monster to stop fill the air while the boy cowers in absolute helplessness. A loud scream sounding, the child cries out for his father as blue energy sparks around him. A brilliant flash of blue light erupts, manifesting as a sharp spear that pierces through the beast. Traumatized and splattered with green blood, the boy sits alone on the cold floor, shaking. A ragged, heavy gasp sounding, the boy struggles to breathe after the intensity of his first kill. The monster lies slain with an ice shard through its head, reflecting the boy's newfound terrifying power. A system notification announces the activation of his heightened sense of smell, overwhelming his fragile senses. A sickening, wet retch sounding, The child covers his mouth as the stench of blood turns his stomach.
A violent, painful heave sounding. The boy vomits beside the carcass, unable to stomach the reality of combat. His father watches with utter disdain, calling his son pathetic for struggling against a mere holographic simulation.
Confined to a hospital bed, the boy apologizes while his father questions if he is truly his son.
A heartbroken sob sounding. The child huddles under his blankets as his father berates his lack of resolve.
His father shouts in a fury, demanding absolute success and declaring that failure is not an option.
The weight of the world is thrust upon the boy's shoulders, commanding him to lead the future. Years later, onlookers marvel at a 17-year-old's incredible speed and skill during an S-rank evaluation.
Bakrang stands amidst frozen remains, his face smeared with blood as he fulfills his father's grim expectations.
When offered a brief rest by an assistant, Bakrang coldly refuses, his eyes fixed on the tusk.
He demands the next gate open immediately, his hatred for the smell of blood fueling his efficiency. A painful, wet blurg sounding. The adult Bakrang hunches over in an alley, plagued by old trauma. Deep in the shadows, he struggles through a violent bout of nausea while the city carries on. A sharp, shallow gasp sounding. He wipes his mouth, his blue eyes reflecting a deep, internal exhaustion. His blue wolf spirit manifests, offering concern, but Bakrang dismisses his pale state as mere dry heaving. He walks through the streets, a hooded ghost passing a happy child, disconnected from the world's warmth. A sudden, desperate scream sounding. A frantic plea for salvation echoes through the evening air. Bakrang stops as civilians panic, their shouts of terror drawing his attention to a nearby building. A shadow monster looms over a terrified child dangling from a balcony, heightening the scene's immediate danger.
Bakrang assesses the threat with cold calculation, noting the creature is merely a low-grade, pathetic monster.
A frantic woman begs a passing hunter to intervene, her voice filled with desperation for the child's life.
From his hidden vantage point, Bakrang observes the other hunter, recognizing the man's high skill level.
The green-haired hunter refuses with a sneer, stating he only cares about his officially assigned mission. He dismisses the danger as trivial, heartlessly suggesting someone hit the monster with a bat instead. A loud, angry shout sounding, the hunter tells the crowd to direct their complaints to the Wolf Guild.
Bakrang turns away from the scene, questioning if these people truly have the right to judge him.
Under his hood, his gaze is cold and distant, a reflection of the armor he built against empathy. He contemplates abandoning his duties entirely, just as a heavy, life-altering diagnosis enters his thoughts.
Bakrang sits in stunned silence, his expression pale as he processes the gravity of a recent terminal diagnosis.
His ailing father demands he proceed with the tutorial immediately to secure the guild's inheritance before he dies. Clenching his fists, the black-haired man erupts in fury over the guild's leadership and hunter pride.
Bakrang sits in somber silence, having already sealed his fate by contacting the Hunter Association.
Swirling green energy erupts as a voice laments never witnessing such hidden power before. Standing before a shimmering portal, Bakrang watches as a system notification announces the gate's opening. Masked and determined, Bakrang counts down the seconds while desperately hoping for a glimpse of true pride. A blinding pillar of light surges upward as the gate opens, reflecting his deep longing for duty. Amidst a swirling vortex, Bakrang confronts Yunha, whose golden eyes gleam with a calm, stoic intensity. Gritting his teeth, a sweat-drenched Bakrang struggles with the overwhelming pressure of the encounter.
Now in casual clothes, Yunha adjusts her blue cap and thanks Bakrang for his help today.
Burdened with shopping bags, Bakrang promises to coordinate her upcoming broadcast appearance through her manager. A sudden, sharp whoosh sounding.
Bakrang stops Yunha to mention a special show he remembered. Looking slightly sheepish, Bakrang explains he'll watch the program separately now that he recalls its title. A quick metallic click sounding as the door opens. Bakrang bids Unha a warm, helpful farewell.
A sharp, echoing snap sounding. Bakrang's wave vanishes into a look of deep, somber contemplation.
Manager Park accompanies the costumed Yunha while a voice questions her relationship with the hunter Siwoo. Manager Park confirms her status as a concept hunter, while Bakrang's father observes with a stern expression. Bakrang's father stares at his phone, his face twisted in a mask of severe, silent disapproval. A heavy, muffled thud sounding. A grimy room reveals a group of hunters in eccentric, bizarre costumes. Entering the gloomy waiting area, Manager Park finds the concept hunters gathered around a simple table. Yunha spots a discarded notice on the floor, identifying the room as the designated waiting area for filming. A rude staff member adjusts his glasses and dismissively orders the group to stay out of the way. Manager Park watches in stunned silence as the staff member turns his back and walks away. Though her manager is incensed by the disrespect, Yunha remains perfectly calm as filming approaches. Unha quietly asks to join the other hunters, leaving Manager Park to fret over their poor treatment.
Manager Park laments their guild's damaged reputation and the humiliating way the staff treats their affiliated hunter.
The man in the stocking mask tentatively asks for professional makeup assistance for their ghost-themed concept. The staff member coldly refuses, stating that concept hunters must provide their own makeup per their contracts. A frustrated shout sounding. Manager Park reels as the staff member tells them to handle everything themselves. Manager Park decides to wait in the lobby while Yunha chooses to stay with her fellow hunters. Clenching his phone, Manager Park stands alone in the hallway, determined not to let this insult pass. The golden cat spirit erupts in a fiery rage, fuming over the blatant disrespect shown to them. Una holds the fuming spirit as it worries that being quiet will invite even more mockery. Her fellow costumed hunters commiserate over the poor treatment, realizing they are all in the same boat. A low, somber hum sounding, the group sits in the cramped room, awaiting their turn in the spotlight. Yunha maintains her stoic gaze while the cat spirit continues to glare at the invisible audience.
The man in the traditional hat offers Yunha words of comfort, acknowledging the staff's excessive behavior.
A sudden crinkling rustle sounding. The clown offers Yunha some instant noodles to ward off hunger. Clown Uncle offers a kind, encouraging smile, reminding Yunha to take care of herself during the long shoot. The group shares a meal at the small table, setting aside their frustrations to prepare for filming. Unha eats quietly while her golden companion vents its frustration about their cramped, uncomfortable surroundings. A system-style announcement heralds the start of the legendary hometown special, featuring vampires and ghosts.
Wild, high-pitched screams sounding. The crowd of fans erupts in excitement for the pre-filming fan signing.
Bright lights illuminate the stage as the announcer introduces the first pair of hunters to the cheering audience.
Firefox and Silver Sword make their grand entrance, enchanting the crowd with their elaborate, stylish costumes. One Sniper and Serial are introduced next, drawing focused attention from both the staff and the spectators. Clown Uncle and Stocking Man take the stage, though their introduction is met with significantly less enthusiasm. Bystanders mock the concept hunters for being cheap while the announcer prepares to introduce the final guest. Yunha steps into the blinding spotlight, making her dramatic debut as the famous Black Flame Princess. The audience reacts with shock and skepticism, while the concept hunters stand together in a gloomy line. Fans continue their harsh mockery, but the golden cat spirit seethes with a desire for violent retribution. The flamboyant Windmaker is introduced as the Rookie of the Hour, enchanting the audience with his style. Fans watch the broadcast in awe, mesmerized by the pretty spectacle unfolding on their screen. Yunha observes with a stoic gaze while her golden cat spirit fumes over the audience's excessive reaction.
She points out that the hunter merely manipulates the wind with a fan, dismissing his perceived elemental power. Clown Uncle claims rookie status, prompting a playful yet skeptical exchange with the other costumed hunters. Yuna is visibly stunned to learn Clown Uncle is her same age, despite his much older appearance. She watches the clown with quiet fascination, noting his impressive dedication to maintaining his eccentric persona. Glancing at the prompter, Yunha realizes her fellow hunters are boldly improvising their lines on the spot.
A loud, mocking shout sounding. A fan heckles Clown Uncle about his age as Yunha watches in silence.
The staff and fans continue their cruel mockery, though the announcer searches for a super rookie to spotlight. A new idea emerges to find a standout talent among the overlooked and belittled concept hunters. The announcer points directly at the Black Flame Princess, singling her out before the judgmental eyes of the crowd. He mocks her vintage-style dress, heartlessly suggesting she sourced her costume from an ancient shrine. Audience laughter erupts as the screen displays her exaggerated dialogue about a wild dragon, deepening the public's ridicule. Yunha remains perfectly still, her face a mask of silent resolve amidst the storm of insults. Stalking Man leans in, curiously asking if she actually read those lines from the prompter. With a cold, piercing look, Yunha asks if they truly find this humiliating situation to be funny. A sudden, stunned silence sounding. The group stands frozen as the announcer reels from Yunha's blunt question. Backstage, Manager Park reacts with visible stress while the staff and audience process her unexpected defiance. A low, somber hum sounding. The reality of their poor treatment is revealed through their cramped, dusty quarters. Manager Park grows increasingly incensed, refusing to accept the blatant disrespect shown to a Wolf Guild hunter. A quick, sharp top sounding, the manager grips his phone, ready to confront the situation head-on. He stares at the device with a determined expression, refusing to let the insult pass without a fight. The golden cat spirit erupts in frustration, fuming over the miserable conditions provided to the hard-working hunters. Wild, high-pitched screams sounding, the announcer excites the fans for the pre-filming event as excitement builds. The first pair of hunters makes a grand entrance, drawing massive applause from the starstruck audience. Clown Uncle and Stalking Man take the stage with exaggerated energy, though the crowd remains largely unimpressed. Fans mock the group as cheap E-grade hunters, while the announcer introduces the final, buzzed-about guest. Yunha steps into the spotlight as the Black Flame Princess, drawing skeptical whispers about her true rank. The audience continues their harsh mockery, but the golden cat spirit seethes with a desire for violent retribution. Watching the broadcast, the children are once again captivated by the refreshing breeze and pretty visual effects. Yunha's internal monologue repeats her observation that the hunter is simply using a fan to move air. The cat spirit agrees, finding the entire nature-type display to be nothing more than a shallow trick.
Unha reflects on the professional spirit of the clown, admiring how well he embodies his difficult role.
The heckler's cruel question about Clown Uncle's age echoes through the arena, highlighting the crowd's hostility. Audience laughter fills the space as Yunha listens to the relentless ridicule directed at her fellow hunters. The staff dismissively explains why concept hunters are never called rookies, citing their lack of potential.
A mocking boo-boo sounding. The clown's antics are met with laughter as the hierarchy is established.
The announcer questions if a super rookie truly exists on the side of the marginalized concept hunters. He continues to poke fun at Yuna's outfit, suggesting it has a completely outdated, vintage feel. The broadcast screen flashes with the text of her dramatic speech, inviting more mockery from the viewers. Her quiet, intense gaze remains fixed on the stage, a silent protest against the ongoing disrespect. Unha directly confronts the staff's mockery, asking if the humiliation of hunters is part of the show.
The atmosphere turns heavy and tense as her blunt question catches everyone on stage completely off guard. Narrative notes reveal that concept hunters are often branded as cowards who lack the skill for true combat. Despite their low rank, these hunters are forced into dangerous non-combat support roles due to staff shortages. They perform hazardous cleanup and heavy lifting in gates, performing tasks deemed too risky for ordinary citizens. For cheap pay, they handle every unglamorous job, like stalking man comforting a crying child after a disaster. A sharp, angry shout sounding, Yunha's stance is described as a refreshing challenge to the hunter's poor status. Standing tall with her seething spirit, Yunha prepares to change the narrative of the disparaged concept hunters. Someone defends Yunha's decision to speak up for the ignored concept hunters who were being mistreated. The group discusses the program's popularity while their golden cat spirit fumes over their blatant disrespect. The braided girl expresses her deep frustration, confirming they don't find the humiliating situation amusing either. Stalking Man shares his gratitude toward Yunha for challenging the staff's arrogant and dismissive behavior. The hat-wearing hunter agrees, expressing his desire to stop filming under such dehumanizing and unfair conditions. He rants about the unfair focus on old celebrity achievements while their current hunter activities are ignored. He reveals his frequent recent dungeon visits as the golden cat spirit cheers for his assertive stance. A quick, heavy footfall sounding, Clown Uncle enters to warn that one dropout could cancel the shoot. The group is visibly shocked to hear Clown Uncle drop his eccentric persona and speak normally. Clown Uncle prioritizes earning money for his daughter's jacket over their bruised egos and collective pride. He explains the harsh financial reality, noting that one broadcast pays as much as 10 gate raids. The frustrated hunters fall silent, unable to argue with the practical logic of surviving in their industry. Clown Uncle tries to lighten the heavy atmosphere by inviting Yunha for a cool, refreshing drink. He approaches Yunha kindly, offering to buy her the most delicious coffee available in the area. Yunha stares stoically while her golden cat spirit mocks the clown's terrible attempts at being smooth. Sitting on a bench together, Clown Uncle hands Yunha a drink to help her cool down. Yunha thanks him for the elaborate, sweet latte he carefully chose based on modern popular tastes. Clown Uncle curiously asks her age, guessing 22, but Yunha remains silent and focused on her drink. A quick, sharp tap sounding, the clown reaches for his phone to share something personal. He proudly displays a photo of his daughter, Minji, explaining his motivation for enduring the difficult job. He compares Yunha to his daughter, prompting the cat spirit to make a snide comment about hair. Clown Uncle boasts about his daughter's academic success and her noble ambition to work in hunter welfare. He expresses quiet regret over not noticing his daughter's small jacket sooner due to his financial struggles. He urges Yunha not to judge the others, explaining that every concept hunter carries a heavy burden. A glimpse into the braided girl's life reveals her sacrifice to support her 3 younger siblings' education. Stalking Man supports his grandmother while the hat-wearing hunter works 2 jobs for his ailing father. Clown Uncle admits they might seem pathetic to others, but they are all fighting their own battles. He asserts that they are true hunters who protect what matters most through their earnest hard work. Yunha listens in silence as the clown explains how he endures shame for the sake of protection. A warm, genuine smile appearing, Clown Uncle declares his love for the job that allows him to protect. He apologizes for his long lecture, noting the producer likely enjoyed Yunha's blunt and funny behavior. Clown Uncle walks away, assuring her that the producer is lenient as long as nobody quits. Yunha watches him depart, the clown's sincerity leaving a lasting impression on her stoic heart. A small, subtle smile touches Yunha's face as she finally begins to understand her fellow hunters. Filming resumes with a high-energy quiz, challenging the contestants to identify a hunter from a keyword. A loud, echoing slap sounding, stalking man desperately hits the buzzer to try and score a point.
Firefox correctly identifies Windmaker, earning praise from the announcer as her team takes the lead. The concept hunters feel defeated by the C-grade hunters' superior reaction speeds and professional experience.
Windmaker basks in the spotlight, recounting a 5-year-old story about the legendary hunter, Dr. Plant.
Wild, high-pitched screams sounding, the fans are mesmerized by the romanticized tales of elite S-grade hunters.
The announcer turns his attention to Yunha, asking about her experience with a famous internet personality. Serial mocks Yunha's princess concept, suggesting she switched to internet streaming to fit her low rank. The celebrity hunters laugh at Yuna's low earning potential compared to their own broadcast success. A sharp, angry shout sounding, the concept hunters are incensed by the blatant disrespect toward their companion. Yunha looks up with a cold, piercing gaze, ready to turn the table on the arrogant celebrities. She asks Windmaker a blunt question about when he last actually stepped into a dangerous gate. Windmaker stammers, dismissively claiming they earn more money through broadcasting than through actual hunting work. Unha points out that her pathetic companions went to a gate just yesterday, unlike the celebrity hunters. With ice-cold intensity, she asks the flamboyant hunter exactly how many people he has saved this year. Yunha taunts the celebrity hunters for their silence, while the concept hunters watch the tense standoff unfold. Clown Uncle urges the announcer to continue the quiz, cutting through the heavy silence following Yunha's blunt provocation. A cold smirk playing on her lips, Yunha disparages the celebrity hunters as people who only hunt in name. A wild, high-pitched scream sounding, the concept hunters panic as Yunha declares their team will destroy the arrogant celebrities. Windmaker maintains his composure while the production staff watches the unfolding drama with genuine, growing interest. Manager Park reels from the stress of the chaotic filming as the announcer screams in disbelief at Yunha's behavior.
Braided girl and stocking man spiral into despair, imagining a future ruined by massive public backlash and hate comments. They envision their tragic downfall at a remote gate, while the hat-wearing hunter tells them to stop overthinking.
The group bickers over Yunha's previous quiz failures, contrasting her current bold confidence with her earlier dismal performance. A quick, sharp smack sounding, the announcer penalizes the concept hunters after Yunha fails yet another simple abbreviation question.
The hat-wearing hunter explodes in frustration, furious that Yunha's confidence isn't backed by a functional game plan.
Clown Uncle tries to stay positive, but his companion remains convinced that their public image is being permanently damaged. Manager Park trembles with anxiety, recalling his CEO's reckless order to let Yunha do whatever she wants. A heavy, sudden thud sounding, Manager Park begs Yunha to behave, while the golden cat spirit mocks his desperation. He explains the show's cruel script, where concept hunters are only meant to serve as stepping stones for celebrities.
Manager Park warns that the broadcast will be edited to favor regular hunters regardless of the actual outcome.
He pleads with Yunha to act moderately to avoid a backlash, but she remains stoic under his frantic gaze. A subtle, calculating smile appearing, Yunha agrees to be moderate, though her eyes suggest a different, more intense plan. A loud, echoing slam sounding, Yunha dominates the next round, leaving her teammates and the audience completely stunned. The announcer heralds the Black Flame Princess's shocking victory as Manager Park and the staff watch in total disbelief. With a triumphant fist raised, Yuna secures a 5-0 lead, dealing a crushing blow to the regular hunter team. The celebrity hunters seethe with rage, accusing the Wolf Guild of deceiving everyone about Yunha's true F-grade rank. Firefox and her teammates grow increasingly frustrated, dismissing Yuna's overwhelming success as a simple measurement error. A flurry of quick, rhythmic taps sounding, Yunha single-handedly crushes every game, from Squid Game to complex rhythm challenges.
The blue-clad hunter complains about being toyed with, pinning his final hopes on using abilities in the last round. The celebrity team panics over their potential loss of reputation if an F-grade hunter truly defeats them on screen.
The staff praises Windmaker for his professionalism, though they worry about the broadcast's increasingly strange and unpredictable flow.
A loud, jolly laugh sounding. They joke about the unprecedented sight of elite hunters losing so much on a show. Windmaker looks forward to the flag race, knowing the celebrities need a win to salvage their damaged pride.
Hiding his devious intentions behind a fan, Windmaker suggests making the final match much more interesting for viewers.
Stalking Man is overwhelmed with joy, celebrating his first ever win while relishing the shocked expressions of their opponents.
A cheerful, happy cheer sounding, the concept hunters toss Yunha into the air, reveling in their unexpected taste of victory. The team humbles themselves, admitting that Yunha did all the hard work while they simply stood by and watched. Hat-wearing Hunter and Clown Uncle warn Yuna to stay calm, reminding her that the editors will likely fix the results. Unha remains unfazed as the braided girl expresses her newfound determination to help manage the final, decisive match. Braided Girl and Stalking Man reveal their meager abilities, transparency, and short-range teleportation, hoping to be useful for once. Hat-wearing Hunter adds that he can stop people for 1 second, a small power they never deemed worth mentioning. The group admits they've never had an opportunity to use their weak powers while working as low-ranked concept hunters. Braided Girl looks on with a soft, hopeful expression, finally feeling like a true part of a hunter team. Clown Uncle gets fired up, urging his teammates to show their true strength and win in their own way. Stunned silence falls over the group as a sudden rule change prohibits the use of all abilities for the final match. A loud, maniacal cackle sounding, the announcer introduces the flag capture game, claiming the ability ban ensures a fair match. A sharp, angry shout sounding, the hat-wearing hunter calls out the blatant unfairness of pitting E grades against C grades physically. The celebrity hunters smirk with renewed confidence, realizing the new rule is a calculated move to check Yuna's power. Clown Uncle predicts the celebrity hunters will target Yunha, as she remains their only real threat in a physical contest. He proposes a desperate strategy. They will all grab onto the opponent's legs to buy Yunha 1 precious second. Yunha's gaze hardens as she listens to the selfless plan of her companions, her resolve strengthening for the final battle. The concept hunters coordinate their targets, determined to shield Yunha from the faster, stronger celebrity hunters. Clown Uncle admits their plan is pathetic and embarrassing, but he is desperate to win just this once. United by their shared struggle, the concept hunters prepare to give their all in a match they truly want to win. The black-haired woman stands stoically in her dark dress as the announcer's voice signals the start of the event. A loud, energetic start sounding, the group of costumed concept hunters scrambles forward in a chaotic, competitive pile. The clown costumed hunter is buried at the bottom of the heap, struggling as the other contestants climb over him. A hunter wearing a prisoner mask and striped uniform grits his teeth, determined to break free from the pile. The blue-clad swordsman strains against the weight of the others, his face contorted with the effort of the struggle. A heavy, rhythmic stomp sounding. A boot pins the clown down, leaving him trapped beneath the feet of his rivals. Despair and determination mix in the clown's eyes as he realizes how brutal the competition has truly become. Reaching out with a helping hand, the swordsman tries to pull the fallen clown hunter back into the race. The swordsman looks up in sudden shock as he senses a powerful presence approaching him from the side. Yunha moves with a dark, swirling aura, declaring her intent to pay the other hunters back in her own way. The black-haired woman glides across the stage with supernatural speed, effortlessly bypassing the struggling crowd of costumed competitors. The green-haired man in blue robes lunges for the yellow flag, desperate to claim the prize for his team.
He stops abruptly, his expression turning to one of pure terror as a shadow looms over his shoulder. Staring up in utter disbelief, the green-haired hunter finds himself face to face with a cold and focused Yunha.
Yunha effortlessly seizes the yellow flag, securing the win while the green-haired man looks on in total defeat.
A triumphant victory sounding. The unlikely team of concept hunters stands together on the runway to celebrate their win.
Minji is overwhelmed with joy, clutching an envelope and cheering about their team's very first professional victory.
While the team celebrates, the man in the black hat remains skeptical about their future prospects in broadcasting.
The clown hunter asks about Yunha's whereabouts, only to learn that her manager whisked her away immediately after the show.
A yellow envelope labeled as money for Minji's new coat is discovered, revealing a secret act of kindness.
A gloved hand holds the envelope, proving that Yunha cared for her teammates' well-being more than she let on.
A viral video of the event trends online, sparking a massive controversy regarding Yunha's true hunter rank and skills.
Netizens flood the comment sections with praise and suspicion, questioning how an F-grade hunter could perform so flawlessly.
A sweating official watches the backlash in horror as complaints from other hunters begin to pour in across the internet.
Team leader Kim Gwang-hyun is questioned by his superior about why the suspicious F-grade hunter hasn't been re-examined yet. The gray-haired official rages at the incompetence of the situation, demanding an immediate solution to the public relations nightmare. He warns that if their official measuring devices are proven faulty, the entire global hunter ranking system will collapse.
They discuss Shin Si-woo's involvement, suspecting he is hiding the woman's true power for his own gain. The superior declares that they must gather all information on her to use her as a tool for the association.
Analyzing her movements, they conclude that her skills undeniably surpass the limitations of her assigned F-grade rank.
The gray-haired man suspects a deeper conspiracy, asking if the investigation is actually tied to a local ghost story.
Kim Gwang-hyun presents the fruits of his sleepless research, eager to prove the legitimacy of the information he found.
He reads her profile aloud, identifying her as Lee Yura and noting her birthplace in a rural mountain village.
A sharp, sudden gasp sounding. The official freezes when he notices her listed graduation from the Pochan Training Center.
He recalls that the Pochan Center was closed years ago following a mysterious and disaster-level fatal accident.
Kim Gwang-hyun confirms that all physical and digital records from that facility were supposedly destroyed in a massive fire.
The official realizes that the training center is a common cover used by guilds to register hunters with fake identities. He orders a hunt for any surviving instructors from that era who might be able to identify her face.
A sense of looming dread fills the room as they wonder what dangerous secrets the woman is truly hiding.
Relaxing at a barbecue restaurant, the black-haired woman offers to grill the meat for her friends with casual confidence.
A loud, frantic yell sounding. Tita berates Si-woo for not showing enough respect to Yunha's legendary grilling abilities. A disappointed sigh sounding. The meat is revealed to be overcooked and dry, much to the group's collective dismay.
Yunha apologizes for the burnt beef, admitting she is far more used to grilling monsters than standard restaurant food.
Si-woo admits he was skeptical of her plan, but public opinion is finally shifting in favor of concept hunters.
Online comments show a new wave of respect for costumed hunters, acknowledging their hard work and hidden combat potential.
The conversation online turns toward the systemic mistreatment of concept hunters and the need for better professional recognition.
Looking at her with newfound admiration, Si-woo tells Yunha that she is truly an amazing and world-changing person.
Tita scoffs at the flattering remarks, while Yunha asks Si-woo to help her check a strange technical issue.
A soft, rhythmic beep sounding. Yunha shows her device, worried that her experience points haven't increased at all. The man in the black hat remains puzzled, wondering how her rank can still be F-grade after catching monsters.
The black-haired man suggests that Yunha request a grade adjustment since her actual power far exceeds her current rank.
He explains the quarterly update system and suspects her rank should really be at least D grade based on recent boss fights.
Back in casual clothes, Yunha checks her device and assumes it must be broken because her information hasn't updated.
The black-haired man contemplates the human-defined standards of hunter rankings while looking concerned about her data lack. He finds it improbable that no data was recorded, given he thoroughly tested the terminal before giving it to her.
At a barbecue joint, the golden cat spirit scolds Yunha for being petty regarding the quality of her grilled fish.
A panicked cry sounding, the group realizes the meat is burning while they were distracted by their technical discussion. The cat spirit urges her to flip it quickly while the man explains the arbitrary nature of high rank limits.
Yunha looks stressed over the grill as the man explains that her previous identities experience cannot be transferred over.
Taking the tongs, the man offers to grill the beef properly, noting it only needs a very light touch. He asks if she prefers well-done meat while the golden cat spirit watches them with an annoyed, judgmental stare.
Yunha stares forward with her typical stoic gaze, reflecting on the conversation amidst the warmth of the restaurant.
A low sizzle sounding. The beef cooks on the grill, while Yunha questions if she ever made such a statement. The man asks if she has any dislikes, causing the jealous golden cat spirit to demand she stop responding.
Blushing slightly, the man admits he simply wants to remember her preferences, creating a momentary, soft tension between them.
Yunha remains silent while the golden cat spirit expresses total confusion at the suddenly serious atmosphere of the meal.
The cat spirit continues its colorful reactions as they discuss kimchi with oysters and a famous grandmother's local soup.
They talk about a crowded, small soup shop near a school, leaving the neglected cat spirit fuming in the background. On a phone call, Yunha hears that the shop has expanded under the grandson's management over 3 generations.
Her interest piqued, Yunha hears that the soup is so famous that patrons typically wait over an hour in line.
The scene shifts to a cemetery where Yunha sits by a grave, discussing Hwangryong Market over the phone.
She is shocked to hear that the famous soup is available right now at the market without any wait.
Determined to get her meal, Yunha declares she is coming immediately to the eastern entrance of the market. Sitting by her mother's grave, Yunha denies stopping there to the man on the phone, hiding her sentimental visit.
A gentle hush falling, Yunha rests her hand on the grass near the tombstone in a moment of quiet farewell. Her gaze remains serious as she confirms her destination is indeed Hwangryong Market, ending the emotional phone call.
The golden hour light bathes the modern facade of the Hwangryong Market building as the scene transitions.
A cheerful streamer girl greets her live audience from the East Gate, ready to begin her culinary tour.
A massive roaring explosion sounding. A nearby hotel erupts in fire and debris, horrifying the streamer and her viewers.
Thick smoke and bright orange flames engulf the building, prompting panicked shouts about a fire at the hotel. A sharp crackling sounding, the intense heat shatters windows as the core of the hotel is ravaged by fire.
A disaster alert warning flashes, informing the public that a sudden burst gate has opened within the hotel.
A firefighter notes that the hotel was closed and empty, which likely prevented an immediate mass casualty event. Yunha approaches the scene, asking why the hunters haven't arrived to handle the dangerous burst gate yet. A worker explains that the gate auction is still ongoing, even though fire is actively leaking into the surroundings.
The cat spirit complains about the unfriendly staff while Yunha learns guilds have 7 days to enter dungeons.
Manager Park explains the common practice of letting gates age to increase the value of the magic stones inside.
He clarifies that burst gates are unpredicted and dangerous, necessitating quick intervention due to their unstable nature.
With the golden cat spirit perched on her head, Yunha processes the technical dangers of the shopping mall incident. The worker confirms that the Legion Guild won the bid and plans to enter the dungeon immediately to stabilize it.
A deafening, thunderous blast sounding. Another explosion rocks the site, forcing the firefighters to push everyone back.
Panicked shouts echo as the fire accelerates unnaturally, signaling that the gate is beginning to manifest more dangerously. A heavy, rushing roar sounding. Firefighters struggle to increase water pressure against the magical, expanding heat of the gate.
Paralyzed by shock, a firefighter watches as the flames take on a more intense, magical glow during the burst. Amidst the chaos, a rescuer falls as a civilian is seen being swept directly into the heart of the blaze. Unha lunges forward with incredible speed, ignoring the warnings as she races into the burning building to save them.
Her face set in cold determination, Yunha plunges through the smoke, her focus entirely on the person trapped inside.
A desperate cry for the civilian sounding. The surrounding crowd watches in terror as Yuna disappears into the inferno. Warnings flash about a civilian casualty, stating that someone was swept up and lost within the raging flames.
Emerging from the smoke completely unharmed, Yunha calmly confirms she is fine, leaving the cat spirit in total disbelief.
Looking out at the thick, swirling smoke, Yunha realizes the air has become dangerously heavy within the fire-ravaged room. Coughing from the ash, Yunha concludes the hotel has transformed into a fire attribute dungeon, much to her companion's distress. Yunha checks her phone only to find a complete lack of signal, cutting off her communication with the man outside. Regretting her cheap data plan, Yunha ignores the Golden Cat's complaints about her obsession with soup while exploring the gate. Yuna remains remarkably calm, deducing that the surrounding inferno matches the intensity of a mid-level B-grade dungeon. A small, flaming fairy manifests from the blaze, its high-pitched singing signaling the start of a magical monster encounter. Yunha prepares to fight, noting that her current casual clothes prevent her from using her most powerful black flames. The fire fairies intensify their eerie song, sending out glowing musical notes that hum with lethal, concentrated heat. With a fierce glare, Yunha declares that her basic flames are enough, readying her hand to unleash a counterattack. A massive eruption of fire consumes the hallway, incinerating everything in a blinding display of overwhelming magical power. More singing fairies appear as Yunha advances, their constant, high-pitched alerts highlighting the increasing number of nearby enemies.
Outside, a hunter watches the gate entrance in shock as a constant stream of monsters begins to crawl out.
The Legion Guild members observe the monsters' strange behavior, noting they seem to split and multiply unless struck simultaneously. The soldiers suspect a hidden hunter is already inside the gate, given how many monsters appear previously damaged or divided. One hunter dismisses the mystery, suggesting they simply slaughter every infinite monster that comes their way with brute force. The red-haired soldier turns to consult his leader, only to realize the orange-haired master has completely vanished once again. A stunned silence falls over the group as they find only a transparent, empty space where their master just stood. Looking down at the burning debris, the hunters remain frozen and speechless, baffled by their master's habitual disappearing act. A frantic shout sounding, the red-haired man rages at his teammates for failing to watch their master more carefully. The purple-haired girl tries to calm the group, guessing their master went ahead to test his new experimental bazooka. She reminds them that their master is an elite S-grade hunter, far too powerful to ever worry about being injured. The team recalls their master's terrifying lectures on efficiency, desperately fearing his disappointment if they don't produce results quickly.
Motivated by pure terror, the hunters decide to focus on mining magic stones to satisfy their guild's strict policies. A sudden, quick dash sounding, the team charges into the dungeon, desperate to prove their worth to their missing master. Meanwhile, the orange-haired master pauses in the smoke, his attention caught by a small, metallic glint on the floor. He discovers a set of gold dog tags, realizing they are an exclusive relic reserved for legendary first-generation hunters. Looking closely at the date, he wonders why such a prestigious and potentially fake artifact is lying in the rubble. His face lighting up with excitement, the master celebrates his find, convinced he has stumbled upon a truly incredible treasure.
At a nearby restaurant, Siwoo looks concerned while reading local news reports about the dangerous fire at the hotel.
Chatter fills the room as patrons discuss the fire leaking from the gate, though the situation appears to be stabilizing.
Siwoo checks his messages to Senior Yura, growing increasingly anxious as his texts about the soup remain completely unread.
He stares at the empty table, hoping traffic control is the only reason for Yunha's delay as the soup cools.
Deep within the gate, Yunha suddenly gasps in shock, realizing that something of immense personal value has gone missing.
A low hiss sounding. The golden cat spirit mocks the heat while Yunha searches frantically through the smoking debris.
The cat spirit comments on the unusually high monster count, its casual tone contrasting with Yunha's growing sense of urgency.
The cat urges a quick exit for the sake of the soup, but Yunha insists they return to search the entrance.
Yunha refuses to leave, declaring that they cannot exit the dungeon until she retrieves the item she lost inside. Her expression is unusually heavy with emotion as she explains that the lost object is far too important to abandon. A soft metal jingle sounding, the orange-haired master toys with the gold dog tags he found, relishing his good fortune. He hums a cheerful tune while walking away, entirely unaware of the sentimental weight the lost tags carry for Yunha. A terrifying, guttural roar sounding. A massive magma monster manifests, its level far exceeding the expected difficulty of the gate. The beast unleashes a massive, molten fireball, the sheer heat turning the surrounding air into a shimmering, lethal wave. Yunha counters the attack with a direct blast of her own, stating that her flames are far superior to the monster's. A loud, cracking impact sounding, Yunha delivers a powerful kick to the magma creature, shattering its hardened exterior with ease. The cat spirit suggests eating the monster, but Yunha dismisses the idea of consuming rocks with her usual stoicism. Yunha finds a bottle of ketchup amidst the rubble, while the cat spirit continues to joke about her diet. A sharp, disgusted sigh sounding, Yunha rejects the monster meat, ordering her companion to help her find the lost tags.
The cat spirit expresses doubt about finding anything in the chaos, while Yunha continues her search through the ashes.
Yunha looks back with a determined gaze, confirming that the missing dog tag is the only thing that matters right now. Digging through the burning ruins, Yunha resolves to find her treasure before the gate boss falls and the exit closes. Yunha searches for her lost item while her cat spirit suggests returning to the entrance to find it. A sudden blast startles Yunha, who realizes that a person is actually present within the burning ruins. Una wonders who could have possibly ventured this far into the heart of the dangerous fire dungeon. The orange-haired man steps onto the rubble, celebrating a lucky find he describes as a total jackpot. He gleefully admires his massive bazooka, glad he brought the heavy weapon despite its weight for this hunt. The orange-haired master laughs, convinced that such immense firepower is necessary for efficiently clearing out monsters today. He kisses the gold dog tags he found, claiming them as his new treasure and a legendary relic. A massive monster looms behind the hunter as he prepares to quickly finish the fight and go brag. A system notification identifies the level 40 giant fire moth as the orange-haired hunter readies his heavy weapon.
Looking through his goggles, the orange-haired hunter tells Yunha to move aside so he can test his weapon.
A series of thunderous blasts echo through the chamber as the hunter unleashes his heavy bazooka upon the beast.
A massive, roaring explosion sounding. The boss monster is engulfed in a blinding display of the hunter's destructive power. The hunter laughs joyfully, completely unaware of the girl's incredible feat occurring right behind him in the smoke.
Unha lunges at the monster, and the hunter confusedly asks who she is as she engages the boss.
A loud bone crunch. The orange-haired hunter watches in stunned silence as the girl effortlessly tears the wings off the boss monster.
He marvels at her sheer physical strength, noting that even a high-level monster cannot move under her power. He wonders about her affiliation, suspecting she is a high-level physical enhancement hunter he has never seen before.
A warning notification flashes as the giant fire moth attempts to summon its final ember in a desperate counterattack. A searing heat wave erupts from the boss, but Yunha remains calm as she stares down the dying monster.
The orange-haired hunter shouts for her to stand back, intending to finish the monster with his own weapon.
Yunha ignores the warning, absorbing the intense magical flames into her palm with a display of absolute control.
The orange-haired master is bewildered, realizing she absorbed the fire and must be a rare nature-type hunter.
He panics internally, shocked that there is an incredibly powerful nature-type hunter in Korea he doesn't know.
Yunha delivers a final, crushing blow to the monster's head, silencing the giant fire moth for good.
A loud, echoing crack sounding. The surrounding structures begin to buckle and shatter from the force of her attack.
The orange-haired hunter watches in horror as the chamber crumbles, questioning if such extreme destruction was truly necessary.
He concludes that Yunha is insane and decides to avoid trouble, just as she asks if he is okay. A soft, rhythmic thud sounding, Yunha approaches the stunned hunter and reassures him that the monsters are dead. She gently tilts his chin up to check for injuries, asking if the young man is hurt anywhere.
The orange-haired hunter blushes intensely, rendered completely speechless by Yunha's close proximity and her calm, caring gaze. System alerts confirm the monster's elimination, as Yunha kindly offers to take him back to his parents. The hunter looks downcast, softly admitting to the mystery girl that he doesn't have any parents to go home to.
Unha expresses sympathy but remains curious, asking how he managed to get inside the dangerous dungeon alone.
He takes offense, indignantly explaining that his guild won the gate and questioning if she is a gate stealer.
A sharp metal jingle sounding, the hunter rants about her attitude while Yunha notices something familiar on him. He looks at her skeptically, asking if she is actually a hunter despite her casual and unassuming civilian clothing.
Unha confirms her status with a gentle smile, while the hunter is shocked by her sudden, casual admission. A massive, booming crash sounding. Yunha effortlessly blocks falling debris with one hand to protect the hunter.
She pats his head and urges a quick exit, leaving the hunter baffled that she doesn't recognize him.
He fumes internally about his prestigious title as a top S-grade hunter and the master of the Legion Guild.
Looking completely flustered, the orange-haired hunter asks Yunha if her brief reassurance is really all she has to say.
Unha ignores his pride, casually moving to collect the monster's core as Manager Park instructed her to do. He desperately points to his Legion gear, demanding to know if she still doesn't recognize who he is.
Unha suddenly reaches out and grabs the gold dog tags, shocking the hunter as she claims they are hers. Back at the restaurant, the owner points out the cold soup and asks Siwoo about his missing companion.
The woman suggests packing the food, but a worried Siwoo insists that Yunha will surely arrive very soon.
Siwoo stares at his phone, filled with unread messages and growing anxiety over Yunha's long and unexplained delay.
Back in the gate, Yunha holds her recovered gold dog tag, confirming to the stunned hunter it is mine.
The orange-haired hunter stares in total disbelief, his pride shattered as the mystery girl reclaims her personal treasure. The orange-haired girl with goggles apologizes for being startled while clutching a golden dog tag.
Standing before a roaring fire, Yunha calmly asks for her precious dog tag to be returned. Amidst the smoke and flames, the orange-haired girl stares back with a look of quiet contemplation.
Shocked, the girl reads the military ID and the 1998 issue date, realizing the item's historical significance.
Yuna offers a gentle smile, extending her hand as she asks if the girl will give it back.
The girl realizes the military number matches a record, wondering about the true identity of the woman before her. Holding the rare first-generation artifact, the girl mistakenly identifies Yunha as a hardcore military auction enthusiast. A sudden, loud pounding sounding. The orange-haired girl's heart races as she blushes with newfound admiration.
Una asks why she is being stared at while the girl stammers about where the tag was purchased.
Misinterpreting the girl's silence as lingering fear, Yuna offers her hand to lead her to safety.
Yunha offers to carry the girl, who bashfully declines while privately noting her secret identity remains safe.
Reaching out, Yuna's hand firmly grasps the smaller, gloved hand of the orange-haired girl.
Looking up with a deep blush, the orange-haired girl asks Yunha if she has a fondness for soldiers. Noting the girl's outfit and bazooka, Yunha comments on her apparent love for military aesthetics and gear. Overflowing with excitement, the girl declares her intense passion for military uniforms and combat clothing. The girl continues her enthusiastic rant, listing specific rifle models and displaying her deep interest in weaponry. When asked about the K2 rifle, Yunha reveals she shares the girl's appreciation for that particular model. The orange-haired girl freezes in total disbelief, shocked to find a kindred spirit in the black-haired woman. A brilliant, shimmering gleam sounding, Yuna's radiant smile completely captivates the younger girl's attention. Yunha discusses technical nuances of different rifles, earning the girl's absolute respect for her expert knowledge. They lament the declining interest in firearms since the gates appeared, though Yuna insists on knowing the basics. Surrounded by a floral aura, the girl excitedly asks if Yunha is truly familiar with the K1. Yunha details her preference for mobility, explaining the maintenance benefits of gas piston systems and weight reduction. A thought bubble highlights the tactical advantage of being able to indestructible with a folded stock. Walking through the fire, they bond over the masterpiece engineering of domestic firearms from a previous era. Their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of other hunters who shout out in sudden recognition. The orange-haired girl glances back warily as the new group approaches them from behind.
The group of hunters is visibly shaken to see their leader clinging to a total stranger.
Yunha asks if the group is familiar, but the orange-haired girl ignores them to stay by Yunha's side. The group is stunned, shouting in confusion as their master continues to disregard their presence entirely. Yunha mistakes the group for soldiers, prompting the man in the eye patch to identify them as hunters. Looking completely confused, Yuna asks what a stealer is, baffling everyone with her lack of hunter knowledge. An official-looking hunter points a finger, outraged that someone holding a cord doesn't know basic terminology. A sharp, rhythmic tap sounding, the orange-haired girl silences her guildmate with a firm order. The man in the eye patch is devastated, interpreting the master's behavior as a declaration of war. The orange-haired girl laughs joyfully, her face glowing with happiness as she remains close to Yunha. A small fox spirit watches as the group trails behind the pair while they navigate the corridor. Yunha questions the persistence of the frowning group following them, unaware of the girl's status. A soft, rhythmic ruffling sounding. Yunha pats the girl's head and promises to guide her home safely. The hunters watch in absolute horror as their respected leader allows a stranger to pat her head. Yunha suggests they head to a nearby soup restaurant, assuming everyone is hungry after the ordeal.
The girl happily agrees while the guild members worry about the consequences if her identity is discovered. Despite the use of a facial recognition trick, the guild members continue to follow closely behind.
The scene focuses on Yoonha leading the orange-haired girl by the hand through the brightly lit hall.
The girl reflects on how long it has been since she held hands, feeling a warm sensation. The red-haired hunter stares at Yoonha, convinced he recognizes her from some previous encounter. His companion dismisses the idea, telling him to stop watching so many internet broadcasts and focus.
The Legion members continue to whisper among themselves, confused by their master's attachment to Yoonha. The purple-haired girl and the man with the eye patch discuss their next moves while observing the pair. Red and purple-haired guild members doubt Yoonha's motives, jokingly wondering if her kindness is love at first sight.
Siwoo waves frantically from his table, demanding to know where Eunha has been during her long silence. Eunha offers a casual apology, suggesting they replace the cold soup with a fresh order of food.
Siwoo dismisses the delay and urges her to sit down immediately so they can finally begin their meal. Eunha orders a children's pork cutlet, while Siwoo is left speechless by the mysterious boy clinging to her side. Siwoo stands frozen, staring in total shock at the massive heavy weapon carried by the orange-haired youth. Yoonha asks if they already know each other, oblivious to the intense tension radiating from the black-haired man. The orange-haired hunter confirms they are strangers, confused by the terrifyingly sharp gaze directed at him.
The cat spirit mocks Siwoo's intimidation tactics while Siwoo analyzes the boy's military gear and high-tech weaponry.
A title screen identifies the orange-haired hunter as trickster, questioning the true motives behind his current scheme.
Narration explains that Yoonha is merely protecting a lost child, unaware of the boy's actual legendary status. Siwoo struggles to process the idea that a high-level hunter is being treated like a simple lost child. Eunha confirms her new role as a guardian, while the orange-haired hunter gleefully embraces his fake identity. Siwoo remains skeptical, noting the boy's extensive military knowledge contrasts sharply with his apparent ignorance of gates. Internal thoughts reveal Yoonha's ancient perspective prevents her from recognizing modern hunters or their complex ranking systems. The orange-haired hunter proudly presents a paper crane made from wet wipes, much to Siwoo's mounting frustration. Eunha marvels at the intricate tank model, completely falling for the ridiculous farce the young master is playing. Her eyes sparkling with genuine admiration, Yoonha asks the boy where he mastered such impressive craftsmanship. The hunter brags about making mortars as well, while Siwoo's patience reaches a critical breaking point. Siwoo's expression darkens significantly as he continues to study the boy's suspicious behavior and playful attitude.
Siwoo initially mistook him for a middle schooler, but his childish actions suggest he is merely an elementary student.
He concludes the boy is just a tall elementary student, still deeply annoyed by the entire absurd situation. A sudden, menacing glint in the hunter's eyes suggests a much darker personality hidden beneath his youthful facade. The boy clings to Yoonha for protection, crying out as Siwoo's intense glare finally causes him to snap. Yoonha comforts the scared boy while he secretly mocks Siwoo with a defiant, playful gesture. Waves of frustration roll off Siwoo as he fumes over being left out of the loop in this ridiculous drama. A steaming bowl of beef head soup is finally served, looking incredibly appetizing under the restaurant's warm lights. Yoonha devours the soup with delight, prompting a relieved smile from Siwoo as she finally enjoys her meal. She continues eating heartily, while Siwoo warmly encourages her to return and enjoy another meal soon. Yoonha's attention is captured by a sudden display as the boy presents yet another impressive creation. The hunter proudly shows off a K2 Black Panther model, though Yoonha admits she is unfamiliar with the tank. He smugly claims to be more fun than Siwoo, igniting a silent, competitive spark between the two men. Siwoo laughs awkwardly, marveling at how convincingly the high-level hunter is acting like a spoiled child.
Yoonha finishes every drop of soup before criticizing the boy's blatant lack of manners toward his elders. Deciding to set a proper example, Yoonha stands up to fetch more radish kimchi for the table. She ignores Siwoo's offer to help, telling him to keep eating while she visits the restroom.
A soft, rhythmic thud sounding. Yoonha pats the boy's head before walking away, leaving the two men alone.
She urges them to get along, unaware that her departure has signaled the start of a true confrontation.
The orange-haired hunter blushes intensely, clearly affected by Yoonha's casual display of affection and care. Siwoo drops his friendly mask, sternly demanding that the hunter explain his real reason for being here. He identifies the boy as a top guildmaster, questioning what legendary scheme the trickster is currently running. Trickster realizes Siwoo has been hiding a tremendous aura, belatedly recognizing that he is dealing with a fellow hunter. Siwoo's eyes glow with power as he observes that the hunter still doesn't know his true identity. A glowing blue wolf manifests behind him as Siwoo reveals his secret status as the legendary White Wolf.
Trickster is intrigued, noting that Siwoo is the second high-level enigma he has encountered today alongside Yoonha.
A sharp, percussive tap sounding, Siwoo strikes the table, his focus shifting back to the mysterious girl. Trickster unleashes a massive surge of magical energy, warning Siwoo to stay away from Yoonha. He wonders if Siwoo is affiliated with a rival guild, his tone turning sharp and challenging.
Trickster asks if Siwoo's relationship with the girl is so deep that guild politics have become irrelevant.
Siwoo glares back with a cold, glowing intensity, refusing to back down from the S-grade hunter's intimidation. Siwoo challenges the orange-haired hunter's intimidation, asking what the consequences would be if he were a fellow hunter. The orange-haired hunter is stunned by the admission, his eyes wide with shock as he reacts to the unexpected claim. Looking flustered and blushing, the orange-haired boy stammers a confused noise while processing the shift in their dynamic.
Trickster explains that Yoonha technically stole a gate won by his guild, telling Siwoo to stop interfering in their business. He points out that as a hunter, Siwoo should know guilds have the right to punish anyone who steals their gates.
Trickster notes the absurdity of the situation, explaining that Yoonha treated him like a lost child, despite his high status. Siwoo realizes the orange-haired hunter followed her because she took the gate core, which would easily prove her theft. Trickster claims he won't hold Yoonha responsible and suggests Siwoo focus on his own affairs instead of worrying about him. Calling him Hyung, Trickster mentions the sensitivity of gate stealing and notes that Siwoo has likely spotted his hidden subordinates. He gestures toward the other side of the restaurant where the Legion Guild members are clumsily trying to remain inconspicuous.
The red and purple-haired guild members panic, realizing their attempt at a stealthy surveillance mission has been completely blown.
Siwoo demands to know his true motives, but Trickster insists he likes the girl for genuine reasons, not guild politics.
He reminisces about how rare it is to find someone who appreciates old-school weapons and military culture as Yoonha does. Trickster warns Siwoo not to interfere with his hobby, leaving Siwoo bewildered to learn the legendary hunter loves 90s songs. The orange-haired boy shouts indignantly at Siwoo, while the black-haired man watches him with a look of pure confusion. Siwoo blushes intensely and stammers a denial, seemingly caught off guard by the boy's blunt and personal line of questioning. Trickster mocks Siwoo for feeling competitive with a child who hasn't even reached military enlistment age yet, teasing him mercilessly. The city lights twinkle against the night sky, shifting the scene to a bustling urban center under the stars. A handsome blonde man in a sharp suit addresses Catherine with a confident smile, seemingly planning his next strategic move.
Catherine informs him that there is no alternative plan if their current attempt is rejected, highlighting the gravity of the situation. The blonde man decides to take matters into his own hands, declaring his intention to meet her directly very soon. Back outside, Yoonha presents the glowing orange gate core and asks Siwoo for his advice on what to do next. Siwoo stares at the artifact in total disbelief, his arms crossed as he confirms it is indeed a powerful gate core. He asks where she managed to find it, while the orange-haired hunter continues to cling playfully to Yunha's side.
Unha casually explains she's simply picked it up after clearing a dungeon, leaving Siwoo sweating at her extreme nonchalance.
Siwoo remains deeply suspicious, wondering why the Master of Legion would hide his identity from someone he considers a thief. He watches them closely, convinced that the boy's hobby is just a cover for a much more complex and dangerous scheme. A sudden, sharp trill sounding. Siwoo apologizes and checks his phone as Yunha awaits an answer about the core's fate. Siwoo answers a call from Manager Park, who urgently requests that the CEO return to the office immediately. Siwoo tries to decline the request, but Manager Park reveals that persistent visitors are refusing to leave until they meet him. Fuming, Siwoo asks if the Silver Moon Guild headquarters has become a common shop where anyone can just walk in. Manager Park explains the situation is critical, as the visitors demand an immediate audience regarding the Black Flame Princess. Yuna stares at the core in her palm, unaware of the chaos and high-stakes politics brewing behind the scenes. Siwoo looks serious as he ends the call, his focus shifting to the urgent responsibilities awaiting him at the guild office. Catherine, a representative from the American Hunter Guild Chaser, sits patiently on a sofa while waiting for the meeting. A soft, disappointed sigh sounding. Yunha looks at the core, realizing she never got a straight answer on its use.
Unha notes Siwoo's sudden departure, while Trickster asks why she is so focused on the monster's core in the first place.
He reassures her that the core belongs to her since she caught the monster, dismissing Siwoo's concerns as irrelevant. Yunha smiles and admits she was mainly curious if the core or the monsters had any secret connection to America. She looks off into the distance, casually mentioning that she has never actually traveled to America herself before. Siwoo bids her a polite farewell, heading off to resolve the guild matter, while Yunha and the boy remain behind. The orange-haired hunter smiles to himself, wondering what his next move should be now that his rival has left.
Yunha expresses concern for the boy's situation, asking if he has any other family or relatives to take care of him.
She feels a wave of sympathy as Trickster lies about being alone, secretly justifying the deception since he lives at HQ.
Yuna asks where he currently lives, wanting to ensure the lost child has a safe place to return to tonight.
Trickster claims he was staying at a friend's house, internally challenging Yunha to see how she will respond to his lie.
Instead of heading to a cafe, Yunha decides to take the boy to her own home to keep him safe. The orange-haired hunter is caught completely off guard, his mouth hanging open in shock at her sudden and unexpected invitation. His eyes turn into sparkling hearts as he gleefully imagines what treasures might be hidden inside the home of a legendary hunter. A quick, excited dash sounding. Trickster eagerly follows Yunha, thanking her for the golden opportunity to see her private life. Yunha carries the orange-haired boy through the city as he gasps in shock at her sudden strength. Yunha whispers her plan to lose their tail, leaving the boy flustered by their close proximity. Moving with incredible speed, Yunha leaps across the urban landscape to evade the hidden pursuers. Below, the Legion Guild members realize they have completely lost track of their target in the bustling streets.
Yunha explains she acted to prevent the strangers from following them home, while the boy wonders how his elite trackers were spotted.
Sprinting across the rooftops, Yunha invites the lost child to stay at her home for his safety tonight. Trickster is baffled that a seemingly unknown hunter could outmaneuver the skilled A-grade members he personally selected. He watches Yuna intently, struggling to understand how she possesses such sharp instincts and overwhelming physical abilities.
Declining her offer of medicine for motion sickness, Trickster vows to uncover the girl's true identity.
Inside her home, the boy discovers a collection of ornate Rococo-style dresses and accessories laid out on the bed.
Trickster recoils in horror, clutching a lace parasol while lamenting the absence of his beloved military models.
A chilling realization strikes the orange-haired hunter as he recalls a name associated with such feminine items.
In a past workshop, Trickster dismissively ignored popular hunter shows, preferring to tinker with his own heavy weaponry.
His subordinates once discussed the rise of a concept hunter, unaware their master would one day meet her.
Gripping the black lace parasol, Trickster realizes Yunha is actually the legendary Black Flame Princess he once mocked.
He suffers a comedic mental breakdown over the massive cultural gap between his military obsession and her Rococo aesthetic.
Dejected and defeated, Trickster collapses on the floor, contemplating whether he should just return to his guild headquarters.
He regrets following her home, feeling completely overwhelmed by the bizarre reality of the girl's private interests.
A sudden noise snaps him out of his despair, his orange eyes wide with alert curiosity.
Yunha casually offers him water, while her orange spirit cat mocks the girl's attempts to act authoritative.
Yunha tells him to wash up, but the boy is distracted by a piece of olive green clothing he found.
Trickster enters a trance-like state, marveling at the rough texture and authentic color of a vintage military uniform.
His disappointment vanishes as he hugs the rare first-generation uniform, his eyes filled with absolute adoration. Overwhelmed by joy, Trickster blushes intensely and cries tears of pure happiness at this incredible find.
The scene shifts to the glowing city skyline, transitioning to the high-stakes world of guild politics.
Manager Park thanks the blonde visitor for her patience as he prepares for the CEO's arrival. Catherine Hudson identifies herself as a representative of the American Guild Chaser, here specifically for the Black Flame Princess.
A file displays information on Chaser, a mysterious and legendary guild established during the early Gate manifestation era.
Catherine calmly sips tea, cryptically acknowledging that her guild possesses many well-guarded secrets. She reveals she is part of a subsidiary called Clamp Management, leaving the brown-haired man visibly surprised. Catherine explains her role involves assisting her master globally before reaching into her bag for a business card. She presents her card with a professional smile, establishing her formal identity as Catherine Hudson.
Manager Park mentions rumors about Chaser's guildmaster as he carefully examines the woman's credentials. A loud, sudden thud sounding, Siwoo bursts into the room, interrupting their conversation about the hardships of guild management.
Manager Park introduces the CEO, while Siwoo demands to know who the persistent visitor is.
Siwoo stands before the blonde woman, his expression cold and unwelcoming toward the uninvited guest.
The three hunters sit down to begin a formal meeting, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken tension.
Siwoo gets straight to the point, questioning what business could possibly bring a guild like Chaser to Korea. He is suspicious of their interest in a specific hunter, while Manager Park sweats under the pressure of the moment.
Manager Park urges a formal introduction, prompting Catherine to apologize and address Siwoo directly by name.
Catherine formally introduces her affiliation with Clamp Management and the Chaser Guild, maintaining a calm demeanor.
Looking at her card, Siwoo wonders why such a prestigious guild would target a low-grade Korean hunter.
Catherine explains her guild is very interested in the Black Flame Princess and her connection to the White Wolf.
Siwoo tries to deflect the inquiry, claiming she has the wrong address for such a famous person. Catherine smiles knowingly, pointing out that the girl contracted with Shin Siwoo himself, not his alias. Siwoo's eyes glow with blue energy as he realizes these people have uncovered his most sensitive secret. Convinced of a leak, Siwoo glares at Manager Park, who frantically denies being the source of the information.
Catherine places a check on the table, declaring that her guild's massive financial offer is undeniable proof of intent.
Manager Park gasps in disbelief at the sight of a blank check, while Siwoo remains focused on the woman.
Catherine reveals her ultimate objective is to recruit the Black Flame Princess into the American Chaser Guild.
Catherine offers consolation money for early contract termination, but Hunter Shin Si-woo flatly refuses.
Si-woo declares that money is irrelevant and tells Catherine's superior to lose interest in his hunter. Manager Park frantically apologizes for the CEO's bluntness while Catherine maintains a polite, composed facade. Catherine reveals a sweetened deal, offering an elite A-grade hunter services to Si-woo's guild for 3 years. Manager Park is stunned by the generous offer, but Si-woo remains unmoved, even rejecting a hypothetical S-grade. With a cold and final gaze, Si-woo firmly orders the American representative to leave his office.
Catherine acknowledges the rejection as Manager Park wonders why the CEO is so intensely angry.
An internal monologue or off-screen panic highlights the groundbreaking nature of the proposal and Yura's talent.
Catherine prepares to leave as Si-woo demands she give a proper parting word for her intrusion. Tension spikes between the two leaders as Manager Park watches the confrontation with visible distress. Catherine reassures them, stating the person of interest will eventually introduce themselves directly without her help. A final, parting thought promises that Catherine will see Hunter Shin Si-woo again very soon. Back at Yoonha's house, a sudden click sounding. The orange-haired hunter excitedly snaps a photo with his phone. Multiple bright flashes sounding. Trickster continuously photographs the vintage military uniform, treating it like a holy relic. Eunha's spirit cat is annoyed by the child's excessive photo-taking, while Eunha realizes he actually has a phone.
Eunha feels pity for the lost boy, though the cat remains skeptical of the child's true nature.
Eunha asks if he truly likes the uniform that much, as the boy rolls on the floor with joy. A sudden, sharp rustle sounding. The boy springs up to explain the historical significance of the vintage attire.
The boy's eyes sparkle with passion as he describes the uniform as being worn by truly strong people.
Eunha listens quietly as the boy claims these past hunters were completely different from the ones today.
The boy stares intensely at Eunha, asking if she thinks those legendary hunters could handle anything alone. He looks down at the uniform, suggesting that if they were truly invincible alone, uniforms wouldn't be needed. The boy looks back at the black-haired girl, explaining that the clothes were meant for mutual reliance.
Eunha gently touches the sleeve, realizing the boy finds these old clothes precious and deeply valuable.
She smiles warmly, agreeing that people become much braver when they gather and support each other. The orange-haired hunter stares at Eunha in stunned silence, clearly moved by her kind and understanding words.
A soft, rhythmic clicking sounding. Trickster enters a daze, recalling a childhood memory of reaching for his parents.
A sharp, rhythmic knock sounding. The morning sun hits the city skyline as Eunha checks on the child.
Eunha enters the guest room, telling the boy to eat breakfast before they head to the police station.
She stops abruptly, her eyes widening as she finds the room completely empty and the bed neatly made.
Eunha wonders when the boy managed to vanish, while her cat fuming about the hunter's deceptive acting.
Eunha finds a note on the bed, written by the boy who calls her Black Flame Big Sis.
An older, gray-haired man is shocked to learn that no one actually knows the Black Flame Princess.
Director Oh reports that none of the trainees from the Pocheon Center remember a student named Lee Yura. The two high-ranking officials sit in a tense meeting, contemplating the total absence of Yura's records.
They acknowledge that while training classes are large, a talent like hers should have left an impression.
The association president remains perplexed, noting that recent investigations into Hunter Yura have revealed nothing special. Examining her file, they find it suspicious that a hunter with such power has zero history or information. The atmosphere grows heavy as they conclude she seemingly fell from the sky with no trail to follow. A sudden, loud bang sounding. A man bursts into the room shouting for the association president. Fuming with rage, the president scolds the intruder for his lack of manners during an important meeting. The frantic messenger explains that the international cooperation team received news of a world-shaking arrival.
The room falls silent as the messenger announces that the legendary maestro is currently visiting Korea. The president stands up in disbelief, demanding to know why such a powerful figure would come to Korea. The messenger confirms the truth, identifying the visitor as Korea's first S-grade hunter, Baek Yi-jun. Baek Yi-jun, an elegant blonde man in a tailored suit, arrives with a confident and knowing smile.
Meeting Catherine at the entrance, the blonde man notes it has been a long while since they last spoke.
Though he admits he is unhappy, Yi-jun asks Catherine for a status update regarding the Wolf Guild matter.
Catherine looks worried as she admits her failure, causing Yi-jun to question if she expected that outcome.
Yi-jun looks at the public's reaction to the Black Flame Princess, wondering what makes her so uniquely special.
Baek Yi-jun muses that the excessive interest in the girl proves she is far from an ordinary hunter.
Catherine reports the car is waiting, while her internal thoughts focus on the reason for this sudden mission. A soft, rhythmic footstep sounding. Baek Yi-jun notes it is dawn in Korea, making a guild visit improper.
A sudden, mechanical chime sounding. The blonde man checks on Catherine as they transition to their next destination. A digital screen displays a vibrant welcoming message to Korea alongside beautiful pink flowers and green leaves.
Baek Yi-jun smiles calmly while walking, reassuring his blonde subordinate that he is feeling perfectly fine. Walking confidently, Baek Yi-jun insists everything is okay, though the atmosphere surrounding their arrival remains incredibly tense.
A newspaper article details the return of the legendary S-grade hunter Maestro after 3 years abroad.
Online videos and social media comments explode with speculation regarding Baek Yi-jun's mysterious and sudden arrival in Korea.
A bright, energetic beat sounding. An energetic blonde man in a yellow beanie sings passionately into a microphone.
A loud, pulsing rhythm sounding. Yoonha relaxes at home while her golden cat spirit is baffled by the music. A sudden, thunderous blast sounding. Yoonha explains the concept of trust and betrayal depicted in the singer's masterpiece.
A warm memory shows a smiling, brown-haired boy asking about grooming his dog, radiating a bright energy.
A powerful, crackling spark sounding. A young man screams Yoonha's name as he is engulfed in radiant energy. The brown-haired boy laughs joyfully in the flashback, calling out to Yoonha under a glowing golden sunset. Back in the present, Yoonha gazes out her window, quietly noting that Baek Yi-jun must be living well.
A string of internet comments reflects public anger and debate over Baek Yi-jun renouncing his Korean citizenship.
A sudden, firm knock sounding. Manager Park enters to announce that their important guests have finally arrived.
Siwoo checks his phone on the sofa, noting the lack of contact as the anticipation for the meeting grows.
A flashback reveals Trickster shouting in a blind rage, his face shadowed by intense and uncontrollable anger. A soft, electronic beep sounding. Catherine greets Siwoo with a professional smile, signaling the start of the meeting. Catherine introduces her superior, the blonde S-grade hunter, who arrives with a confident and knowing expression. The narration identifies the blonde visitor as Baek Yi-jun, also known as Maestro, as he stands before Siwoo.
A holographic display explains the S-rank tier, the highest and most unpredictable classification of hunter power.
A glowing globe highlights that S-rank hunters are world famous, with Korea being home to 6 legendary individuals. Profiles feature Korea's elite, including Master Gum Roje, the giant Yu Hwan, and the military fanatic Trickster. The list concludes with the independent Kang Ayan, the leader Shin Gui-hoon, and a mysterious, newly risen S-rank.
Narration hints at one more person of immense power, showing a dark figure walking away into a void.
This legendary individual was a world top 5 talent and remains the most famous name at the Hunter Academy.
Baek Yi-jun is formally introduced as Korea's first S-rank who famously chose to renounce his national citizenship.
Catherine prepares to leave with Manager Park, giving the two leaders space for their high-stakes private discussion.
Siwoo and Baek Yi-jin stand face to face, the CEO internalizing the gravity of Maestro's unexpected visit to Korea. Sitting down, Baek Yi-jun asks if this informal setting is truly better than the official guild headquarters. Baek Yi-jun studies Siwoo, wondering aloud if there is a specific hidden reason for meeting in this location. Siwoo contemplates the superhuman physical enhancements and healing abilities that naturally come with attaining an S-rank status.
Baek Yi-jun adjusts his black gloves, teasing Siwoo about his intense gaze while acknowledging his own rejuvenated physical state.
A sudden, sharp thud sounding, Siwoo drops his glove and gets straight to business, questioning Baek Yi-jun's motives.
A quick, dry snap sounding, Baek Yi-jun claims he simply wanted to meet the man behind the recent rumors. Baek Yi-jun points directly at Siwoo, his calm smile masking the underlying tension of their first face-to-face encounter.
Siwoo is taken aback by the direct gesture, his expression hardening as the blonde man singles him out. A soft, amused Tesk sounding, Baek Yi-jun smiles while revealing he has something specific to ask Siwoo directly. A golden, blazing aura erupting, Baek Yi-jun demands to know why Siwoo contracted with the burning flame princess.
Siwoo's eyes narrow, filled with a cold, piercing blue light as he reacts to the mention of his secret.
Siwoo remains defiantly seated, questioning if he is under any obligation to answer the blonde man's probing question.
A low, ominous hum sounding, Baek Yi-jun leans back, stating that his next move depends on the reply.
Siwoo remains calm, noting that the pressure he feels is not a threat but a direct confrontation.
An overwhelming surge of red energy sounding. Baek Yi-jun radiates pure hostility, his face obscured by a dark shadow.
The two men clash with their gazes, questioning each other's rights and intentions regarding the mysterious female hunter.
A close-up of a blonde-haired woman's face reveals her focused and serious expression during a pivotal moment.
A sudden, sharp crack sounding, Siwoo wonders why everyone is so interested in Yunha instead of meeting her.
Baek Yi-jun smirks, satisfied that he finally obtained the answer he was seeking from the Wolf Guild leader.
A sharp, rhythmic knock-knock sounding, Catherine calls out from behind the door as Siwoo turns.
Catherine enters with a professional stance, reporting an urgent matter requiring immediate confirmation from the Hunter Association.
Preparing to depart, Baek Yi-jun bids Siwoo a cryptic farewell, promising they will meet again very soon.
A low, chilling whisper sounding, Baek Yi-jun identifies Siwoo as the White Wolf, causing the CEO to freeze in shock. A soft, rhythmic footstep sounding, Manager Park peeks into the room, announcing that he has prepared some coffee. The brown-haired manager is surprised to find the legendary S-grade hunter leaving the office so abruptly. A soft, rhythmic footstep sounding, Manager Park enters the room fully, finding Siwoo frozen in a dazed silence.
Dismissing the coffee, Siwoo urgently commands Manager Park to forget the beverage and prepare the car for immediate use.
Manager Park follows Siwoo down the hall, questioning the sudden departure, while the CEO walks with grim determination. With a heavy and focused look, Siwoo declares his intention to visit Yunha to seek answers about the past.
Yunha reveals her scorched, useless smartphone, explaining that the burst gate's energy completely destroyed the device. Siwoo examines the ruined phone, finally understanding why his messages were met with total and unsettling silence.
He questions if Manager Park had visited her, while Yunha admits she was preoccupied with recent events.
Yunha recalls a frantic lecture from Manager Park regarding the dangerous gate core she had unexpectedly retrieved from the gate. Noticing her fatigue, Siwoo asks if she has eaten, and Yunha admits to dozing off while watching an old show.
Siwoo heads toward the kitchen, offering to whip up a simple meal for his hungry and clearly exhausted guest.
Una's eyes light up with joy at the mention of curry, her hunger finally outweighing her earlier drowsiness. As she smiles warmly at the thought of the meal, Siwoo watches her with a contemplative and heavy heart.
Siwoo recalls Maestro's interrogation regarding his contract with the Black Flame Princess, fueling his growing internal doubts.
He directly asks Yunha about her relationship with the man known as Maestro, searching for a hidden connection.
Confused by the title, Yunha innocently questions if Maestro is a musical conductor, knowing no such person.
A soft, amused tsk sounding, Siwoo smiles, realizing the name Maestro means nothing to her despite his suspicions.
The atmosphere shifts instantly as Siwoo mentions the name Baek Yi-jun, triggering a visible and intense reaction from Yunha.
Yunha stops in her tracks, her eyes wide with shock as the name echoes through her mind. Turning back with sudden intensity, Yunha demands to know how Siwoo is acquainted with the person she calls that kid. Her voice grows urgent and sharp as she presses him further, her calm facade completely shattered by the name.
Unha identifies Maestro as Baek Yi-jun, her worry evident as she asks if anything has happened to him.
Taken aback by her frantic energy, Siwoo raises his hands to calm her, urging her to slow down and wait.
He notes that her expression is filled with a rare mix of excitement and deep, painful nostalgia for her past.
Unha's face reflects a vulnerability Siwoo has never seen, her thoughts clearly drifting toward a long-lost memory.
Siwoo studies her silently, realizing the profound impact this name has on the girl he thought he knew.
He wonders if Baek Yi-jun already possesses the answers to the mysteries surrounding her complex identity.
A soft, rhythmic clicking sounding. A memory surfaces of Yunha and a young blonde boy huddled in a dark cave. The trembling blonde boy looks at Yunha, desperately asking if they will ever escape their grim and dark surroundings.
A sharp, rhythmic twitch sounding. His hands shake uncontrollably as he clutches a flickering candle for some warmth.
Young Unha gazes at him with an unyielding and serious expression, her focus entirely on their shared survival.
The boy tries to lighten the mood, suggesting they discuss what they want to eat once they escape the cave.
He describes a vivid dream of fresh vegetables and grilled salmon, his hunger a testament to their long plight.
His eyes brighten as he imagines the refreshing taste of cold orange juice straight from a refrigerator.
A soft, amused hum sounding. He smiles at the thought, finding solace in the fantasy of a real meal.
Unha remains quiet, listening to his hopeful words while the darkness of the cave presses in on them both.
The boy fondly remembers his mother's beef head soup, a cherished meal he hopes to taste again someday soon.
He looks at Yunha with a hopeful smile, asking if they can go to eat together when they escape.
A sudden wet plop sounding. A droplet falls as Yunha promises they will indeed share a meal together.
She assures him that they will visit that soup restaurant together as soon as they find their way back home.
The boy reveals that his parents are urging him to move to America, a choice that weighs heavily on him.
He explains the persistent calls from his family abroad, highlighting the pressure he feels to leave Korea behind.
Yunha looks him in the eye, questioning why he chose to stay in Korea instead of joining his parents overseas.
Stunned by the direct question, the young boy trails off, his eyes wide as he searches for an honest answer.
Blushing deeply, the young blonde boy avoids eye contact as a long-buried memory begins to surface.
In the dim cave light, the boy confesses his feelings, seeking comfort in their shared isolation.
A flustered young Baek Yi-jun stammers in embarrassment after Unha innocently questions his awkward romantic metaphor.
Unha recalls suggesting he pursue his dreams in America, her expression calm yet tinged with distance.
Looking concerned, the young boy asks why she is speaking of their future in the past tense.
Yunha declares that the old world is gone, dismissing his dreams of studying abroad as irrelevant now.
As the young boy stares ahead somberly, present-day Siwoo listens with a heavy and deeply contemplative look. Determined and hopeful, the young boy promises that they will find peace once the world finally stabilizes. A close-up reveals the boy's lingering vulnerability, his face flushed with the intensity of his unspoken hope. A sudden, sharp gleam sounding, the boy extends a hand, asking Yunha to join him in America. Returning to the present, Yunha eats her meal quietly, her voice trailing off as the memory fades. She explains the tragic turn when monsters attacked, allowing Baek Yi-jin to escape while she remained trapped. Siwoo absorbs the weight of her revelation, his gaze steady as he processes her incredible and painful history. Unha reflects on 30 years of solitude, her sacrifice ensuring another's survival at the cost of her own. Siwoo wonders silently about the depth of her devotion and what Baek Yi-jun truly meant to her then. Seeking clarity, the black-haired man asks what kind of person the young boy was before becoming a legend. Unha pauses with her spoon raised, considering her answer as she looks back through decades of lost time.
She describes him as a fragile soul, catching Siwoo completely off guard with such an unexpected characterization.
Siwoo reacts with shock, struggling to reconcile her description with the image of a world-renowned S-rank powerhouse. He points out that Baek Yi-jun is a legendary hunter, an icon known to every citizen in Korea. Yunha is stunned, unable to imagine the boy who was once too afraid to lead becoming an elite warrior. Siwoo notes that Baek Yi-jun's status is technically American, clarifying the details of the hunter's famous public profile.
Softening, Yunha admits she is simply relieved to hear that he is doing well after all these years.
A splash of water sounding. Siwoo wears pink gloves while diligently washing the dishes after their simple meal. While rinsing a cup, Siwoo asks Yunha if she has any desire to meet the man from her past. Unha looks away thoughtfully, her short answer leaving the door to a potential reunion open but uncertain. She tells him meeting isn't necessary, questioning why he seems so surprised by her lack of urgency. Siwoo presses further, unable to comprehend why she would sacrifice everything for someone she calls that kid. With a humble smile, Yunha dismisses the idea of being a hero, calling herself powerless and purely selfish. Siwoo stands near her, his blue eyes searching hers for the truth behind her selfless and quiet nature. He firmly tells her she is a wonderful person, refusing to let her diminish the weight of her actions. A warm and genuine smile finally touches Yunha's face, reflecting her Yunha's face silent appreciation for his sincere words. Turning away, Siwoo expresses his deep gratitude, admitting he would have been lost without her recent help.
A soft, rhythmic footstep sounding, Siwoo walks down the hallway alone, his mind swirling with unanswered questions.
He regrets holding back information about Trickster while vowing to learn more about the mysterious Baek Yi-jun. A vision of Yuna's gentle and nostalgic expression lingers in his mind, haunting his thoughts as he leaves. Siwoo wonders if the famous maestro has ever been privileged enough to see such a vulnerable side of her. His expression turns cold and focused, a blue light shimmering in his eyes as he prepares for what comes next.